I'm Scott Al Miller. It is Thursday night. It is pouring rain. It is a big thunderstorm out there. I've got very scared dogs running all around me, but it is Thursday and we're live. That means it is Nicaragua Live. Thank you so much for signing in and joining us. Let's get the word out and let people know that we're actually on the live stream. That would be smart. And I've not had a chance to jump in yet. Am I live streaming tonight? Of course I'm live streaming tonight, Janet. What are you thinking? We're always live streaming. We don't take breaks. It's not what we do. We're not breaks kind of people. We're do stuff kind of people. That's what makes us the live stream. All right. I've been in Managua all day and yesterday and a bit the day before. Just getting just back. Basically, I came back and jumped right into the live stream. So it's been fast. Now I'm trying to find the WhatsApp group to let people know. There it is. There it is. All right. The people have been informed. And I bet you guys can hear the sound in the back. That is a lot of rain that we got coming down. And quite a bit of thunder and very scared dogs. Janet says, I'm here, but I'll be in and out 3 hours of classes, but that is some loud rain. Honestly uninterested is Wendy from Canada. Hey, Wendy. It's really awesome that you took the time to sign in, given how honestly uninterested you are. Good to have you here, and I believe it's your first time on the show. What part of Canada are you from? We have quite a rainstorm here for those who didn't hear. It is pouring out there. That's what you hear. This is surprising. There was a bit of rain as I was coming in on the shuttle from Managua just an hour ago, and there was water just pouring through the streets. But it's now it's probably quite a bit worse because it was already at flooding levels, and now we have this huge storm. So that might be a little bit much, but yeah. So we need the rain. So that part's up. I guarantee Janet heard that one in stereo. That is why my dogs are so scared. And I'm just posting on Nicoloro, let people know that the live stream has started there. No one really checks it there, but I try to be dedicated to that. Always out supporting Nicoloro and its processes. And hopefully we can get some of you guys to sign up on Nicoloro tonight. That'd be great. Always good to have new people. And no new people on Nicagram for days now. It's been very slow. I have noticed that Nicoloro is picking up a lot of traffic from something. I don't know what's changed. Something has changed. There's way more stuff going on there right now. Anyway, let's get back to everybody. All right. Janice says, I have most of the animals hiding in my office, too. Honestly, is from Niagara, Ontario. Awesome. I'm originally from the Niagara Frontier on the American side, so I know the area well. Janet says, I think it was closer to you. It was really close to me, that's for sure. That was loud. Honestly says, doesn't bother my tiny pups. Oh, my dogs are so... Well, my little one is fine. He's in here, but he's on the bed, and he's kind of like, oh. But it's the big dog. She's just so nervous that she's right here. He's very scared. Jan says that other night was crazy, though. Oh, yeah. Luke is here. Hola, y'all. It has been a long day. I was in Managua. I went there on Tuesday evening and stayed until noonish today. Got to hang out with Mark for breakfast this morning. That was cool. Got to hang out with Marcela and Linda this afternoon. I don't think Marcela's going to be... She is nearby. She's down the street. I don't think she's coming out in this rain to try to come down here for anything. That would be extreme. But we did all ride in on the bus together today. Letting some people know about the live stream. Bow. So what's up, everybody? How's your week been? What have you guys been up to? What's new? What's going on? Patricia's here. Happy Thursday the 12th. Don't forget to leave milk and cookies out for Jason Voorhees. Does Nicaragua practice that tradition? We have plenty of things like that. There's got to be something. Yeah, leave it out for like the headless priest that comes around and gets people at night or something like that. I'm not really sure what the tradition is. There's some weird stuff. But yes, tomorrow is Friday the 13th. NVO's Fast Track says hello to everyone. I was in there today, and they were like, there's so many people coming from the show. Thank you so much. It was very cool. It's the first time that I've ever stopped in person. Marcela has gone for me, and obviously I have things delivered all the time. But normally I am just having it shipped or have someone else go. But I was in Managua and did it myself in person, and that was it was cool getting to go find them. Although they're in Las Colinas, so it's a little bit of a drive from anywhere, but not bad. Jan says, I think Marcela just needs to take it easy. She earned it. Yeah, she's got I want to say she's got her clinic in the morning. She has to see the dentist while she's here, and then she's got to go back on Saturday or Sunday. I'm not sure which, but pretty quickly for her chemo. They should sponsor the show. That's a good point, Patricia. I think they're a very small business. I don't know that they could sponsor the show. It's more that we like to support little local businesses. It's definitely a tiny business, tiny office. I think everyone's family. I'm doing a little shopping in the background. Marcela has decided that she does lots of reading, and it's very expensive to get paper books, and she needs something kind of in the middle. And so we're looking at getting her an Amazon Kindle, which are really, pretty cheap, but it's such a nice reading experience that if you've used one, it's I love mine. It's in storage, of course, which is my story for everything. Otherwise, I would just let her use mine. But the Amazon Kindle is such a fun device if you like to read, which I'm not a big reader. Like, I like books on audio. I'm actually reading Salman Rushdie right now. I'm a good way through The Jaguar Smile, and so far it's been good. I'll do a book review of that when it's done. But we were talking about it today at the coffee shop, and Linda and I were like, "Oh no, you should check out these readers. Like, they're really cool." And Marcela had no idea about Kindle devices, and she's like, "So what is it?" And I was trying to explain it, and then she's like, "That's what I need," because she really wants a paper book, something she can hold, and she understands it won't smell like a book and that kind of stuff. But she needs something that reading on her phone is unpleasant, and I totally understand. I don't want to read on my phone either. But I've always loved my own Kindle, which I have like a very first or second generation one. And it actually makes me want to read because it's a beautiful device and I have a really nice cover for it. That's all, right? And they're not very expensive, not really. She only needs the base model, right? Doesn't need anything special. So it's really not that much. And for me, I've actually got Kindle Unlimited, so for me it really is like it's so easy to get books, but I read so little I can't justify it. I can just read on my phone or read on my computer or whatever, but it'd be cool. Is there a specific theme to today's chat? Not really. We really don't do themed chats unless something really big is going on. The biggest thing going on that affects the region, so I kind of try to pick something to put in the title so that people get drawn in or have some way to reference it beyond the image that comes up, which is Racoon taxi driver today, by the way. My daughter makes all of those. But the big thing is that Mexico has announced that they are attempting to bring the new railroad through Nicaragua, which will actually make, as I have proposed, I'm going to do a video on this, as I've been saying, it will make Nicaragua a transit hub for the entire region and completely revitalize Nicaragua and the region, right? Like, really, it'll really do something. So we're very excited about that. This is a, life-impacting kind of thing that's going on. Often it's like, oh, a new highway's coming in. Cool, that'll affect this one trip I'm going to take. Having this railroad will completely change what Central America is. So the amount that we are pretty excited about it is extreme. Is there a specific thing? They could do some sort of sponsorship, even if it was just a discount for you. That's true. You're reading Salman Rushdie. I'll keep an eye out for your review. You got it, Luke. I am not reading the Satanic Verses, though. Of course, that's the one everyone assumes when you first say it. I am reading The Jaguar Smile. I'll put in the name. I actually think I should set up one of those Amazon accounts where you can like get a little bit for recommending a book. It's a good book. It's Salman Rushdie, right? So that I can link it and be like, hey, use my link. Go check out this book, assuming I like it. Honestly uninterested. I have heard online that Mexico is not giving out the automatic 6-month Toros Fusus, I don't know how they pronounce it, anymore with no questions asked. Just depends on their mood and where. That is true. Mexico is very rapidly moving away from incredibly easy immigration. Not that you can't do it. Of course, they are still allowing people in, but it is moved heavily away from the just show up and automatically live here kind of thing that it's been for so long. So it is a pretty big change for them, which is, you know, it's unfortunate for a lot of people who just loved using the Mexico simplicity system, but Mexico needs to do something. They have so many people flooding in, and sorry, my AI does not hear my speech correctly sometimes. Aha! I don't know, Taurus fuses. Sounds like a pretty cool. That's like the thing that keeps your bowl from overheating and blowing up. So yeah. Oh, real quickly, while I'm on Amazon for no particular reason, I need to get a polarizing filter because mine for my GoPro 12 broke. My new one for the 13 is all good. Ooh, that one looks nice. Do I really need a $24 one, though? Oh, but here's one that's 20. Okay. There's 21. Oh, the one that I currently use is 21. This nicer looking one is 19. Oh, wait. It's a different type. That's actually a higher quality one, but that's not what I want to use. I want to get this pop over the top type. I see. I understand now. All right, just gonna add that to cart so I have it. Not a big purchase. What? Why are there sunglasses in my cart? What the heck are these? Oh, the swim goggles. Okay. Rushdie, keep an eye out. Oh, got it, Luke. Got it. Got it. I missed your haha on the I'll keep an eye out for that. For those who don't know, Salman Rushdie in 1989 was stabbed in the eye really close to where I grew up in Western New York. I grew up in Wyoming County. He was stabbed at the Chautauqua Institute in Chautauqua County, which is really close. So it's kind of a thing that his assassination attempt happened so close. Marcela says she is coming over and she'll be on the show once the rain has passed. There's no way to take a taxi right now. Maybe we'll get Linda on the show too, since they're both of them. Jaguar Small. I've heard online, yep, tourist visa. Oh, I am caught up. I thought I missed a bunch of stuff, but I did not. I've got a good number of people on right now. So I was in Managua, always looking for good food in Managua, right? It's a food city. It's pretty good. It's a small city, so it's only so good, but it's pretty good. And so we were looking yesterday for lunch, and we were at the Hilton Princess, which has a restaurant. I actually don't know how many restaurants it has. I actually didn't look into. I did breakfast there. I I wonder if they have a restaurant guide, because the DoubleTree has 2 restaurants and they're pretty decent. But I honestly don't know what they have at the main one, which is weird because I spend a lot of time in these places. I've been living there for the last couple days. We're gonna look it up. Dining and drinks. They've got the bar. Yeah, I knew about that. Clancy's Bar, the Garden Court. That's where I had breakfast. Oh, and then in-room dining. They're just in-room dining. Okay. So it's pretty. I mean, okay. For dinner, our executive chef offers a fine selection of superb dishes, Nicaraguan beef, seafood from both coasts. Okay. I guess you just go to the Garden Court. That's not the most exciting. I think the restaurants in the DoubleTree are more exciting. And Clancy's Bar closes at 8, I think. Like, that's pretty crazy. But the in-room dining is really nice at the Hilton, which I almost did. And I didn't have a pen to do the breakfast order, and I got lazy. But I almost did it. Anyway, so we decided to just cross the street on foot, DPA, and go to the Intercontinental, which is super close. And they have 4 really nice restaurants in the Intercontinental, which is amazing because they're not that big. And they touch Metro Centro, which has lots of restaurants in it. They have Italianissimo, they have Buffalo Wings, they have 3 cafes, they have the food court. I don't even know all the things that are up there. Trying to think. There's a few more restaurants in Metro Centro. But in the Intercontinental, there is the Market, which is like it's really meant to be like an executive lunch buffet, I guess, but looks really nice. They have a sushi place. They have an Italian place, looks pretty nice. And then they have Steak and Lobster. That's actually its name. The Factory, Steak and Lobster. And that was really good. We went there for lobster and did salads and lobster bisque, basically, for lunch. And that was really nice. And all the restaurants are around the big pool there. So it was a really nice setting. I thought it was cool. And a place that I never go to. Right, I never go into the Intercontinental. I rarely go to the hotel restaurants in the city. I really need to start keeping my own guide of restaurants in Managua. I don't know why I haven't done this before. Like, how stupid am I? I'm going to start this while we're here on the live, because they're hard to find. And when you're sitting in Managua going, I want to go to dinner, my Instagram following of tons of restaurants doesn't do me any good, because unless I know the name of it, I can't figure out how to find it again. Like, restaurants, like I need to search on like vegetarian or seafood or pasta or whatever. And I'm left with nothing. But there's so many restaurants and cafes that we come across. They're like, oh, we got to try that. We got to try that. We got to try that. But then whenever we're in Managua, it's like, I can't remember. Let's go to Pane Vino because everybody likes it. And so we just end up at Pane Vino over and over and over again. And on Tuesday night, we're going to say this. So on Tuesday night, we were at the Gallerias de Santo Domingo. And we tried going to Chiles. They didn't have a single vegetarian thing for me to eat. We went to Mi Ranchito. Not a single vegetarian thing for me to eat. We checked the menu somewhere else. Nothing. We didn't want to go to Pane Vino because we were just there. El Mesón is not something a lot of people will eat. I like it. It's Spanish food. Cajun, I don't want to go that often, and my daughter wants to go more often than I do, so I try to save it. There's a couple steak places. None of them make sense, especially as none of us eat steak that were there, let alone all of us. And I do want to try out Eskimo. And no one was feeling like sushi. Sushi Ito is quite good. And I'm like, well, there's Chinese, and no one had been there. So it was like, yes. So we headed up. It was me and Marcela and her kids. And we went to Shanghai Bistro above Mugs at the Gallerias. And it's a huge Chinese place with buffet and beautiful rooms, and it overlooks the Hyatt. And it really nice, right? So the Shanghai Bistro, if you're looking for a pretty nice, especially date night type restaurant, it's quite good for that. And it's quite elegant. It's air conditioned. It's got lots of different seating. Has a pretty good menu. Pretty accommodating. Service is excellent. So we were there. I just got a Caesar salad, right, which is pretty funny. It's like, okay, you're at a Chinese restaurant and you got a salmon Caesar salad. Okay, but it was good. And our food was brought by a robot. Never in my life have I been in a place that had robot waiters. I know they exist. I think the idea is cool. We're sitting there and all of a sudden a robot's coming. And we're like, there's a robot? Oh, what is happening? Right? And they brought out all of our food, and it's got an information screen on the front and a happy face. And it has enough to deliver quite a bit of stuff. It was really impressive how well it worked, which is, I mean, not really surprising. Like, how could they not have figured that out by now? They have so much technology like that. But it was very cool in Managua to suddenly have a robot bringing our food. I've never seen that in the United States, never seen that in Canada, never seen it in Europe. Of all places to have it here in Managua first, pretty cool. Not super important because there was plenty of staff to do it, and we were the only people in the restaurant, so it's really more just a gimmick than anything, but still pretty cool. So that was cool. But yeah, I need to keep a list of restaurants, which I'm working on. But it's here. This is perfect. Restaurant list. Managua. Restaurants. There we go. Because my kids love going to Managua. I mean, Marcela definitely enjoys being in Managua and doing new restaurants, right? She doesn't get to do that much. I mean, more than most people because we do it all the time. But it's always a big thing. It's always like, oh, here's a restaurant we haven't gotten to try. And there really are a lot of pretty interesting places if you hunt around. And there's many that I haven't been to. And so I always want to go, and my kids just love it. So we're going to go pretty soon, probably in the next 2 weeks, and do a few days with my kids and stay. And that means we'll be doing 3 meals a day at different restaurants and checking it out. And it's just such a fun thing to be a foodie and check places out. It's like going to Brutal and the Barrio Cafe and Pane Vino. And we went this morning to a new Molino that just opened up at the Plaza Fontana. What a beautiful plaza that is. Mostly it's a La Colonia. So it is funny that in Nicaragua you go to really fancy plazas, and one of the things it has is a grocery store, but you know, it is what it is. It was a nice plaza to get to check out. I keep driving past it and was glad I got to see it. Honestly, I heard that Philippines is now checking police clearance and financial status and can borrow you, probably ban you. When you arrive in the Philippines, airlines are cooperating. So that's normal. Most places. I haven't heard that specifically about the Philippines, but it's not surprising at all. So what's happening in the world now, right, is traditionally for Americans, we've traveled abroad, mostly for vacations and things like that. And so our behavior as a society has been relatively uniform. Always an exception, always someone who's bad, always someone who's not able to pay their bills. But that's how traditionally Americans have been. And so if you're a country welcoming Americans into your country, quite often it's like, they're here to spend money. Right? Maybe not in great ways, but they're here to spend money, and at least that aspect of Americans visiting has been positive. Now, with the incredible increases or fear of increases for cost of living in the United States, the sudden lack of jobs, the unknown future, the fear, a lot of people who were never willing or interested in moving abroad before are doing so. And so instead of being, on average, I'm not sure average has changed, but it used to be a very reliable thing. Let's just say 90% of Americans showing up in, we'll just say the Philippines, were financially stable and looking to vacation or move or do something that would contribute to the economy. And 10% were there to try to live cheaply. Now it's more like 50-50. Suddenly there's a huge number of people arriving. The total number arriving is bigger, but the percentage of those people that are arriving who are potentially destitute has become quite large. And all the countries, including Nicaragua, right, where life is very cheap, have to be really aware of this, because those are not people whose existence contributes to the health of the country. They're potentially a drain. They're a big risk. And the countries that are least capable to absorb that risk are the countries generally most of interest to people who need a cheap place to live, right? So Nicaragua attracts specifically the people who are most destitute because it's the cheapest country in the region. And so that is a dangerous position to be in, because the last thing you want is to be a poor country and be taking the world's poor. They just don't have the resources to take them. And so the Philippines is similar, very low independent income, and they have to be super careful that they don't end up with a bunch of people that they have to support. And so with the shifts coming in the U.S., that suddenly so many people are flooding out of the U.S., and people in the U.S. often say, well, there's not that many people flooding out. You have to remember that it's not like 50% of the country leaves in a year. Right? People use weird things like, my neighbor's still here, my other neighbor's still here. Yes, in a per year rate, even 0.1% is an epic number. And the U.S. is a giant place. So to the rest of the world, it may be like, we normally take 5,000 Americans a year. Now we're taking 10,000 Americans a year. That's a big jump for countries to take, even if to the U.S. they only went from 0.1 to 0.2%. That's still a doubling. And it represents a very big number of people leaving the country. And you have to keep in mind, no one's expecting a country like the U.S. to go from 350 million people to 0 in a year. That's not what's going to happen. It's going to lose a certain percentage of its overall population. As it does so, the people flooding out will slow, right? Because suddenly there's cheaper housing, there's more open space, things are changing because people are leaving. So it will naturally curtail the number of people that are leaving after a certain point. And a number like even 1%, like let's say 1% of America was leaving per year, that's a crazy number, because every year the U.S. would be a percentage smaller, right? That's a really big number. That's not how many are leaving, right? That would be absurd, I'm sure. It's when we say any country, people flooding out, think of Germany in World War II. How fast did people flood out? Not that fast, actually, right? It's what constitutes a massive exiting of people from a country is not what people expect. It's a very, very small number. And how that affects other places is often surprising. So, 0.1% leaving the United States, with only a tiny percentage of those leaving the United States coming to Nicaragua, is still enough for Nicaragua to be overwhelmed by the number of people it has to absorb. Luke says, in other news, InDrive looks like it might be expanding operations outside of Managua. Anyone tried to use outside of town yet? We know some people have used it in Leon, and it was very Luke says, Tonelli's. I do love Tonelli's, but we know Tonelli's. Shanghai is where I had the carne seafood soup. Oh, yeah. Tusk the Ripper is here. Hey, Tusk. Says, hey, Scott. Good to see you. Brian Ruiz is here. Hi. And, we're up to 20 people. We're up and running at this point. We're doing well. I wish I had good numbers of how many people were leaving the U.S., but they don't send those out, those numbers. We lost power. And we got power. Hopefully we didn't lose the live stream in any way. Doesn't look like we did. I just lost my screens and all the lights. I gotta stand up and turn them back on. The two behind me come back on automatically because they got hard switches, but the other two have those soft. Oh, that's still on. Okay, good. I must have lost the switch. No, I can't figure out what all died. I see. They have a soft switch because they have cooling fans. They have to stay on for a while. So I'm going to get up and turn them back on. I'm still here. You guys can hear me. Hi, little dog. Ooh, here we are. Oh, that did not help the scared dog. Roberta is here. Hi, Roberta. Just left El Paso June 26th. Stayed in the capital and have been enjoying Granada until the end of the month. Hey, Roberta. Roberta, is this your first time on the live stream? I feel like it's... Did you say that it was today? Said something. She was asking about the time. We said we'll try to do it earlier than 6:30, and we did. Got on about 5. I was trying to get on at 3:30. That's how long it takes. There's so many interruptions. So many things happen as I try to get going. It's absolutely crazy. And I'm feeling pretty tired today. I haven't had a ton of sleep. Which is funny because I'm just chilling in a hotel room for the last 2 nights with like nothing to do. But I've been binging The Expanse, which is awesome. If no one's watched that, love that show. And I just kind of stay up because it's my I get quiet time staying in a hotel by myself. I don't often get an opportunity. I say, and I was just in Texas in a hotel, but Paul was staying in the hotel with me, and he'd constantly come by and be like, "Hey, let's go get food or whatever." So it was like I was always like kind of running out and always doing things. But I had after doing dinner at Shanghai on Tuesday night, I had nothing to do. And yesterday morning, I didn't have to do anything super early. I actually was in the hotel for a while. So I got to really just relax at night and have private, quiet time. And, sometimes that's really nice. Luke says, The Expanse renewed my faith in new sci-fi. Luke, have you also tried out Foundation on Apple yet? Steve Vaugh is here. Hello. Hey, Steve. Yeah, The Expanse has been really good so far. I've not completed it, and I want to do the video game that comes with it. Like, I'll find a link. It's from one of my favorite video game series, so it's like super cool. Where's the link? I'll just put it here. I found that some of the new Star Trek is really good. Not all of it. Like, I'm not a huge fan of the Picard series. I feel like their casting was super weak. It really struggled to draw me in. And at least one of the characters that they went with was so annoying that it was like off-putting trying to watch the show. And I'm like, seriously? I don't want to fight to get through the show. I want to see it. Yes, Roberta, there's a lot of rain going on. Luke says, Foundation book is the foundation of all modern sci-fi. Of course, I've read the entire series. Love it. But the new Apple show has the same actor from The Expanse. What is the Star Trek that I'm thinking of? Hold on. So Star Trek Strange New Worlds, very good. Picard, weak. Discovery, I thought was quite good. So Discovery and Strange New Worlds, I feel like are doing a good job of making the franchise good. I need to check if I have all of that. Strange New Worlds. I'm missing some. I haven't watched all of them yet. I get behind. I like get into shows and then I forget about them. And okay, so they've completed 2 seasons. The 3rd season hasn't started yet, and they've announced that the 6th season is going to be short. Interesting. Luke says, did you watch Eat or Not yet? I have not. I hadn't completed The Expanse, and so that's why I went to watch Eat or Not, and I'm like, I really need to finish The Expanse. So I'm going back and binging The Expanse before I watch Eat or Not. But I've got it ready. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, so I'm not missing anything of Strange New World. I have seen everything that there is and just need to wait for more to come out. I also recently got the system all loaded up with the complete Stargate Everything. SG-1, Universe, Origins, and Atlantis. And I've never seen any of it other than the original movie. So looking forward to that. And Stranger Things Season 5 should be out later this year. I can't remember if I've finished watching Picard. It shows how much I get into the shows, right? Like, I don't even know if I have finished them. Star Trek Discovery, 5 seasons. And I impress myself when I recognize some of the Argentinian rock music used in Eternaut. Soda Stereo, of course. So overplayed here, my gosh. I hear so much Soda Stereo. So many bands are like, it's Soda Stereo Tribute Night. I was in Buenos Aires recently, and it was like riding the bus, they're playing Soda Stereo, and it's like, oh, too much. I am not a big fan of Argentinian rock. I like música ligera, but... And I really like it. Música ligera. But other Soda Stereo has not done it for me. I didn't watch it through that. So, yeah. I'm just looking through all my... It looks like I have all the different things ready to watch. I just need to actually sit down and watch them. Yes. Yes, my collection is complete. I do have so much stuff to watch. I just started watching sometime this week. I'm pretty sure it was this week. Heart to Heart, for those who remember that show. And I'm right at the beginning of it, right? But so far, I mean, I grew up in this era, right? So, you know, it's all, even though that's not a show I grew up watching, I am very nostalgic for those kinds of shows. So the late 70s, early 80s, the super late 70s, there's really a lot of like, all right, I get the vibe, I get the world, I miss, you know, this is what, you know, Friday night television meant when I was a little kid, and it was always in the background. I was too young to really be into it, but these shows have such a vibe and a feeling that it really, like, I just sit down on the couch and it takes me back, it kind of regress, you know. But no one here knows Poder del Alma, a Nika band, who opened for Santana at the Earthquake Relief concert. That's because they disappeared long ago, didn't they? When was the last time that they performed? Did they just release an album? That would be funny. They don't even have a Wikipedia page. I can't look them up. Oh, it's because it's not a real band. That's why, Luke. There is no Poder de Alma. It was a super group that assembled just for that one concert. So it's just a group of musicians playing. It's not an actual band. Not like a, you know, band. At least that's what it looks like. We get a lot of those here now. There's so much band movement, musicians moving between bands, that nearly all bands are just super groups. It's weird. It says 30 years. Los Fabulosos Cadillacs, Rata Blanca, and Bursut Vergarabat. Oh, Tusk says, I'm so excited for Foundation Season 3. The show has its issues for sure, but concepts like the genetic dynasty are a great addition and add for more drama. Tusk, have you read the books? Because they're pretty good. The books are incredible. I first read the books, I bet. Gosh, 87, I would say. It has been quite some time since I read those books. So what's everybody got going on this weekend? Anybody got plans? Anybody doing anything? Feels like the rain is letting up a little bit. I definitely need some caffeine. I need to hunt some down. Check out Brownout has a side project of Brown Sabbath, who is a side project from Grupo Fantasmo. Tess says, I've only finished the first book. I'm currently reading the Dune series in order. You know, I've never read Dune, so you got me there. What am I trying to say? I have Dune. I just never got around to really reading it. And I don't know why. I've read so many terrible things. You would think that I would have gotten to that. You guys are a little bit quiet this week. Trying to think of what we had going on today. Had breakfast. I've just been in Managua the last few days. Have not had a lot of time for stuff. Jan says, I wasn't interested in Dune for some reason. I don't know why. The book or the show? I watched the original movie. Oh, that was bad. But the miniseries from the early 2000s, I think it was, that was quite good. Quite good. I was very happy with it when it came out. And I have not yet watched the new Dune movies. I don't know why. I've got them ready to go. No chance as either one. Yeah, I really like the miniseries that they did a number of years ago. I'm kind of like that with Star Wars. Like I've really not seen any recent Star Wars. I just finally finished the movies. All except for Solo. Solo I tried watching and couldn't even sit through. It was so boring. I can't believe how boring that was, which I was not expecting at all. I thought it would be at least a bunch of action and stuff, but it was just like, oh, but I did finally make it through all 9 of the main movies plus Rogue One. Rogue One I saw a while ago, but I hadn't seen, I guess, only 9. But really, like, 8 was so weak and so goofy by the end that in no way did it make you want to watch the next one. I'm like, I need to watch, there's one left, I need to watch it and finish it. So I finally did, and it was okay. Like, you can sit through it. Certainly it lost all of the magic of the first ones, right? Like, it's just phoned in, doesn't even begin to describe it, but I did make it through. But Rogue One was really good. I was very happy with that. So it's not that they're doing nothing, but the TV shows, I was so unhappy with The Mandalorian, felt it was so just condescending and dumb that I couldn't keep watching. I've heard that Andor is really good, but I also heard The Mandalorian was good, so I don't go on a lot of faith. I was an actual Star Wars fan, so, you know, I get, like, young generation doesn't see it the same, and it's, you know, they're not like, oh, it's got to be true to the original story. But I was really into the originals. I read the novels in the 80s, right? So that the stuff that they do now doesn't match the actual Star Wars universe is upsetting beyond it being bad, because the original Star Wars was good and it had this good storyline, and then they made this non-canon set of movies that's like, if Star Wars was really goofy and they didn't put any effort into it, this is the story we would come up with. It's like, oh, but you had a good story. Why couldn't you make a movie of that? And it just says, Andor was excellent, the way it led right into Rogue One. Very prescient for our time. Oh, that's cool that Andor goes right into Rogue One. Tuss says, it takes a lot of willpower to read the Dune books, honestly. It meanders a lot. I'm surprised I ever finished the books for the first time. That's how I felt about Lord of the Rings. That was painful. That's some seriously bad writing. Like, I get, like, the overarching story is kind of interesting, but it's such terrible world building and character development that and the actual writing is so bad. I'm surprised that more universities don't make you read Lord of the Rings and use it as the textbook example of how not to write, because every single aspect of it is exactly what they tell you not to do in writing classes, right? Don't meander. don't have too much. Don't just put in filler to put in filler. Lord of the Rings would not pass an AI test today, right? It would always fail as AI being told to write more words without more story. Like, so much description is poor. The character development is bad. The story obviously isn't copied from anything. It was one of the first of its type, so you got to give them credit for that. But beyond that, the actual writing was so amateur and so sloppy that I always use it when I have to talk about literature as the example of anything you look at in Lord of the Rings, just don't do that. All of it. Dune Prophecy, despite being based off the Sun's writing, is actually good. Miniseries was the Sci-Fi Channel's greatest feat. Watched Jodorowsky's Dune, a documentary on the greatest movie never made. Luke says, still waiting for Michael Moorcock's Ulrich series. It got axed when Witcher came out. I do like Witcher a lot. Although I haven't finished it. Gigi is here. Hey, what's up? I gotta let you know that I watch your shows so much that my baby loves sleeping to your voice. When I go out, I leave your lives on because I know she'll stay asleep or the babysitter. Okay, that's really funny in weird ways. I did get recognized twice over the last 2 days. I was out on Tuesday night in Santo Domingo, and someone recognized me, came up, was like, oh, my family's here, we watch your show. And then yesterday at Metro Centro, someone came up to me as I was walking out of the mall, and they saw me outside on the it's not the atrium, the plaza in front of Metro Centro, and came up and said hello. So that's pretty cool. You know, it never stops being weird that people know who I am around Nicaragua. It is very weird to go places and have people just recognize you. And of course, Marcela's like, yep, of course people recognize you. Tuss says, Lord of the Rings was my first ever introduction to fantasy, and I will always have a love for it, but my favorite fantasy is A Song of Ice and Fire. Ooh, I tried that. I couldn't. I made it like 2 chapters and was so... it lacked... having characters that you care about is my thing, and so I'm like, ooh, I don't want to. I couldn't read it. It was so bad for me. Lord of the Rings, I made it through, but it definitely could destroy a love of literature. But I had read good fantasy before reading Lord of the Rings, so it wasn't the first of anything for me. It was very much a, why would I read this? There's so many authors that are so good. I'd already read Foundation. I'd already read. Who knows, probably R.A. Salvatore or something like that. Gigi says, when I go there with my family one day, I want to meet you and your wife in real life. It'd be so cool. You're a star now. Well, thank you. I'm going to disappear here pretty soon and grab a can of caffeinated beverage so I can stay awake. It's just been a long day. Not bad, just long. I got up at 6 o'clock this morning because I got free breakfast with the hotel. So that was cool. So we went to the hotel, and Marcela came by yesterday. She had some time to kill between appointments, so she was at the hotel. And this is a funny thing. I'm going to do a video about this as a more general thing. But she had never encountered a revolving door before. And that caught me off guard. Some things I'm familiar with, like I'm aware that I'm going to do something, and Nicaraguans will often be like, oh, I've never done this before, right? You kind of expect it. But the revolving door caught me off guard. And she didn't know how to use it. And having watched TV, there isn't really enough like instructions to teach you how to use it, I guess. Or they show it weird. There's some things, like if you learn how to use a telephone from being on TV, you'd be like this, you know, okay, well, I'll see you at dinner. And just hang up and put your phone down. And in real life, people will be like, what is wrong with you? Like, you have to say goodbye. But if you only learn from watching movies, you would think that that's not how you use a phone. So it's... I understand that there could be like this disconnect and be like, oh, I don't know how that works, but it was really surprising. And then I had to show her how to use the elevator because it was an elevator where you have to have the key and the button at the same time. And she was like, she'd used elevators, but she had never done that. And it was funny though. So I'm a gold member, as everyone knows, right? I talk about it. I'm a gold member at Hilton because I have the credit card, and I only stay at Hilton's. I do Airbnbs. I stay at little local places, but if I'm going to stay in a chain, I stay in Hilton. Not that I don't like the others; they're all great, but Hilton has lower cost properties, and they're nearly everywhere. So they just work out for me very. So because I'm there all the time, I have this gold membership, which actually does get you stuff, right? I get tons of points. I get breakfast even when breakfast isn't included. I get super late check-ins, late checkouts, all kinds of things. Like it makes life easy. So the Hilton wasn't super busy, the Princess. So they moved me to the executive floor, which they have to because I'm a high floor request, which is part of being a member. You get to say where you're going to go. And if the executive floor isn't taken up by the platinum members, the gold members have next pick. So I automatically get my executive floor upgrade, which is why you had to have the key to get up there. And then there was nobody there. So I got the corner king room, which is basically a suite without the divider. It's just a king room, huge. The pictures are on Nicoloro. And so I had like all the like little perks going on. And so we came in and we're going through it. I'm showing her, and she's like, the executive floor corner. She was all like, what? And she's like, who are you? I'm like, I just know how to use hotels, right? Like, but it was funny because I don't think she's ever been in the Hilton. We were trying to figure it out, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, the bed's so comfortable. The pillows are so comfortable. There's so much space." Like, she was impressed. Tuss says the show Game of Thrones upsets me to no end, as does House of Dragon, an adaptation of Fire and Blood. I've never seen the show at all. I started the books. If the books made me that upset, I'm like, I don't ever want to see the show, so I've never seen it at all. Gigi says, my 10-year-old son is here and wants to know if there are nice beaches there. Do they have big waves, or are they chill to swim in? So yes, there are many nice beaches here. However, with the exception of San Juan del Sur, which I'm told is a little bit dirty, they are big waves. These are surf beaches, at least out here on the Pacific coast, which is where most of us are. So it's a lot of quite rough water. So in general, I don't recommend, unless you're a really confident swimmer or with people and being super careful, you definitely want to be cautious on Nicaragua's Pacific beach coast. So from a swimming perspective, it's not the best. From a surfing perspective, it's extremely good. But we have a lot of really nice beaches. So if you don't want to go in the water and just want to enjoy the beaches, we've got you. Up north, Chinandega is mostly black sand. That's volcanic sand. So the volcanoes erupt, and over time, the pumice gets pummeled down to a fine... it's almost like a powder, like it's finer than normal sand, and it feels great. The only negative is it kind of sticks to you. It almost feels like you're dirty. You're not, like, it will come off in water, but it likes to stick to your skin. So my wife hates it because of that, but I like the feel of black sand. It's so soft on your feet, like it's really nice. Plus it looks nice, but the sun on the black sand gets pretty hot. Then we have traditional, beige sand in most of the rest of the country, like down here in Leon and south, there's a good variety of beaches all through Chinandega, Leon, Carazo, Managua, and Rivas have different beach zones, and they have different feel to them. A few places, like in Carazo, there's some places that are like cliffs. There's a lot of places that have rocks out in the water. I don't mean like sharp rocks. I mean like big rock formations popping out of the water, which is interesting. But then the only bay that doesn't have, because remember, we're open North Pacific, so this is very rough water. San Juan del Sur is so popular in Nicaragua because it's our unique bay. That is the thing. From a calmness perspective, it is very nice to go in the water there, and I know lots of people who've been in the water. People tell me that it's pretty polluted and a lot of people won't go in, and you'll notice lots of people on the beach at San Juan del Sur and very few people in the water, but people do go in the water. I can only imagine it's so bad. It is the open ocean, so it does change over quite a bit. There are, in places like Ponaloya and Las Piñitas, there are large estuary areas. There you can go swimming. It's a little bit weird because it's not exactly the ocean but they're crazy calm and not very deep. So like my daughter has gone there quite a bit. You have to kind of time it with the tides. It's not there all the time. So sometimes it'll just turn into a giant wet sand area. But then other times it'll be like 1 to 3 feet deep, but mostly more like 1 foot deep, really calm salt water, which is nice because you know there aren't like big things in there because it dries out every 12 hours or whatever. And but it is the ocean. And the waves and stuff are really close. So a lot of people who especially don't know how to swim, that tends to be pretty popular because it's so calm and shallow, but still ocean water. So that can be pretty cool. The estuaries themselves, don't go swimming in there. Tons of crabs, some crocodiles. Like that would not be great. The crabs are the big thing. So many crabs in the estuaries. And then there's the Caribbean coast, which I have not done, but generally the Caribbean coast has pretty calm water, but it's mostly mangroves. There's not a lot of places to go in there, but if you go to like the Corn Islands, you're going to get amazing Caribbean style beaches that are calm, that are clear water, and there you can totally go in. So you have to do a little bit more seeking to find water for kind of calm swimming, but it is there. There are the lakes as well. Do not swim in Xochitlan. That's gross. No one does that. Like no one ever touches that water. But there is a couple volcanic places where you can go swimming. So Laguna de Apoyo is a volcanic lake up in the mountains. So that's one of the coolest things ever. So definitely recommended that you go swimming there. It's not like the ocean. It's a totally different vibe, but unique, very special. And then there is, and I'll get the name wrong, so I'm going to look it up rather than just saying the name. It's one I'm terrible at remembering the name. It's right against Xochitlan. Xiloa. So you go to the Bosques de Xiloa, which is a little community that goes up against the southeast corner of Laguna de Xiloa. Xiloa, I guess it's the accents on the A. And there you can go scuba diving even in a lake, volcanic lake. So that's pretty cool. And then you can go swimming in Colsa Bolsa, also known as Lago de Nicaragua. A lot of people don't go swimming there. It does have some calm beaches along the western shore, like at La Virgen. There's a boardwalk at San Jorge. You certainly can go in. A lot of the island, Ometepe, has beaches, and you can just go in, and cattle goes in and stuff. Very different vibe as well, and calm, right? It's a lake, so you're not going to get crazy water. And those are pretty much... and then the other place that's popular-ish to go if you want calm lake water that is interesting and definitely really good for swimming because it's clean, relatively shallow, it's still a lake, and very calm, is Lago Apenas up in the mountains. Now it gets pretty cold because it's up above Tega. So definitely cool. And it's got a huge canal, which I've never gone along to actually see. I need to go up sometime. I feel like this has changed. Like I'm looking at a map and I do not remember the satellite images looking quite like this the last time I was there, but maybe it was and I just look at it a little bit over. But there is a really big canal coming out of Apenas, and it goes into the hydroelectric plant at Apenas. So that is a major power generator for the country. That's our mountain lake up there. So there is swimming. There are places, but we're not exactly a swimming country. So don't come and think that it's going to be just like loads and loads of swimming, but we are a beach country. So tons of beach and tons of surf. There's so many sounds. Because of the rain, there's always something going on, making a lot of noise. My dad says, Western New York signing in. Hey, Dad, how you doing? Janet says, hey there, Scott's dad. Janet has a class in a minute. She's going to see if the student shows up. All right. And for those, we talk about this quite often on the live stream. We'll see if this really comes to fruition, but I currently have a July plan to do a road trip to, brace yourselves, Jalapa, which a lot of people have wanted to see Jalapa. It is a highly requested destination on the show. and planning on going up there. I'm actually going to try to convince the people who are doing it to go all the way to La Frontera and see what we can find. At least go to Tia Teca Quinte, but I want to try going all the way and see what happens if we try to go into Honduras. I don't know if there's a border crossing. There's an Aduana. There has to be a border crossing. So I want to see if we can go into... I don't know if he'll go into Honduras. That would be cool, though, to see if we can cross at the wildest place in the middle of nowhere. And is it? No, it's kind of a peninsula into Honduras, because I think there's a mountain ridge that Jalapa is on, if I understand the topography correctly. And so the ridge is all Nicaragua, and where it goes down, it's Honduras, which is not normally what happens. Normally you're in Nicaragua and go up to Honduras. So that would be cool. Luke says, Somoto Canyon, Elton's video of rafting. I don't know if there's a question or a statement. Are you just saying we should watch that one? That would be cool. I'm not really a rafting guy. I can swim. I don't really mind rafting, I guess. But I've never done rafting. I could see that being pretty cool. That's one of the famous big things to do in here in country. Talk amongst yourselves for just a minute. I'm stepping away I'm going to type in here. Stepping away to get a soda. All right, I'm going to go get some caffeine. I'll be right back, guys. Here I am. I hope everybody's still here. You get to see my clean office that Marcela got all cleaned up the other day. Oh. No, we lost some people. I told people not to leave. You're not allowed to leave when I'm getting a drink. It's not fair. Luke says, actually tubing. Okay. Renee is here. Hey, Scott, any idea on time parameters to pick up at Aduana in Matagalpa? So when I did it, it took 3 entire days. I don't know if it's changed. I will do anything to make sure I don't end up at Aduana. But typically, Aduana pickup, you have to get in early in the morning. You have to get into a lottery to get in for the day. The earlier you are, the more likely you are to get in. And then you sit for like the entire day. When I did it, I was there for 3 days. And on the 3rd day, I didn't get to leave until they were shutting down Aduana. That's how long it took. And I think I only made it out at that point because one of the guys who worked there just wheeled me out by accident and let me go. And it was like, okay, I'm done here. He must mean Managua. There's no Aduana in Managua that I know of. There we go. Get that caffeine flowing. Whew. I had some coffee this morning. Not a lot of sleep. Larry is here. Hey, Larry, how's it going? Went to Mike's for lunch today. Saw a new business being built next to Sol de Plata. What is it? I don't know. I haven't been down there. Next to Sol de Plata. Do you mean next to Puesta del Sol? Oh, Larry, as you're driving onto the beach, do you mean immediately before Puesta del Sol? That's the place that burned down a couple weeks ago. Luke says, Managua, Aduana at airport, 7:30 a.m. Yeah, which if you're coming from like Leon or farther afield can be really problematic. It is not a fun process. Not at all. Oh, my daughter's going to be excited. Another show has downloaded for her. Double check to make sure that they downloaded well. Up. Just waiting for the subtitles to... Yes, English subtitles. My kids get a lot of rare anime, so that's a big thing because it's hard to get. Like, it's hard to find stuff, and we've gotten better at it, so getting that ready for her. Yeah, you get directly next to their parking ramp. Yeah, yes, their parking ramp. Yeah, Larry, that's Sandrine's. We've heard it's going to be a little shop. Is the construction... I haven't seen it. I don't know if I've seen it since the fire. So they let it... they built it directly over the transformer, we heard, and the transformer, of course, arced and lit the place because it was a rancho over a transformer. I've heard you're not allowed to do that, just saying. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's okay. But, so it just went up in flames, and the businesses in the area were pretty pissed because it was right next to everyone on the beach and clearly dangerous, right? So people are not too happy about that. I guess they're replacing everything now, but I don't know what the story is. I heard it was going to be like a shop or something. Sure hope they're not expecting people to live in a place that's so fire prone, because it was completely predictable. But I heard it's just going to be a little shop. It's a tiny space. So it's a spot that we had looked at for a long time at maybe putting something there, but it was so small that it was like, and we wanted to get the spot next to it long ago. I had some videos about it, and then we were like, no, we're not going to get that spot because it was so poorly maintained. And then I found out just this week that the person who bought it, I told, it's a terrible deal. The place, the guy's trying to screw everyone over, and the building that's there that they're going to show you is worthless. It has to be raised. Turns out she didn't believe me. She thought I was kidding that the building had to be raised. I thought I had been thorough, and I had told her I had lots of videos. And importantly, like, we tried to buy this, we turned it down. Right? I really tried to preface this. And we're like, the building's worthless because the rebar in the walls is gone, so the structure isn't sound. You can't do anything with it. And everything that's there is ruined. You have to replace it. Literally everything. But I'm like, but the spot's good, and the outside, like, barrier walls are good. So there's a lot of potential if you can knock them down in price. And I think they got a pretty good price. But she didn't believe me, it turns out, that the building would have to be raised. And I have episodes of my show where we said, we're considering buying this place. We know this building has to be raised. Our engineer looked at it, and it can't support weight over time. So I found that episode, and I'm like, I found this episode about your house. And she's like, wait, I thought you were kidding about it being raised. I'm like, what? Oh my gosh. No, that's really important information. Rennie says, is it feasible to find long-term rental within a month? Long-term rental is actually not that hard to find. I understand that a month is still pretty quick. So it's a reasonable question. But it's short-term rental that's really hard to find. Long-term rental is relatively findable. Now, where you want to be will determine that. Like if you're going to see in San Juan del Sur, no brainer, so easy. Managua, so easy. Leon, reasonably easy. Matagalpa, I would say reasonably easy. Someplace like Chinandega, probably quite a bit harder because there's so much less in general, smaller city, and so much less outward facing. So some of those places will be much harder. Small village get really hard. But if you're in one of the main cities that has rentals, a long-term rental with a month, if you know where you want to be, should be fine. Especially if you have some flexibility and don't want something special. Right. If you have a special snowflake need, like, oh, I've got to have 6 bedrooms and a pool and oh no, you need to give yourself a year, right? Like the chances that you're going to find something that meets that description is so unlikely. But if you're talking, you know, a normal, a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom, even a 4-bedroom, you're willing to have 1 bath, 2 baths, maybe 3. You're okay with a small yard or possibly a big yard. You're okay in the city or in a residencia, then you're going to have a really easy time. Luke says, I visited 5 apartments in a month in Matagalpa to find the one I selected. As long as you're doing long-term and don't need furnished, then you're in good shape. Once in a while, you get lucky. Like the place next door to Bryce just went up $250 for, I think he said it was a 3-bedroom in Nagarote, $250 and furnished at that price. It's tempting to get one just to have a place to go in Nagarote, although being directly across the street from Bryce, I don't know. Bryce, if you're watching, we're on to you. He was like, why are you so snarky with me this week? I'm like, I'm snarky because you say things that obviously are meant to be incendiary and are based on not thinking and making dumb assumptions. So it comes off as snarky. Because it's dumb. Big news this week, that reminds me. The thing that had come up is the new speed limit has been changed. The national speed limit, the maximum speed limit, as that means in the country, is now 80 kilometers an hour instead of 100 kilometers an hour. And there was a lot of confusion about this. Places that allow you to drive that fast are unmarked. Markings are for places that make it slower than that. The problem is sometimes it's unclear if you're in an unmarked area or a poorly marked area or an assumed marked area, because there are special rules about other things, right? If you're around houses, if you're in an incorporated zone, it automatically drops to 60 or whatever. You don't need a sign. So there's a lot of places that you can't do 80, even though it seems like you could because there's no placard to the contrary. So some of those things we had to explain, but that was part of the discussion. He was not familiar with what a national speed limit was and how that worked. So he was like, oh, so it makes it that you can drive 80 anywhere. Or like, could you drive 100 anywhere previously? No. In many places, the speed limit is like 30 kilometers an hour. You still have to go the placarded speed. Borchelle is here. Hi, can you find a decent truck to buy in Nicaragua, or do you have to import? So basically, importing is always wrong, right? Importing is for extreme circumstances where you really, really, really want something that you have, and that sensible trucks are not what you're looking for. The real thing is, I don't think there's any way to get a decent truck if you import it. Inside the country, we got trucks galore. You can just go buy one. What is the fee for importing? Assume 100%. Like, it's not supposed to happen. If you become a resident, you get discounts. There's ways that you can make importing a truck happen, but just assume. So the government of Nicaragua has absolutely zero interest in you being able to import a vehicle. They will let you, because there are some people who would their world would end if they couldn't import a vehicle. So Nicaragua makes it possible, but they make it outrageously complicated, slow, and expensive because they want to make sure that nobody does it casually and that nobody thinks it's a good idea. It should feel like, ooh, I really want this vehicle and I'm willing to go through anything to get it, and I have to. That's what it's supposed to feel like. That is their goal. I've yet to meet someone who imported and was like, that was awesome. Jerry did one of the best imports I'm aware of. And I did a video where I read his account of doing it. Plus, he's on the expats group, so if you want a first-hand account. But he's like, he's a long-term resident. He knows his way around. His wife's a citizen. She knows her way around. He speaks Spanish pretty well. She speaks Spanish natively. They have been here for forever. They've got every advantage you could possibly have. They get every tax thing. They know how to navigate everything. They speak the language. It took them a year, so much money, so many wrong directions, so frustrating, and it took a year, and at the end of the year, all they had is a Toyota Tacoma, I think it is, that they brought in. And he's like, yeah, that was a lot of work for a car that then doesn't have parts in country, and every single part has to be brought in, especially because it's a specialty vehicle. So a lot of negatives even once it was in. And basically what he came out to, if I remember the whole thing, is basically it was a break even for him. He didn't save any money bringing it in, but he didn't really lose a lot bringing it in, but he did lose an entire year of effort and took a big risk, right? All that time, something could have happened and it just could have caused big problems. So it's some weird sounds outside. I feel as though no matter how much we tell people it's crazy to even look into importing a car, like the idea is weird. What makes people, having lived all over the world, never once. Now I understand some people are car collectors. That's different. And I've been a car collector, right? Like, there's times I'd be like, oh, I really wish I could bring my 88 RX-7 convertible down. That would be sweet because I've owned it for forever. Yeah, I get that. But from a practical standpoint, never have I been anywhere in the whole world where expats, it even occurred to anybody that you would import a vehicle from where you came from. So out of left field. It's so weird. So what brands of cars can you buy there? What is most common? So your big ones are, I always miss somebody, but Toyota, Nissan, Mazda, and Isuzu from Japan. Those are the big ones from there. And then you've got the Hyundai and Kia, obviously, from Korea. You have Chevy and Ford. You can get Rams here, Chryslers, but I don't know where they sell them. Those may be specialties. Someone is selling Jeep here. Very small dealer, and I know nothing about how it works. And I think that's pretty new. There was a Mercedes dealer. I'm not sure that it's still here. BYD is here now. Great Wall is here. Obviously, that's super popular for new trucks. Geely, Chery, GAC, Jack. The big Indian truck maker is here. I can't think of their name. Starts with an M. Mahindra is here. The other Korean that we never know the name of, the one that's not Hyundai, they're here too. Oh, not that you'd be interested in that. Mostly it's the Europeans that we don't have. But we have all the Chinese. So there's very little demand for European, especially trucks. Like who goes, I want a truck, I want a BMW truck, right? Like no one does. So we actually have a really good truck selection. We may have a better truck selection than the U.S. Because basically everything that's sold in the U.S. from a truck perspective is available here. Plus we're able to get easily all the really good Chinese brands, and that's what a lot of people. I mean, if I was buying a truck, I would get a Great Wall, and we have thought about getting a truck. And obviously, as who Jennifer just said, the Toyota Hilux are awesome, right? They're a slightly cheaper version of the Tacoma. I understand they're not exactly a Tacoma, but they are a market position in the same place as a Tacoma, and everyone swears by the Hilux here. And if you're in a van, then the Hi-Ace. But those are all the Hi-Ace are being replaced by Chinese now across the country, and Hilux are definitely still there, and Land Cruisers, far less popular, but obviously people love Land Cruisers. Mitsubishi's here. I forgot my own car. And Suzuki's here. It's really there's a lot of selection. There really is. I mean, it's not like amazing, but for a small country, it's quite impressive. Now, if you go to Costa Rica or Guatemala nearby, they have so many cars. They've got Renault, they've got, all Peugeot and BMW and Volkswagen and Audi and just all kinds of things. They have absolutely incredible selections, but ours really isn't bad. The thing that's different is that we don't have any big cities. We don't have places where having fancy cars makes sense at all. So yeah, a few people import them because they want to show off that they can have that car, or they really love that car and it's worth spending the money. That car could be any car that they're in love with, right? I've seen like that one guy who's got a Camaro or whatever. We have basically practical vehicles sold in country. And you only want things from the major suppliers, because getting parts for unusual cars can be, I mean, if you're a collector, right, and you just want a BMW M5 and you don't care about the cost or anything like that, no problem. They'll let you do that. Presumably, if you have a BMW M5 and you're the one person who has one, and my neighbor does have one, by the way, then if it breaks down or needs major maintenance, the presumption is that if you're that passionate about it, you'll either have two of them so you can drive the other one while that one's in the shop, or you'll simply use a different vehicle while getting service done, right? You'll rent a car, or you'll have a Toyota or whatever for your everyday driver. Just like I have an old beat-up truck, and every time it stops running, we take the cherry. As Luke said, Nicaragua does not want to be North America's junkyard. Joseph Hernandez is here. What's up, Uncle Scott? Do they have pawn shops in Nicaragua? They must have something like a pawn shop, but it's not the same. I've never seen something that I would say that's a pawn shop. Can you sell precious? If I want to sell precious metals, gold, silver coins, there's no problem trading in metals here, assuming you're not an American. The bigger problem you'll have is getting gold, any kind of coins in or out of the country. Generally, that's restricted. But if you have them here, that's not a problem at all. But Joseph, are you an American? Borschel says, what brands of cars can you buy there? Oh, we covered that, Jennifer. Somehow I skipped around. Steve Voss says, Nicaragua Real Estate by Carlos Advisor. Here's the catch. If they decide not to buy, he keeps 50% of their down payment as a so-called service fee. I've been warned. I've never heard bad things about him, but let's be clear, I've never heard good things about him either. But I do often hear lots of bad things about agents. So people will randomly send me like, this agent has been bad, this agent has been bad. I rarely get I had a good experience with this agent's story. He had been clear that I had not gotten negative reports about him, but on last week's show, someone sent me a watch out for this guy thing. I can't remember what it was, and it's not my personal experience, but I had never had that mentioned before, and now 2 weeks in a row, someone has mentioned warnings about working with him. Of course, our regular warning is, why would you be talking to a real estate agent? Something's wrong, right? Because if he's the seller's agent, you don't have a contract with him. There's nothing he can do. But if he's your buyer's agent, woo, how did you end up with a buyer's agent, right? That requires a lot. Joseph says, yes. Okay, Joseph, as an American, it is a federal crime, and an unbelievably serious one, for an American to have any connection to gold in Nicaragua. Technically, to the best of my knowledge, and do not quote me, to the best of my knowledge, bringing gold from the U.S. to Nicaragua is technically legal, but it is foolish to an extreme degree, because gold cannot be traced. Not really. So if you have that gold, and once you cross the border, there's no way to prove that that is American-sourced gold. At any time, the United States can say, nope, that's Nicaraguan-sourced gold, and then they have the right to seize all of your assets in the United States. They can do anything they want to you, and you'll probably go to jail. They will, you'll have to seek asylum in Nicaragua. You'll lose everything, right? It is a sanctioned thing internationally by the United States government. Of course, Nicaragua doesn't care what you do. They're like, yes, we're a free country. Do what you want. But the United States has heavy sanctions on Americans, and this is one of them. So you have to be, this is one of the reasons why I say, precious metals is not a good way to store resources because there's heavy taxes on moving them abroad in most cases. There are huge risks in physically moving them places. You always risk seizure at borders. You always risk losing them in transit. There's so much to go wrong. But big things like the United States government will not allow you to have anything like that and can use it as a precursor to seizing your bank accounts is a terrifying potentiality, right? So definitely do not even entertain the idea. Even in the U.S., I would never keep precious metals as an asset. But if you're never going to leave the country, then it's not that kind of risk. I just don't think it's a wise idea. But the moment you've ever considered leaving the country, all those precious metals could be a way that stops you from having money that can move. Steve says, this is his Australian partner before they started scamming people. You can see how far they've gone by watching this video. Oh, you can't put links in, Steve. Sorry. If you send it to the WhatsApp group, then I can put it in. Borchell says, is that gold situation the case only with Nicaragua, or it's a general thing you're taking gold out of the States? It's not taking gold out of the States. That is allowed to happen, but there are often fees associated with it. Again, not something I would ever consider doing, but Americans are allowed to move with gold, but there are places where the United States sanctions that, and you just have to be completely aware of all global sanctions related to gold anytime that you have it. So if you own gold, you must be the expert on gold law to be able to use it. It's not like paper currency where you're legally allowed to use it anywhere in the world anytime. Gold, you risk that the borders you cross or the activities you do could be illegal. In this particular instance, the example that I'm giving, it is that you may have no association with Nicaraguan gold. And the problem is that once gold has entered Nicaragua, how do you define it as not being Nicaraguan gold? Sure, if it's struck as a coin and it's an American coin and there's high confidence that it's not counterfeit, probably okay. And if it's only one coin, they're probably not looking for you. But all the U.S. has to do is claim that it's in Nicaragua and they can't prove that it isn't Nicaraguan gold. That's all they have to do, right? They don't have to have more evidence than that. It's a sanction, so they have effectively unlimited power abroad. It's kind of like being in a border zone. Your rights don't apply. This is slightly different. There are rights, but your right to gold isn't one of them. He says, Chef Gert Rausch at Pope Farm, Episode 2. You can buy PM as an American. Can you buy PMS as an American in Nicaragua? What's PMS in this case? Jennifer, can you buy? So whatever the question is, I guarantee is a question about sanctions on you from the United States. There are no limits on what Americans can do in Nicaragua. Nicaragua does not put limits on people. Oh, precious metals. So I cannot fathom why people ask these questions. There's no condition under which you want to own precious metals. Like, you do not, right? Something's wrong. So the idea that you would want precious metals, I guarantee you don't. But is it legal for you to have precious metals that aren't gold in Nicaragua? Yes, you are free resident or tourist in Nicaragua. You may have precious metals. How you're going to use them, trade them, get them across the border, right? Is there a big precious metals market? I don't think so. Obviously, silver and gold are used heavily here because Nicaragua is a producer of silver and gold products using its own materials. So that exists. But they're being used in like jewelry industry. They are not, I don't know. Someone's going to hop in and be like, I know of the precious metals exchange. Okay, cool. Maybe there is. I am not aware of one anywhere. This is, like most small countries, those kind of fringe market things that like the U.S. has, like those things don't exist other places. Those are very much, I do realize that some of those, like China has that, Russia has that, Germany has that, England has that. But those quirky mechanisms for trade where it's like Americans, it's kind of like, hold on, I gotta let the dog out. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah. Hey, está bien. It's okay. Está bien. Okay, it's Marcela and Linda are here. So in the U.S., Mark, if you touch gold that you find in Nicaragua, oh wait, Mark. So I have to ask this every time because I don't want to get people's nationalities wrong, and this is serious. Mark, are you American, or are you something else? But precious metals in a trading perspective is kind of like gambling, and I'm not saying it's like gambling. I'm saying that in a small town in America, if you want to go gamble, you have a couple options, right? Lottery, maybe a small casino, probably bingo and poker games, right? It's pretty straightforward. This is what gambling is. If you go to Vegas, they got way too much gambling. There's so many people gambling. They have weird things like we're gonna gamble on a really esoteric part of a sporting game. Like we're gonna gamble on what color socks the goalie of this obscure small town hockey team in Russia are wearing today, right? Like they'll gamble on bizarre stuff, and so it's just there's a lot of it. So in the United States, there's a ton of trading, right? Literally trading, trading. America is a trading environment. So America as a country, from a trading perspective, is a lot like Vegas as a gambling place. There's just so much of it. So because people want to trade so many things, they've created markets for trading things that most people don't care about or that small markets don't have. And precious metals is one of those outside of gold and silver. Gold and silver, pretty much everyone handles to some degree. But they're always really dangerous things to have because they are so non-liquid. That's a funny pun given that they're metals. But it is for people who work internationally, things like precious metals are one of the first things you never touch, right? That is for people who plan on never leaving their home country, right? They're a you're trapped kind of investment. And that's fine if that's the thing you're planning on doing. But so small markets like Nicaragua don't have precious metals exchanges. They don't have large bond markets. They don't have mortgage broker markets. They don't have debt exchanges. A lot of these things that are very standard in the United States and available in England and France and stuff, because they're huge markets and they share them internationally, you can find some really neat, interesting, fringe trading things. And there's nothing wrong with trading in those things. But they're unnecessary. They'd be super expensive to have in a place like Nicaragua. Where's your source of those things to trade going to come from? Who's going to trade them? The market would be non-liquid, right? If you had, let's say, a platinum exchange in Nicaragua, how many people are buying and selling platinum? You could be the only one. And so while it's perfectly legal, you got no one to sell it to. And if you did sell it to them, what are they going to do? If they can't sell it back to you, they're out of luck, right? So it's just tiny. But for Mark, we had just said this just before you hopped in, gold. It is illegal in America for any American to have anything to do with gold in Nicaragua. There were some questions, like if you bring in your own gold, technically you're okay, but good luck proving it because it's gold. But if you use a metal detector and find gold in Nicaragua, I believe that, be aware, this is something people die over, right? Not legally, but it is a common thing that Americans who are looking for gold end up dead because Nicaraguans consider it stealing from them personally, not like them as society. Like a Nicaraguan that's near you, if you found some gold and went, oh, I found some gold, here you go, man, they'd be fine. But if you're actually trying to find gold in Nicaragua, assume someone whose job is to find gold is going to be extremely angry, right? And you will not be able to sell it because it will not be your property. And if you touch it, right, I understand no one can prove you put your finger on it, right? But if you have anything to do with that gold, the United States can take everything you own. They can take your bank accounts, your house, everything, and put you in jail. They won't get you in Nicaragua but you won't be able to leave. And they can stop you from crossing basically any border and revoke your passport. So touching gold in Nicaragua for an American, fine for Nicaragua, although you can't sell it, as Luke pointed out. You're not allowed to go looking for gold. But you could go into a store in Nicaragua and buy gold, no problem. From a Nicaraguan perspective, Nicaragua is free. Right? The reason you can't go looking for gold is because gold belongs to the people. So if you go looking for the people's money, that's not okay. To them, it's like robbing a bank. And yeah, Terra Dosfa, I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm not sure where the words divide. It says, I'm Nika and didn't know this. Interesting. So Nicaraguans don't know this because it's an American sanction on Americans. It has nothing to do with Nicaraguans. The United States is only able to put this sanction on Americans, and technically it's constitutionally illegal to the best of my knowledge. Americans have the right to own and trade things worldwide. This violates that, but pretty much everything that the U.S. does in relation to Nicaragua is a violation of both U.S. and international law in many cases. So it is what it is. Just because it's illegal doesn't stop anybody, really. But so just be aware that Nicaragua would be very unhappy if you went looking for gold. But if you went looking for cool things in the ground, hold on. I want to find cool things that are in the ground. I want to find jewelry that people, wait. They're trying to find some documentation, and it's not where it's supposed to be because everyone works around the IT department. I don't know what I was saying. But if you go looking for other things, just metal in the ground, not a problem. But looking for gold, absolutely cannot go looking for it. And for Americans, you can't even buy any or anything. But it's purely an American thing, right? It's all about the U.S. So the metal detector is a bad idea. No, there's nothing wrong with having a metal detector, to the best of my knowledge. That should be absolutely fine. Just make sure you're not in any way trying to find gold. And if you do find it, just either ignore it or tell some, right? You see some Nicaraguan and be like, hey, dude, I can't touch it. I can't do anything, but there's some gold right here, right? If that's what you want to do, that should be no problem at all. Seriously, it's a weird situation that you would have to do that, and probably you just ignore it and be like, okay, not my problem. But I think Nicaragua would be... oh my gosh. My wife needs me to call the employee that she's been working with on my live stream. And I don't even have... Leo Fink is here. Hey, Sam. Hey, Leo. How's it going? Mark says, it's one of my hobbies. Yeah, I've seen you talking about it a bit. I think in the tourist areas, like, you're not likely going to find gold on the beach, right? Could you? Absolutely. But are you likely to find it in the sand? That doesn't feel likely. Maybe I'm bad at gold panning, and maybe that is what you would find. Oh, there we go. Done. We have an employee not answering. Dragon Fruit is here watching from Las Vegas. What are the top industries there? Big things here: sugar production, beef production, peanut production, tobacco, coffee, chocolate. Oscar, soy Scott. Todo bien, pero Dominica, lo siento, estoy en mi live stream. Dominica necesita hablar contigo y ella dijo que vos no respondiste. Perfecto. Gracias. Solo ella necesita contraseñas o algo de la playa. Perfecto. Muchas gracias. Adiós. Buenas noches. I don't know why she needed me to call when she's in a place and can call and I can't, but okay. Let's see what I missed. Yeah, sugar for sure is really big. Boy, there's always some other things that I forget are like really major. Obviously, like service industries, like call centers and stuff, huge here. Academia is a big export here. People come from international to study here. That's always been a thing in Nicaragua. Israel has just attacked Iran. Things are going to get very ugly there. Oh, I had not heard. I've been on the bus. Well, fun. Mark says, how is my wife doing? My wife's fine. I assume you're asking about Marcela, though. Oh my gosh, they hit Tehran. Okay. Apparently, I'm reading news headlines now. Trump warns of chance of massive conflict. You think? Thank you. Politicians are so useless. And the news today, right? It's like, in today's news, the sky is blue. Also in news, prisoner cannot walk free. Like, thanks. Like, we don't need news updates on those things. Marcela she had a very hard week. She's here. She's feeling a bit better. I was in Managua helping out with her. She is switching hospitals. We'll explain more when she's on the show because she's just in the other room now. That's who just showed up. She was having a really tough time at Manolo. They're having a hard time controlling her pain medications, really. They don't have a lot of options, and she's allergic to the thing that they need to have her on. So that's been really, really hard. We're hoping that by moving her to Militar, that is going to get a bit better. They have a lot more resources. And we got her out of the house trying to deal with some depression stuff. And so we spent the last couple days at like restaurants and things. And she had a lot of errands and a lot of stuff to do because of the move between hospitals and getting paperwork and new carnets, the cards that they use and such. So that's been going on. All right, we're going to read the news real quickly. This is from Al Jazeera. Explosions have been reported across Iran's capital, Tehran, according to the state-run news agency Nour News. The Israeli Air Force has reportedly conducted a strike in Iran, the Axios news agency reports, citing two unnamed sources with knowledge of the operation. Two unnamed U.S. officials have also told the Reuters news agency that Israel has carried out an attack in Iran. The official said Washington did not assist in the attack and declined to provide further details. The Israeli military is yet to publicly confirm the attack, but in a post on X, the military announced that Israel's civil and public security guidelines have been changed to essential activity as of 3 o'clock local time or midnight GMT. The guidelines include ban on educational activities, gatherings, and workplaces except for essential businesses. More to follow. So yeah, they are preparing for things. Sugar cigars, producers meet. Never question the wives. Personal projects or largest, I get. Personal projects is his name. Or largest, I guess. Iran is going down. Yes, I was talking about Marcela. I wish her the best. Yeah, she's got 2 chemo treatments left to go. This last one was just brutal. But she's coming up on the next one, right? So she had one a week and a half ago. That just has been terrible. But the last couple days have been better. And she's still in incredible pain. But as she gets farther from the chemo, it gets a little bit better, but each chemo gets worse than the one before. So getting through the next 2 is going to be excruciatingly hard. We're hoping that Militar can make that some better. And and then she has to start the radiation. So there's a lot of stuff between here and being done and being healthy and hopefully being healthy. She had a lot of tests this week, and they only know so much, right? And that's one of the reasons that moving to Militar is something that they want to do, because Militar presumably will give a lot better feedback on things. At Manolo, the public health has a tendency, and this is not a great thing, has a tendency to maintain all the information with the hospital. The doctors are like, okay, we know what we're doing, we know what's going on, and they don't give a lot of like, and here's how, they tell you what you need to know, but they don't give you what you need to know to like have a good picture of your health. And she has not studied biology really that much, so like she's not a great person for having the detailed information about her health. So even what is being relayed by the doctors is not always getting through channels of her very well. So she's not always able to tell us what the status is or know which questions she needs to ask. So we're hoping that by being at Militar that will assist in that. I did include the GoFundMe to help her as a link. We are always looking to raise funds to help her through all of this. She is a single mom with 2 kids, of course. Most of you are aware. All my regular people are on. But I did see her kids. Actually, I can... give me a second. I'm going to grab the Nicoloro post. I think it's on there. There's my Nicoloro. I'm looking at it. Let's see if I can scroll through my my pictures. There we go. This is copy link to post. Give me back to the show. There we go. This is her and her 2 kids. These are the kids that she's taking care of. That's them at the Shanghai Bistro on Tuesday night. And you can see she's in a little bit better spirits there. She was in a lot of pain. She's struggling to eat. Everything is very tough. But going out on Tuesday, that's the first she's been out of the house in a week-ish. So that helped. When she's in Managua, she's stuck at her mom's house in the barrio, and there's, it's dirt floors. There's not even a door on the bathroom. I was there. I stayed there last week, and there's a reason. Like it's a lot. It's her mom, her sister, and then her kids and her sister's kids, all in a single place with a bunch of dogs and a bunch of other animals in the barrio, with no privacy. It's like her and her kids. They were able to make some room. Like she and her kids share a single room, and it's just beds and dressers, and there's nothing, and it's all very tough. And all of them share a single bathroom without a door. There is a curtain, but that's it. Like it's hard. It's very hard. And when she's there, she's basically just stuck in the house. Can't go anywhere, can't do anything. She doesn't really have a TV. She doesn't really have anything to do, and it's super depressing. So being in a bunch of pain, and being away from her own house, right? That's here in Leon, but she can't, when there's anything going on, she can't be here. So luckily Linda is one of her best friend's daughters is here with her today, and helping her so that she can travel places. Like a lot of times when she's here, I have to go places with her because she can't really be alone. She could suddenly be weak and not be able to do something. She can become, more importantly, she can become disoriented very quickly, and that's super bad. And so part of the chemo is like her memory's gone, like short term. She'll be like, what was I doing? What was I working on? Where was I supposed to go? And she'll let her phone run down, right? Little things. Most of the time she's pretty good, but there's this risk. And so being out in the city on her own is kind of dangerous, and it's real easy for her to fall, really easy for her to hurt herself. And so having Linda here to help her, who's a teenager and has some free time, really helps quite a lot, hopefully. So that is, yeah, the chemo fog, as Luke says. So hopefully, one of the things that we're constantly trying to do, but we try to get her out. One of the other things is she can't drink anymore because of the chemo, and just the health of the cancer is really hitting her hard. So Nicaraguans have a tendency to drink a lot, and it was her habit to go out many nights a week, go to bars, have beers, have rum, hang out with groups of people. Those are things that she had to give up. Not being able to go out drinking really hits hard when that's part of the lifestyle. And obviously, it's doing a lot to make her healthier by cutting that out. But that social lubricant of being able to go out drinking is a major component in mental health in many cases. And so now we are struggling through dealing with a lot of mental issues around not being able to live her life, not being able to go places, not being able to move forward, not being able to do a ton of things. Sorry, I gotta read something here real quick. So that's part of the challenge, and that's one of the reasons I was in Managua, and one of the reasons that she's here. Now, she does have to be here because she has some appointments here, and that makes it tough too. Her dentist is here, her foot doctor is here, her lab is here, but her chemo and her pain treatments are in Managua, and it's just, there's so much that needs to be done. Is the meat that's in the grocery stores from local farmers? In almost all cases, yeah. I mean, we're one of the largest meat producers per capita around. We produce meat for the United States. We produce it for all of Central America. So grocery stores can be a little bit more, but Nicaraguans don't get meat from grocery stores generally. They get them from carnicerias. So if you're going to the carniceria, yeah, that is definitely going to be local. If you're going to the grocery store, most of the time I would assume it's local. But is buying gold jewelry cheaper in Nicaragua than in the States? I believe no. Or it's very similar, but you're going to get different things, right? Because if it's gold jewelry the same as the States, then it's coming from the same place wherever that is. If it's locally made gold jewelry, which you never see because Nicaraguans don't wear gold because it's expensive, that's just a lot of money to throw away. You really don't see that. I think you'd find that the prices would be pretty much the same. Like gold is gold, right? It's not going to vary in price because the market's a global market. It's not a national market. Mark says, is it easy making friends with Nicas while there? I mean, it depends how long you're here and a lot on you, but yeah, I mean, I said this in a video one time, and I don't know if it's really true, but I feel like my ability to make friends I feel like my ability, most people's ability to make friends. Oh, I guess there's a slight change. Wow, so this just happened apparently. Yes, a couple hours ago. All Nicaraguans have had their visas revoked. The Department of Homeland Security on Thursday, today, told hundreds of thousands of migrants that their permission to live and work in the United States had been revoked and they should leave the country, according to copy obtained by CNN. Termination notice. This is just sent to me from Belgium because a Belgian friend of mine is like, they announced that Belgians would be sent to Guantanamo, and so they're like, we're never going to set foot in the U.S. again. Termination notice was addressed to nationals of Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela who came to the United States through the parole program. More than 500,000 people from those 4 countries. Yeah, we knew that had been rescinded. But okay, so parole was officially terminated today. All work permits are also revoked, as you would expect. Directs parolees to return those permits. Okay. Well, that's a big deal. Where will Marcela get her radiation still in Managua? Yes, to the best of my knowledge, that will still be Manolo. It's actually not Manolo. So Manolo is like the hospital for oncology, but there's a place called a Center for Oncology. Like it's the National Oncology Center, and it's just for those treatments. So I believe that's where it is. It is the northwest corner, literally the building that constitutes the northwest corner of the barrio of Bello Horizonte in Managua. So I can find this because you just go into Bello Horizonte. There's the circle, and you zoom in, and no, that's Atomic Pizza. I'm off by just a little bit. Wait. Okay, where's... Oh, there we go. I went to the middle, not the corner. So you go to the corner, Centro Oncológico, and hopefully I'm going to be in pictures there. This is where I did my photo shoots last week. So that is where that is, in Belo Horizonte. But yeah, so the friends thing, I found that, going out, so as an American in Nicaragua, especially if you get away from like San Juan del Sur, it's so easy to just pop in someplace and like people are interested to talk to you, like you're different, right? Hold on, I need to send this note to a couple of people because this is a big deal. Keep losing my WhatsApp. So going to a bar, going to a restaurant, going to a club and going dancing, any of those kinds of things, it is so easy to just meet people and talk and, buy them a beer, hang out. You're interesting because you're from somewhere else, because there just aren't that many Americans or not that many Canadians or whatever. And people are very friendly here. And so my experience is that meeting people and hanging out and making friends has been extraordinarily easy in general. As long as you're willing to go out, right? It's not a problem. Luke says, but unlike in the States, when you are the one no longer drinking and everyone expects you to be the designated driver, I wouldn't expect the same isolation from the circle of friends here. When you are the one no longer... Oh, right. Just because you're not drinking, you're not expected to be everyone's driver. That is true. We never really experienced that. I do end up as everyone's driver when I'm not drinking, but I probably put myself in that position. Andrew says, hello, Scott. I am glad I was able to tune in a little. Is it true that Spirit Airlines is actually not going to completely out of business? Spirit was never going out of business. That was never a thing. Are you still trying to fly through Spirit? Yes, I flew Spirit just 2-3 weeks ago. But yeah, Spirit never was going out of business. I don't know where that came from. Vince is here. Hey, Scott. Hey, Vince. Good to see you. We're getting some people on. We're getting up and running here. Joe Hudson, Scott, we love your Thursdays live. Can you give us some context to the availability of construction-related materials, availability, cost comparison to the U.S.? Most construction materials, you're going to have some things that are just different because we have a different climate, right? So some things are going to be different, predominantly roofing materials. The U.S. Is very big on things like, oh my gosh, yeah, we all know what you use on the roof in the U.S. I'm completely drawing a blank. Someone will tell me. Shingles. Shingles are popular in the U.S., or used to be, specifically. And down here, we don't use shingles, right? We have a tendency to have heavy rain and high winds. The U.S. has a tendency to worry about hail and things. We have different things to worry about, right? And different temperatures. The continuous high temperatures here make things like shingles, anything that's got tar, doesn't hold up because it's liquid all the time. Whereas in the U.S., it tends to be liquid just tiny bits of time. So like those things change. Here we have a lot more tile, stuff like that. It says, So our construction techniques tend to be different, but that's a practical thing. From an availability perspective, when we've done pricing comparisons, they're pretty close. Construction materials are not the kind of thing where you get really big. Hold on, I'm gonna. Oop. Why is this? I do not understand. I have so many people in the U.S. on parole. Might get some information directly from parolees in the U.S. Okay. So in general, so the global market for construction materials is pretty much the global market. It's kind of like gold. If wood gets really cheap somewhere, if concrete gets really cheap somewhere, if metal gets really cheap somewhere, it gets shipped somewhere else. If there's any real disparity, and so we basically have similar pricing on things that each market wants to have, where they are. There's some things like wood in the U.S. is a little bit cheaper because it's originating there. That's not actually true in many cases, but if it is, it's got to be cheaper. We don't tend to originate wood here, but we do originate concrete. So our concrete is going to be about the same as in the U.S. If it's being made completely here, you're going to save a few dollars, right? Because the labor is a little bit cheaper. The shipping is a little bit less. So you'll have these minor points, but the overall price can only be so much cheaper, because if concrete, let's say concrete was half the price here, then they wouldn't sell it here. They would just put it on a ship and send it to the U.S. because you need concrete. So they would do that to make the money instead. So the market is going to even out relatively quickly in that way. So now my friend who's on parole that I said was not told this at the moment. So do these parolees work for you? No, I cannot hire parolees. What's the story on your jailed folks? Jailed folks? Parolee is a reference to Nicaraguans who work in the United States. The United States considers being a legal immigrant to be a parole. I think it's really weird, and really highlights how they try to frame the legal process as feeling illegal. Metal framing, concrete cinder. Janet says, Ramona and I don't drink when we go out. We order a good dinner and talk to people. Andrew says, this is an example of where my question was coming from. He hasn't done it yet. How much would you pay for a lobster? Okay, so the first thing, we say this literally every week. I can't believe what an odd topic to come up constantly. So I've never bought a lobster. I need to get someone from the restaurant because my restaurant serves lobster. So what we pay for a lobster, I don't know. But to be clear, it's crawfish. It's always crawfish. Unless you're in Maine or getting it from Maine or Prince Edward Island or New Brunswick, it isn't a lobster. There's only that one little tiny spot that produces lobster with any regularity. Everywhere else is crawfish and wish it was lobster, so they call it that. And for some reason, everywhere allows you to. Now, technically, here in Nicaragua, when you put it in Spanish, it's crawfish, langosta. But when people translate it into English, they put lobster because, to the best of my knowledge, one is that I'm not sure Spanish has a word for lobster, because langosta is also what Google claims is the word for lobster. And then they claim that crawfish is cangrejo de rio. We go over this a lot, but langosta is always used for crawfish and never for lobster. I have never heard of a situation where langosta is used to refer to lobster in a real world scenario. It might be like they have langosta in Maine, like as a phrase. I langosta in Maine. But every menu, every food item ever is always called langosta in every country, and never cangrejo de rio, but it's always cangrejo de rio, always. And that's North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Texas, Mexico, all of Latin America, most of Europe, everywhere. It's calling crayfish lobsters. So all that said, I was at the factory steak and lobster. Now, this is an extremely high-end restaurant. Getting a big crawfish lobster was like 1,500 Cordoba, so that's like $40 maybe. But that's a very high-end restaurant. Yeah, Tiffany says, top questions. Can I bring my car? Where can I get lobster? And can we have drones? She is completely correct. Those are the things. And the can we have drones, I understand that like everyone wants a drone, like everybody wants a drone. And it's the one place where you can't have it. The other two blow my mind. It would never occur to me that people would be interested in lobster. And oh, the spiders are on me. For some reason, when I sit at my desk, these spiders love to crawl on my head. And it's just constant. And they're fine. They don't bite or anything. And I don't kill them. I'm like, hey, get, right? They're like jumping spiders. They're little tiny things. Like, they're cool. But they're constantly on my head, and it drives me nuts. So I think, so at 1,500, I'm sure if you were to go to a really cost-effective place that is probably like 800 to 900, but going to a nice restaurant, 1,500 is definitely something you would hit. Luke says, in Florida, we have coin-operated claw machines to dunk for live lobsters. That's creepy. Andrew is still typing his example, I think. Oh, Andrew, did you provide a link? Links don't come up. You got to tell us what it was. But yeah, but so I had lobster bisque yesterday, which was excellent. Let me see if I have the pictures of that. Oh, it's right here. There it is. There it is. This was, and again, yes, I know it's crawfish bisque. This was the food from the factory yesterday, and it was very good. I was very happy with that. I plan on taking my kids, and it had, yes, it is a real bisque with cognac and cream and big chunks of lobster in there. Like, I mean, we're talking honking bits of lobster. I actually wish they would have cut it into smaller pieces. I was pretty impressed, and I feel like that was around 600. But that's with, they were bringing us bread, real herbal butter, and quite a lot of bisque. I was very happy with the whole thing. I am trying to find the news. There we go. How much of farm-raised fish are in restaurants versus wild-caught, also at markets? Well, salmon is mostly coming from North America, so you get what you get. However, all the ones I know are wild that I've encountered. We don't have farm-raised fish here that I know of, so it could be as high as 100% wild. I don't know that they label it here, but we don't have any other source of fish, really. We don't really import fish, so it's a little bit different. Here we go. Andrew says, on February 20th, 2025, Spirit Airlines received court approval to emerge from Chapter 11 bankruptcy. It will continue to operate business as usual. Flights won't be interrupted. So Chapter 11 is not shutting down. That does not imply going out of business. So I assume that's... a lot of people think that Chapter 11, that bankruptcy means a company's going out of business. That's not what it's doing. Bankruptcy is not a shutting down. Now, bankruptcy protection is to keep from going into bankruptcy, right? That's one step before. That's like Chapter 8 or whatever. So Chapter 11, I'm going to read this. So we have Chapter 11 is a type of bankruptcy that reorganizes a struggling company's debts to allow it to stay open and become solvent. A court-appointed trustee oversees the reorganization. Although individuals can file Chapter 11, it's commonly filed by businesses. So the purpose of Chapter 11, the reason it would exist is because the company, a trustee, and the court all agree that it shouldn't go out of business and that that is not the intention. So if you see someone file Chapter 11, it's telling you that going out of business is off the table at that time. Of course, any business can continue to fail and may go out of business. But Chapter 11 is specifically for the function of not going out of business. Oh, I thought I heard a dog. Look, the dog's here. I don't know what's going on. They restructured Alive as well as a company. Yeah, we just flew Spirit. Everything was great. Larry says crawfish is freshwater and no more than 3 inches long. Actually, so Larry, crawfish in the general sense is both fresh and saltwater, and can be any size. The crawfish family has all those. In the U.S., there's specifically small ones that they tend to call that, and then they have other names for the big ones. So, but they're all crawfish. So like spiny lobster is the marketing term for large saltwater crawfish, but they're still crawfish and not lobsters. We've done a lot of research on this. Let me tell you, I never thought I would know so much about crawfish, scampi, lobsters. And it's not just on this show. Like, my kids are really interested in this, so we did a ton of research this week, understanding different terms for different types of mollusks and crustaceans in... yes, Mark, but it's not. That's the thing. It's officially, according to Google, Cangrejo de Rio, but it's, and that's what I was saying earlier, it is 100% of the time, langosta is what's used for crawfish on every menu. But likewise, in Florida, lobster is used to mean crawfish all the time. Like, it's to the point where people in most of the southern U.S. think crawfish is lobster. They actually don't know the difference. And people will say, but it's spiny lobster. Or they'll say it's, what's the other one? Another something, lobster. And those are all terms for crayfish. So it's crayfish with no other name, we assume, in most of the U.S. is the little ones. But the crayfish as a thing is a big one. Joe Hudson says, what are the practical challenges and solutions for running a technology business while living abroad in Nicaragua? I don't think there's any challenge being in Nicaragua. That part of it is actually, at best, a red herring. Running a technology business, if you are already 100% remote, or even if you live in the same town, right? Let's say you live in Omaha and your technology business is in Omaha, but you never leave your home office. Then moving to Nicaragua, you will literally not even notice. So that's the challenge is becoming, if you do live in Omaha and you have customers in Omaha, there's a really high chance that you're going to go around and physically see them, right? Whether it's having coffee with them or taking them to dinner or whatever, you're very likely to have a physical presence. And if you move away, then that likely goes away. If you if you had a technology company in New York and service customers in California, then you're automatically cut off to such a degree that you'll never notice. And so it really comes down to how your business operates. My company was 100% remote from day one in the 90s. And so we were able to move internationally without anyone noticing ever. Like, it just didn't affect anything. Dragonfruit says, I really enjoy your videos. I've been thinking about moving to Central America after watching your very informative videos. I'm very interested in Nicaragua now. Awesome. Well, we hope you come down and explore. My daughter Liesl is here. Is she here to be on the show? No. She says, yes, she's going to be on the show. This is so exciting. No. She's been looking forward to this for so long. Oh, she's just giving food to the dogs. Everybody wants to see you on the show. Not tonight. Someday we'll get her on.
Using your orange mic?
I am using the orange mic cover, yes. I need to find the crustacean map. That's the thing that people need to see. I need to have like a guide to crustaceans ready to go at any given moment. That doesn't help. Oh. There we go. Yeah, so spiny lobsters, also known as langustas, like we do this every week. Langustas, langousta, or rock lobster are also known in certain markets as crayfish, sea crayfish, or crawfish, or creef in South America and South Africa. Some places only call freshwater crayfish crayfish, but it's important to note that they only call freshwater crayfish crayfish. They have to be called freshwater crayfish because there are saltwater crayfish. There's also slipper lobsters. Those are disgusting. All right. Oh, there we go. All right. What did your company do, Scott? If you can talk, what did your company do? So my company, we started as an IT, a true IT firm, not what most people call IT firms. So most IT firms sell IT products, and sometimes have some expertise with them, but they don't do IT. They do bench work associated with products that they sell. We're an IT firm, so we actually provide IT services, which precludes being able to sell anything. Once you sell something, you can't be IT. Just, it's a conflict of interest, right? And to be an IT, part of your thing is overseeing conflict of interest. So you can't be doing IT and be doing that thing. Like, they become impossible, right? You can't do the one job. It's like being on the defense in a football game and then being on the offense at the same time. Well, no, the act of being in one makes you not the other, right? These are the opposing sides. So we provide real IT. So companies can come to us and outsource an entire IT department, which is pretty unique. And we've talked to a lot of companies, and they're like, yeah, we've never found anybody who can actually outsource the entire IT stack. That's unique. And we're both what we call vertically and horizontally complete. So you could be a small company with very, my dad is signing off for the night. Bye, Dad. Have a good night. You could be a small company and come to us and be like, we're just a 5-person company, but we need someone to oversee everything. And we have a bunch of different needs because we're a company, right? But one person, doesn't need anywhere near one person. We need 1 hour a week, right? So that is, that's something that we can handle. But we also have the Fortune 10 come to us, or governments come to us and are like, we have huge functions that we can't do, or we can't do as well, or we can't do as cost effectively, and we need you to do something. So in some cases, we're an entire IT department. We represent everything from the guy that picks up the phone and goes, hey, can I help you? To the person who sits on the board and says, this is the direction that the company needs to go, right, strategically, and every possible thing. And we do all of the technology under that. We don't do a specific, we're not like, well, we know Windows, so that's what we do. No, we adapt to whatever the customer needs, which is what an IT department must do to be an IT department, right? IT must service the business does not service IT. So we do that, which is pretty unique and a really cool thing to get to do. That led us into a lot of customers, an unreasonable number of customers, basically saying they say, well, you guys are smart. You need to develop software for us. We really try to stay out of the game of developing software. So we're not one of those companies you call up to make software, but we are a software house. We make our own software. And so that's a pretty cool thing. And we started making, so we invented, we were the first to implement cloud for human medical, and through our customers, we were the first to put cloud on Wall Street for SEC trading. So we're early cloud. Like, we developed cloud for human medical in 1999. We've never found anyone to come within years of where we were. And our initial cloud product that we developed in 1999 is still in production today. We're not just the first, we're the longest lived, and knock on wood, that will be the longest ever. So that's a very cool set of things. So we work across a lot of industries, a lot of different areas, doing a lot of different things, mostly in technology. And then we also have hospitality. So we have hotels and restaurants and that kind of stuff. We have a marketing division. We do website design. We have our own telephone company. So we're really broad, right? It's, but in almost all cases, with the exception of hospitality, it's all things to service our business customers. And so it almost all builds from customers would come to us and be like, oh, we need this thing. Oh, we need that thing. And we'd be like, okay, that's not exactly what we do, but who else is going to do that? And everyone does a terrible job, and we just know how to do it because of the stuff we do. Okay, we'll do that too. And so we ended up doing more and more things. And so it's, I think it's a pretty cool company. And our staff is Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, Bolivia, and Argentina, and Portugal currently. Tiffany says she needs to get back to Supernatural. No, she's not allowed to watch it without me. Actually, she's sick of watching Supernatural because what she wants to do is play Deltarune all day. Steve Voss says, why don't lobsters hang out with crayfish? Because every time they do, the crayfish say, look at Mr. Fancy Pants over here walking sideways like he owns the ocean. Isn't that why they don't hang out with crabs? Roger Funk says, we had 3 medium-sized crawfish and 2 sides at a hut in the estuary for $8, so we have a low-end comparison. Oh, very nice. 3 medium-sized crawfish and 2 sides. Is that in the Ponaloya huts by the estuary? $8, so about 300 cord for that is pretty cheap for that. Joe Hudson says, what emerging challenges and opportunities do you believe will have the most significant impact on life in Nicaragua in the next 5 years? Well, in the next 5 years, the big thing that's going on is that the announcement is Mexico plans on bringing rail to Nicaragua. So let's talk about that in a minute, because that is the title of today's episode, so we should definitely talk about it. But I want to hit these other things first. Edwin, yeah, I did see Edwin. Edwin says, hey, Scott, did you see that Air India had a 787 crash earlier today? Stalled right after takeoff. I did see that. I have not heard how bad it is, but the assumption is that it must be pretty bad. Mark reminds everyone to hit a thumbs up on the live stream, please. That helps a lot. Diego says, wow, that's amazing. I know you're in tech, but not so deep. I was having this discussion with Mark this morning. I'm the most published person in the industry, and I am the spiritual leader of the developing best practices and such within IT. So I come from a software engineering background in around 1980. Well, 1985 is when my father started teaching me software engineering. So I've been passionate about it since I was very little. My father and I were planning on starting our own consulting firm when I was 16. So I had kind of a foundation of life plan. Like that was my dog. Like this is the way I'm going and what I'm doing. And I've always done software engineering all through my younger years. I got my first start in the industry at 13. And like I've had people be like, building your own computer at home doesn't count. I'm like, you thought that's what count? Like, what world do you live in? Like, I was working for the Fortune 20 building databases. I don't mean setting up databases. I mean coding the actual databases when I was 13. By 18, I was working at a university. I had jobs in both software engineering and IT and factory control integration. I had 3 separate jobs when I was 18. I was already teaching at 18. So yeah, when I started at 13, I real started at 13. And so I come from this software engineering background. When I moved into IT at 18, I had this like detailed understanding of software within reason going into it. So I approached IT, one, from a time period where it was very different than it is now, time period where everything was unique. You had to know how everything worked. There was no way to call in a vendor. There was no one to help you. You had to know what to do. If you didn't understand how every single thing worked, you were dead in the water. And that's how I got my start, and I did many years like that. And I'm very passionate about the industry, right? So I got very involved in the social media stuff early on. Yeah, actually, Diego, I did what would have been the proof of concept for Microsoft Access, which is not the most amazing database. The database was definitely super simple, but again, like cloud for medical, I built something akin to Access, so a GUI-driven interface to my own database. So I built the database engine. Again, not a super impressive engine, but it worked. And I built the GUI interface, the thing that people would know of as Access. I did not work for Microsoft. I was at much bigger fish back then. Microsoft was a small player back when this happened. Did that. And as far as I know, it is the first. And I was at a Fortune 20 doing that. And the software engineering consultants for that firm, the reason that I got the reason that I got that job is because they were told, no, it can't be done. And I got brought in because my father worked there and was like, my 13-year-old can do that. And they're like, what? And he's like, yeah, for real. And they're like, he's hired. Like that was the start to my career. And then when I did it, the consulting firm was fired. This is kind of like one of my foundational moments, as it would be, right? This company with all these experts with their university degrees and everything were like, that can't be done. And they actually called my father a liar when he was like, bullshit, my son can do that. And they called him a liar, and the company he was at is like, you do not call our engineers a liar. Like, they were angry. But they were like, that was a far-fetched claim. But my dad's like, no, I'm serious. That was not, that was not an exaggeration. We'll bring him in. And they did. And I did. And they ended up offering me, so that was in New York, at headquarters. And so my father's not even here to hear me talking about him. But so my father was the top operations researcher really in the world, but he worked for this company. It was based in New York, obviously, where we lived. And other parts of the company, because they were global, had a heavy concern that the New York headquarters had this deep operational knowledge. And they wanted the ability to compete. They wanted to be able to see things ahead of time. They wanted to know where the company was going and a bunch of stuff. And so at 17, the president of the Canadian division, I was in a meeting with him randomly. Like I was just an observer. I was not supposed to be there. And he came and talked to me in Toronto and offered me a full ride to college and was like, we want to move you to Toronto, send you to school, and we want you to do your father's job here. And I actually turned it down, but that was those couple of events during those years with a giant company really did a ton of helping me understand how little the common paths that people take in life are important and how much flexibility you have. Like, go do what you want, figure out how to do that thing, and around the same time as that offer, which obviously they didn't want to move me for another year until I was 18. But they wanted to get the offer on the table and make my life plans at that point. Around the same time, I was talking to my mom, and I saw the newspaper, because that's how old I am. There were newspapers. And the newspaper came out, and there was an opening for a photographer, for a photojournalist. And I was just, shooting the shit with my mom, and I'm like, oh, man, that would be such a cool job. I would love to do that. And I was really into photography even then. And I had done photojournalism competition with Eastman Kodak when I was relatively young, like in the same kind of years. So I wasn't exactly a stranger to photojournalism, and I certainly knew photography. I had good cameras. I had taken classes with professionals like National Geographic photographers and stuff. So I had taken some pretty serious classes, but they were all non-collegiate. They were actually above collegiate, but at the time I didn't really think of it that way. It wasn't university, right? And in reality, it was postgraduate type classes from the world's experts. And I did all my own darkroom work and everything. So my mother looked at me and was like, are you an idiot? Like that. This was kind of her approach to this. She was really like, how do you think you're not able to get this job? And I'm like, well, I don't have any degree. in photography. I've never taken any formal training. And she's like, well, first of all, that's not true. But second of all, she's like, you think that matters? She's like, these people are professionals. So, and that was a big deal, right? They're not teachers. They're not here to prop up some university. They're here to get the job done, make a portfolio, and walk in there. And I'm like, what? You can just do that? And she's like, of course you can. And I'm like, this sounds like ludicrous to me, but we'll give it a try. So the lovely Marcelita is here. I'm just making some space for her to get the chair through. So I, luckily having access to my own darkroom, not my own, but I had access to a private darkroom. Oh, un momento, un moment. Oh. Okay. That works. Es súper limpia aquí. Pronto. Sí. Gracias. And so I made this big portfolio of mostly sports work because that's what I was interested in. But I did some other things. And I just took it to the newspaper. And they were like, wow, you're hired. Like, that was it. And I'm like, wow, that was not what I was expecting at all. Like, the whole thing just completely threw me off and was so, you know, school teaches you that you have to do. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, not bad. School teaches you like all this, like you have to have a degree, you have to take a class, you have to have this accreditation, you have to like it's a lot, right? And they give you this impression that that's all necessary and even beneficial. And my mother was such a realist, and now, you know, looking back, I'm like, yeah, my mother was autistic and very neurodivergent for sure. My father was like brilliant but neurotypical for the most part, and my mother was very divergent. And so she would just be like, nope, that's not how the world works. Don't do that. You know, do what's, you know, use your brain, use common sense, think this through. I'm like, okay, I'll just give this a try. And it was such a cool job being a photojournalist for the paper in New York. I only did it for a couple of years, but it was really cool and a great learning experience. And then not something I wanted to do for the rest of my life. Never thought it was, right? But as because I only worked for the local paper. I never went on to like switch to a different city or follow the career anywhere. And I was always the secondary. The primary photojournalist had stayed there. It was one of the other positions that opened up. But when I started, they were like, well, you know, you're new and you're young, so we're just going to put you on this simple stuff. And it was really depressing for a while. And then I got better and figured out what they wanted, which took time for sure. I was super confused. And I eventually ended up getting to do just covers and sports. So I did like the full like front page of the newspaper. The whole thing would be mine. And that was really cool. Once I had figured out what it was that they were looking for, like really understanding human experience pieces, I was able to leap forward, and I went from having little tiny pictures here and there in the paper that were, you know, didn't pay well and wasn't super fun. And then I thought I was going to give up. I've told this story a lot. I went to an Easter egg hunt and was told to film like 5-year-olds at an Easter egg hunt. And I'm like, this is it. Like, this is the dumbest thing to be doing. Nobody cares. This is where they send you when you're fired, right? And I went and did this Easter egg hunt, and I kind of approached it differently. And when the newspaper came, the entire front of the paper was in color, which was not normal, and just the Easter egg hunt. No article, my photo, whole paper. And one, that pays really well because you get paid by the column inch. So that was like months of work in a single photo. And it was color. I didn't even know they'd give me color film because they load the cameras for you. Like, it's weird. And so it was this like, holy cow, like, what it completely changed everything. And from then on, they were like, you got this. And then all I did was covers or go cover sporting events, which are challenging, right? Like, sports moves fast. But my portfolio was all sports stuff. So it was a great experience. Really, really appreciate that as one of my life experiences. Luke says, Mexico News Daily proposed map of rail shows one route going past the new airport site. Oh, I didn't even pay attention to that. Interesting. Very cool. Yeah, the Mexico. Okay, so I'm gonna get to the rest of this and then get back to the rail because the rail thing is big. Tiffany says just one person walked away from the Indian flight. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. There's so many people on that flight. It was like 260 people on the flight. My gosh. Tiffany dijo, hey fighter, es vos. Eres fuerte. ¿Cómo se dice? Don't give up. Es mantener la fe. Tenés esta, Marcelita. I'm not sure where it is. Aquí.
Yeah.
Diego says, and the Wall Street stuff, man, you inspire me. I'm just starting my tech career. I code since I was 14, not building databases though, and I hope I would be able to do half the things you did. I got really lucky, Diego. You know, one of I grew up at exactly the right time, I think, and now, of course, someone at a different age will be like, no, my age was better. Like, I get it. But I feel like the age that I was with the industry, both software engineering and IT, coming into its maturity was so perfect that when I was little, like, 5, there was enough of computers that it was like interesting and you could be like, I want to do that someday. Those are magic. But also I watched computers evolve and computer languages evolve with me. Because the first personal computer came out the same year I was born. So I'm the age of home computers, right? And so the entire history of personal computers, of computers in the home, of video games, of personal productivity, of communications in a digital age, all of that is exactly the same age as me. And so those first couple of years, of course, I wasn't observing it, not really, but it was also terrible, right? Like, so 1976, how good was computing in 1976? It was awful. You didn't need to pay attention to it because it was so garbage. But by 1979, 1980, it was starting to be like, okay, we've got a few programs now. We're starting to move past tape. Like, it's starting to get to be something. And there was a magic to that age where it was like people understood what computers were going to do and how they were going to do it. But we also knew it wasn't done yet. So everything was kind of this dream and this hope. And the community around computers was small, but global. And so you had Compute Magazine and Byte Magazine and Commodore Magazine. You'd get these magazines. And they would talk about the latest application coming out that month. They talk about the latest hardware coming out that month. And things move slow, right? You'd be like, wow, this year, this new computer's coming out. And there's a picture of it in an ad. And here's someone writing about it. And you'd have these magazines. You'd pour through these magazines to figure out all the latest stuff going on. And there was no internet. At least you couldn't access it. So everything you did was so isolated and slow. But every year, the industry moved forward so much. And not in like we invented something new, just in we knew this would come, but it took time for us to build it, right? Like we knew we were going to have color, but it took a while for us to get enough RAM to put color in the computer. Okay. And we knew that someday we'd have detached keyboards, but it took us a while before we had enough money to bother making the separate parts. And we knew we were going to standardize in this thing. We knew that internal hard drives would come someday. We knew that RAM would get bigger, all this stuff. And it's like, wow, we projected out a century. And with accuracy, you wouldn't believe. But it was so much like it's just nascent. And so I learned everything in both software engineering and IT as it happened, essentially. Whereas someone who's older than me had a period of time without this technology, and then it was like this new thing coming along. And people who are younger than me were stuck with, okay, this stuff already exists, and you need to learn it. But I got to learn it as it happened, and that gives an insight to where you're like, okay, so for example, why was Visual Basic important? Well, you have to understand, before Visual Basic, you had to hand code every single aspect of your GUI. But when Visual Basic, and yes, Delphi came along about the same time, like within a year, right? They both said, this is a really annoying and unnecessary part of the process that doesn't need to be hand coded. We could do this. We could create a graphical interface to make graphical interfaces. And it's like, oh, these are completely standard recurring things, but the computer can figure out the placement of the stuff so much better than a human can. What a brilliant thing. Now we have to learn this other coding, but that was new. And I got to learn that as it happened. But if you come along later, even just a little bit later, students would skip all the learning steps and be like, you don't need to learn the fundamentals that get you here. We're already here. We can get you going faster. And it's like, well, sort of. It lets you get up and running faster, but you don't understand the basics. Now it's all confusing. Why did we do this? Why don't we do something else? Well, it didn't exist before. This is the first. Having that history as it happens is so valuable. And I understand that, like, if you're going to start today, you can compress that. But there was certainly a magic to living that growth. That as I learned things, there were more to learn as I learned them. Like, it actually happened in tandem in the most amazingly fulfilling way. And I have these incredible memories. And you know, some of this shows the autism, right? But, oh, that's enough. She's done. She's out of here.
Voy a regresar, tengo comida.
Oh, ¿qué tipo? Está bien.
China.
Oh, okay. Y hay pasta en la refrigerador también.
Ah.
Mucho.
Okay.
es baked ziti, es pasta con horno,
Ajá.
con queso.
Ah, okay. Voy a regresar.
Sí. She just has a food delivery coming in, that's all. Partially it's because I'm autistic, partially because I just have this nostalgia, partially because I started, I knew at 9 years old this is what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted to make software and not video games when I was 9. Some people around my age were like, oh, video games inspired me. I liked video games. I still like video games a lot. But they don't inspire me the way that business software does. And I know that throws a lot of people off. So my first business software was making databases for business. By the time I was a couple years after that, I was teaching software development for business. When I studied software development, it was all in this business context. And by the late 90s, I was building and designing software for business. I never go out and make video games. Can I? Yeah. But it was magic. And so I remember in the mid-90s, when Andy, my business partner, and I were getting into IT, like really switching into a different type of IT, not working for someone, but being consultants, we were like, we need to take this to another level. And so we were like, we're building home labs. And growing up, a home lab was you had a computer, you'd sit at it and type. Like, that was it. But by the mid-90s, a home lab was, now we're going to build networks. So we need multiple computers, and we need networking gear, and we need cabling. And we had an apartment together and another roommate. And so we had a 3-story in New York apartment, believe it or not. Even when I was young, like it was nothing fancy, absolutely not. But it was surprisingly fancy for my friends group, and it was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, I think. And our main floor, we had a really comfortable living room. And partially it's like that age. It's like watching Friends. Like, there's something about being in your early 20s, like late teens, early 20s is a magical age, right? No matter what you're doing. But for me, that was an age where I was becoming an IT professional. Like I am now, not like I was before. Like software engineer I did earlier. I was making this switch. And my company was up and running, right? I had gone through the ringer as a consultant and started my own firm by 22. So this is all my stuff is shifted earlier. For the way that I went through those ages. So at like 19, 20, 21, we were building these labs and doing this research. So you would study concepts and products. And one of the things we did was every single product we studied, we would get a hold of it, put it in our own lab, and build this stuff. And so when we would go and work jobs, we'd be up against people and they'd be like, oh, this guy's been doing this for 20 years. We're like, no, he hasn't. And they'd be like, what experience do you have with it? Well, when I do this at home, like, well, you do this at home. That conversation was always wild. Like all these things that you guys touched for 30 minutes in a company one time, I have in my house running every day. And we did cool stuff. Like we would build cool projects and use them, right? We had databases and proxy servers and cache servers. And this is back when this stuff didn't exist. Like nobody knew what this stuff was. We ran it at home. We were on dial-up, but we had big cache servers with hard drives. And we were doing massive caching with an internal network and just, it was cool. And we were in a 3-story building. So we had our data center right in the basement and cables going through the building. No one else had that. No one else even had internet. I didn't know anyone who had internet at that time. And we were already past dial-up and doing all this really cool stuff. And multiple computers and networking between them and file servers and database servers and just all this stuff on a network. It was magic. It's so rose-colored glasses, I'm sure. But looking back on those years, it was such an amazing time in our lives, of course, because of the age we were, but to have been moving through the industry in that way as those things were happening, getting to it was truly amazing. I really do appreciate the age and opportunities that I had. Doing it today, I feel like I'd be so much more bored or struggle more. I don't know. Luke says she's gone, but she read this. You look like you have more energy than last week. Marcela said, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your messages and for taking care of my health. Mark says, how are the margaritas there? They're pretty good. Margaritas are a major thing here. I don't know that they're like our specialty. You don't see them that often. I mean, I saw quite a few this past weekend, but you can go weeks without seeing someone with a margarita. And then you'll find some group of women who are like, margarita night. And then, it's like anywhere. But I don't see tons of them, really. Relatively less common because they're not a rum drink. Rum is way more popular here, just in general. A lot of Nicaraguans are like, why would I drink anything but rum? Marcelita says, my arm is much better, but there's always pain. Scott came to Managua, and my family, friends, and children have helped me a lot. I need to be strong for my next chemo this Monday, the 16th. Diego says, the tech industry is in a rough spot right now. I got lucky I was able to get a good job. More than half of my class have no job a year later. Many of them cannot even get interviews. That is tough. However, I would say, well, Diego, where are you? That's the first question. I know here in Nicaragua, there's more IT people. No, there's more jobs than IT people, and hiring IT here can be really challenging. People just aren't interested. They're like, nah. Like, I've got something. I don't need anything. Oscar Patino is here. Hello. Luke says, and halt and catch fire to the view list based on Silicon... It says Silicon Prairie. Oh, the Silicon Prairie. Yes. Janet says, hi, Marcela. I just got back from my class. I've been thinking of how you are doing all the time. I hope going to Militar makes this next treatment go better for you. I'll read some of those again when she pops back in. I'm going to adjust the camera just slightly as well. I'm kind of way off to the side. See if I can... Is that better? That more centered? A little bit more centered there. And then I had kind of scooted over to try to make it... Let's see this way. Okay. Diego says, I'm in Managua. Oh. So your class did software engineering or IT? Because they're very different. We find that IT is almost impossible to hire here. No one teaches IT that we know of. But software engineering, they do. But it's a major challenge here that there's so little... IT. But I can tell you, as a company that hires in Nicaragua, holy cow, is it hard to find people. We've had people on the show, and we'll be like, oh, you're out of work in IT, or you're looking at getting into IT or whatever. You should send in a resume. They'll be like, nah, I don't feel like it. And you're like, what? Like, we're really famous, and we hire in Nicaragua, and we have a long track record here. We've been here for 9 years as a company. Cool. Software engineering. All right, nice. Yeah, we have software engineering in both Managua and Leon. Borcel says outsourcing is high now. If you come from the so-called second and third world country and know decent English, you'll be employed in no time. That is true if you're looking for non-technical outsourcing jobs. The business process outsourcing stuff is very big, and there's more demand than there is people available in Nicaragua, so they're always searching for stuff. Id Group says, hi Scott, say more about trying to hire. So I mean, at the moment we're not. Well, we have a list of people who are interviewing, but it's for whatever reason here in Nicaragua. Now, obviously, there is some amount of like skill issues, like maybe you don't have the people that have the skill sets that people are looking for, but. We really find the challenges is now IT is much harder, right? Software engineering, we know we'll find people, but it takes a really long time, and there's no good source that we found for connecting with people in the industries. And our best bet is we have engineers, and they find other engineers. So like, yeah, we know somebody. Without that, we'd have like no luck at all. But even then, getting people to be willing to actually work is hard. I don't mean like you hire them and they don't work. I mean they just don't want to be hired. So it's odd. Now we do find that the majority of our people we tend to hire in Bolivia. We have really good track record there. It's the Silicon Valley of South America. So the amount of knowledge in the country, the amount of tech available is very, very high. So that's a natural thing, and we find. But so we started moving into Argentina because Nicaragua couldn't provide staff for us. Not that we hire that many, right? We're pretty small, but. So we don't normally talk to universities, right? Ideally, you want people who skipped university, which is very hard in Latin America because there's so much pressure to go to university. If you think there's pressure in the U.S., it's no comparison. The pressure to go in Latin America is extreme. So, but to the best of my knowledge, the university in Leon does not have software engineering. They definitely don't have IT. There's no IT program in the country. So that's a hard starting point. That there is no path for it. Certainly, we've thought about how we could address that. We do have the advantage that I'm one of the few people who can teach every IT class that there is. Like, there's nothing I can't teach. There's nothing I don't teach. Like, what's in that big cup, Sam? This is just Pepsi. I need the caffeine because I've been going all day. Where did you get your t-shirt? In Montana? No, this is one of those like fake like Old Navy made up shirts. It's not anything. I wish I didn't have these. I'm trying to get a lot more of my Scott Allen Miller shirts made so that I can just stop wearing everything else. I don't have enough. If you don't go to uni here, you cannot get a job in most local companies. Right, yeah, that's the thing. And the U.S. is the same, but the difference is the U.S. market is just bigger, right? So yeah, KU. You know, they're not a university in the United States. They're unaccredited. So that they recently came out on the list of worst universities in the United States. They were just named because they're a private, for-profit, unaccredited university. We call unaccredited if you don't have regional accreditation in the United States. So this is horrible, and this is how they scam people around the world. They say they're accredited in the U.S., and what they are is nationally accredited, which is a thing. There's national accreditation in the United States, but Americans refer to that as unaccredited. It's not what they mean by accreditation. Accreditation in the U.S., as recognized as a real school, has to be regionally accredited, which they are not, I'm told. So if you were in the U.S. and said you had a degree, and then listed that school, you can lose the job because it can be considered dishonest to say you have a degree. So that one we definitely would not speak to. We do not want American universities for sure. But like, we'd like to see UNAN doing those things. That would be really good. But I don't know if they have the resources for it. Like, I don't know who in Managua. I assume UNAN Managua, which is much bigger than UNAN Leon, has software engineering there, or the old UCA, which I never know its new name. They may, but it's really unfortunate that local companies won't hire without a degree. How many local companies are hiring software engineers though? I've never met one. I mean, they must exist. Vital is here, but I imagine Vital would hire without a degree. But do they hire? I don't know that they're hiring. But there's so little software engineering in the country. That's part of the challenge, right? Getting software that's built here is very difficult. Because there's, to do software engineering quite often, you need a pipeline. So you've got to have people who understand front-end design. You have to have people who understand database design. You have to have people who understand platform. And so you have like all these different pieces. And yeah, you can find full stack devs, but they're few and far between. Wait, who has systems engineering? I'm pretty sure there's no systems engineering in the country. We've definitely looked. There's nothing that we would say is an honest systems engineering degree. There may be something that they're calling that has no systems engineering, but I've never seen a single class, and I've talked to a lot of IT people here, there's nothing. Bank, credit institution, and tech shops. What tech shops are doing software engineering? The banks, yeah, they would do a little. Although most banks do practically none. Credit institution. I've worked with credit institutions and tech shops. Local credit institutions? So you're actually are you making software for the credit institutions? UNI. Okay. Yeah, UNAN. IBM for the past 3+ years hires a lot more people in India. Oh, that's been IBM's thing for a long time. It got to the point that IBM employees are calling its own firm Indian business machines. Tell that to no one. It's internal secret. I assure you that is not an internal secret. It's so I'm an ex-IBMer as well. That's how the degree. Oh, yes, that's how the degree is named, right? So that's the thing we say all the time is that just like in the U.S., here in Nicaragua, and in most countries, they put systems engineering on things that are not systems engineering because they don't know what systems engineering is, and they know the students don't know what it is, so they call it that. So that is one of the reasons why we tend to avoid hiring people from university because often the degrees are fake, and so that's one of our concerns is that someone spends years. You go through interviews and you get people who are like, I have a degree in this, and then they don't even know, they can't describe what the degree would be. You're like, so I'm guessing you've never met a professor from this field. I'm aware that things have the name, but there's no program for it. I don't know what they teach in it, but there's no systems engineering, which is sad because if Nicaragua wanted to have a systems engineering program, we could make it the best in the world without a problem, but they have to want to do it. Yeah, IBM was shipping everything to India. My question has always been, how crazy of a company do you have to be to implement IBM equipment? Even when I was at IBM in 2000, they had a 100% you could not use IBM gear at IBM policy because they couldn't trust their own support. They knew that what they did wasn't viable for production. We ran on all Sun Microsystems, which is Oracle now, gear internally because IBM did not trust IBM. Yes, we make credit software for big financing institution here. Lefise makes a ton of software in-house. The new app is locally built. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. My company makes those systems for banks that are not in Nicaragua. We make it from Nicaragua for other places. But Diego says, nowadays I work in a dev shop. We handle mostly U.S. clients and want... okay, outsourced software development. Sure, yep. Rochelle says, why don't they want to jump in IT world? What jobs are young people preoccupied with in Nicaragua? Why they don't want to jump into IT? So the reason they don't want to go into IT is because they're not familiar with what it is, right? There is so little IT in Nicaragua that you could take hundreds and you could take thousands of students going through tech programs, and you would struggle to find a single student or a single professor who could tell you what IT was. IT is a mythical job that is done other places, to the point where We do have IT people here in the country, but it is the most unbelievable struggle, and even really good ones, we're often stuck with people who are like, okay, so I love IT, I've studied it on my own, I've never seen, and the things that they've never seen are just unbelievable. Like, I've never seen a server. I've never seen a production operating system. I've never seen a backup system. I have never seen a web interface. Like, mind-blowing things. And you see this at every layer. You look at the local businesses, you look at the government, like all kinds of things, and you look at the things that they're using and you go, oh my gosh, right? Whether it's the software or the implementation, the systems, you're like, this looks like if I pulled a random knows how to use computers high school student and they just guessed, that's what it often looks like. And you can see there's not a single university program in IT. You guarantee there's no vocational schools teaching it. There's no high schools teaching it. There's no IT, like we never run into IT managers. You can't go and find an IT professional to mentor with. When it's lacking, it's not like a country that had no doctors. If you have no doctors, someone goes, you know what, I watched Grey's Anatomy, and what they're doing, I don't know how they learned how to do it, but that makes sense. That whole like sutures and antibiotics thing, I could do this, right? And then you figure out how to do it. But with IT, because a normal person, even a really motivated person, can't figure out what IT is. And to be fair, the average, and I truly mean this, far more than 50% of American working IT professionals couldn't, with the title, couldn't define IT or figure out what they do if their lives depended on it. I've worked in this field for so long, nobody knows what it is, right? People who have IT managers, you're often like, so what does IT do? And they're like, aren't you in charge of this department? What do you do? And they're just like, I don't know, right? It's crazy. That makes it really challenging. And if that's America, where the majority, like IT comes from America, right? That America was in good shape in the 1970s, 1980s, when IT started to kind of congeal. And then in the 1990s, like in 1992, right? A rough sort of computer operator thing turned into IT. And through the mid 90s, it congealed into an official a thing with standards. And they were loose, but they were starting, and it started to become a thing. So it really didn't become a field until the 90s, but it happened in the US predominantly, way more than anywhere else, which is another thing. Like, I was at the right age and in the right place. So imagine if in America, when you have that going on, that basically no one knows what IT is, and then you go to a place like Nicaragua that was at war during all that time and just being devastated by colonialization and had no money and no computers during all that time. And part of the sanctions in the 80s, IBM pulled out and left them with nothing. You had, you basically have a whole bunch of students who are like, I heard this term, but there's no adult that can tell me what it is. There's no school that can teach it to me. And you don't even know where to start. And there's so much misinformation out there. And because IT is the place where you scam students, it became a huge industry of scamming students. So all these fake degrees are everywhere. And from, reputable schools. You can go like University of Texas, right? UT, go Longhorns, right? They don't have an IT program. How are students supposed to even figure out what it is? And then this becomes a challenge for the software engineers. So the Diegos of the world are out there making software. Who's going to use that software, right? You need IT to run the production of the software you're making. So they have this additional challenge. We're making software, but we don't know for who, right? Where do you find the professionals to run it? And so I get called into work in countries where the entire country doesn't have anyone that we would consider a mid-level professional IT person, right? The whole country. I'll be like, that's nuts. But that's one of the reasons we get brought in, is because there are whole countries that are like, we don't know how to set up a rack of servers and install software properly, right? Or anything that goes with that. Like that entire thing. And so it's, as an American, one, the market is so big, you kind of have this mentality like, well, there's got to be people who know how to do this everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's someone who. But if you actually do this in America, you realize that almost if you've met someone and they're like, I'm an IT professional, I'm going to tell you, the chances are so low. Everyone says that, no one is. They're doing, most of the time, they don't even work in IT. Most of the time, they work in bench, which is a separate field, and they are embarrassed and don't like the term. So they say IT because they know that people won't call them out on it. Unless you actually run into a real IT person, and then they will, because then they're offended that they're like, stop saying you're in IT, right? Like, you plug in cables for a living, like, that's nothing wrong with that. Own what you do, right? And be proud of it and treat it as a profession. Like in New York, when we worked in the data centers, I've got friends who work in the data centers. They're bench pros, right? They make a good 150,000, 200,000 a year. They have all kinds of training, all kinds of professionalism. They're really important. They're less about an extreme degree of technical depth, but a very high degree of operational depth. Like, they really have to be sure they don't break things. There's a reason why they make 200K, and we respect them greatly. And they work with the IT guys all the time, but they touch things. IT doesn't touch things. If you've ever talked to an IT person and they act like they have to touch a computer, not that they want to, like, of course, we love touching computers. Like, that's just, IT people got into the field because we enjoy it. So it's often like, ooh, these are the gadgets of our field. I want to touch them, right? That's different. But if you have to touch gear, this is one of the guides. Just like a software engineer. A software engineer never has to touch the computer. They have to touch a keyboard. They never have to touch the computer. They never have to open it up. Not as part of software engineering. And an IT person never has to either. Ever. Anything that involves physically touching a computer, other than hitting like the power button, like, okay, like there's a little bit. The act of plugging it in, putting it in a rack, installing drives, replacing parts, blowing out dust, none of those are IT. That's bench work. And it's a career, and it's a profession, and it's respectable. But people hate that it's called bench. Maybe that's a bad term. And IT got so much recognition in the late 90s that everybody wanted to be IT. Just like everybody wanted to be virtual at one point, now everybody wants to be cloud. And then now everybody wants to be AI. 99% of the stuff has nothing even close to AI. But everybody puts the name on it. We just labeled things we used to have as AI. So that happened with IT. So tons of things get called IT and aren't. The degrees names, we saw that's really cool. But so that's why Nicaraguans are not going to go into IT, because they, just a real quick thing. If you've ever seen someone who wants to become a doctor, chances are they were sick as a child or got injured. If you've ever seen someone who wants to be a psychologist, chances are they went through depression or some kind of mental struggle. If you ever see someone who wants to be a carpenter, chances are they needed to build something at some point or knew someone who built things. If you ever meet someone who wants to be an electrical engineer, chances are they knew an electrical engineer when they were young. Most people, almost all, go into fields based on two things. Exposure, which in some cases is I knew someone who worked in this field, or I was exposed to being supported by this field. So, for example, people who tend to want to be teachers tend to have struggled during school and spent more time with their teacher. People who never struggled in school and really interacted with teachers a lot less are very unlikely to seek a career in teaching, right? Because they may like learning, but the teaching is of more interest when you've been exposed to how it really helps, as opposed to just the lesser of like, they just said something, I just moved on. So same thing with IT. If you want people to be able to go into IT, you need people who are watching it happen, aware of what it is, have access to mentors to be like, oh, you want to learn IT? And this is where, right, if anyone knows Nicaraguans who need IT mentorship, need some guidance, I will find people to help, right? But being able to say, oh, here's an example of an IT career. Consider learning these things. Consider doing this. Consider looking into that. Try this thing out. And so if you're like, how does someone who has no idea what IT is even catch enough interest to want to go out and find a mentor to find out how to start learning if they like the thing, right? There's just too much challenge to that barrier of entry is so high. And then the other thing is nepotism, right? We call them Nepo babies now in the United States. So like, why is every actor's kid the next generation of actors? Well, why am I not an actor? Well, yes, you can excuse the fact that I'm not good at it, but there's also this, I was not exposed to it. I have no idea how to go to a casting call. I have no idea how to find out where there's jobs. There's all these things I don't know how to do. But if I lived in LA and had friends whose parents were actors or had some association, I might be like, oh, I can figure out how to do this. I'm going to see what they're doing. I'm going to learn from the process. Maybe I'll get better at acting, and I'll keep going to auditions, and maybe I'll break in, or at least get to try something. But as someone who has no family in the business, no friends in the business, and don't live near it, how would I do that? I could, right? But it would be really, really hard. And acting is a thing everyone, even people who have no idea how you do it, still want to do it. Whoa, I've seen people in the movies. I want to be a person in the movies, right? But IT doesn't have that. And so there's no glamour, there's no fame. Like we say, there's no such thing as a famous IT person. Literally, I've talked to thousands of IT professionals. Try asking this question. Who's the most famous IT person you can think of? Not one of them can name, and this is IT professionals, not one of them can name an IT professional. They'll name people. Famous for business, famous for marketing, famous for sales, famous for software engineering. Software engineering has fame. Not a lot, but some. Joel Swolsky, right? But you try to find a famous IT person, everyone will either draw a blank or come up with a person who clearly has nothing to do with IT or makes products that IT uses. It would be like, name a famous doctor, and instead of naming a doctor, you name a pharmaceutical firm or medicine, right? Who's the world's most famous doctor? Aspirin. Aspirin's not a doctor. Are you sure? I think it is. I've heard of it. Aren't you a doctor? Yes, but aspirin's a famous doctor. You know aspirin's not a doctor, right? It's not even a person. It's weird. But so that's why, I know it's a weird explanation, but that is why we have no expectation of Nicaraguans moving into IT until we solve there's a path and there's an exposure. The people who find it are going to be finding it through a family friend in another country. They're going to be finding it because they were researching online. They fell into it by accident and stuff like that. Oh, they moved from somewhere that had it. What jobs are young people preoccupied with? I don't know that they have the same, outside of the call centers where everybody speaks English. I don't think Nicaraguans have that trendy job thing the way that America does. I think that's uniquely American. Maybe that's not true. That's what I think. Id Group says, I'm looking for accountants and software engineers, and my first thought was to reach out to the university in Leon. So very interesting input on the university. I don't think the Leon one has software engineers. If you want local accountants, that seems like that would be a way to go. But software engineers, one of the challenges you have in hiring software engineers, as Diego I'm sure can tell you, is you rarely hire a software engineer. You need a software development shop, right? So you need people on top so you need your systems analysts, you need your business analysts, you need your actual engineers, and generally you need multiple engineers. You don't necessarily. That you can have just one, and you can have one person who's brilliant, that is a software engineer and a software analyst and a business analyst. They exist, but these are individual skills. So you could be the best software engineer in the world and be a bad business analyst, or vice versa, or not even be able to do it. But a normal team for engineering, you're probably going to have a project manager. You should have a systems analyst. If you don't, you are screwed. I'm telling you right now. All my master's and PhD work is in software engineering. I have run software engineering for 36 years. Nothing's more important than your systems analyst. You need a lot more engineers. They're doing the brunt of the work, but if that analyst is the glue that makes everything work, right? Generally, you need engineers who are senior, and then engineers that are normal. Working their way up, right? Journeyman. You generally need that project manager that's like, if they're doing a good job, right? The interface to the outside world and letting people work. And then business analysts to generally to interface with the actual business and get the business needs. And so you really need a really carefully chosen stack of people. And then when you're putting in the journeymen and the interns and the the novices, then they're able to work within that stack and they have oversight and ability. But very often people take junior or journeyman engineers and they're like, they'll figure out this unrelated skill set, and they'll just do it, and it's horrible because they don't have the seniority to come back and be like, you do understand this is not software engineering, and you're asking me to do something I'm not trained on and I'm not good at, right? That's often a big thing. Raul says, hola, are you watching the live news yet? Middle East at war. I mean, I heard that they're hitting Tehran. We mentioned it earlier. Let me see if I can track it down and see what's going on. They're up to several strikes. Iran's nuclear facilities, military sites in and around the capital. It seems unlikely that Iran was not completely anticipating this, as they just made the announcement that they're going to enrich uranium. They would not have made that had they not been expecting this. I feel that this was baiting, right? Not really seeing anything much. This is kind of business as usual in the Middle East. Like, yeah, they've had to air defense systems on full alert. Flights have been suspended, of course. I'm not sure how exciting it really is yet. We'll see. What jobs? What do you need? Diego says, look at UCEM's curriculum. It's kind of good. I went to KU. Oh, sorry that you went to KU. Here it gets a lot of respect because it's American. And it tends to teach a lot of English, which is good. Portugal says, how do you look at UX research, UX UI design? Is that something that companies desire to have often in their practice? I mean, they have to, right? You would think from how bad products are that they don't, but no, UX is out there heavily. I've got UX guys here in Nicaragua, for sure. It says, Diego, we want folks that can help us build out some automation agent platform to be used by professional service firms. Diego says, the new curriculum is good, and the Dean of Engineering is doing a good job with the program. Oh, that's nice. Wait, Diego, is that at, which school is that at? So IT is like infrastructure or DevOps. IT is infrastructure, right? So information technology is where, so DevOps and infrastructure are components of IT, right? They are, there's a lot of, IT is a really big field, but it's the field that everybody ignores. But it's how technology is applied to business, right? So if you're making software, so if you're a software engineer, you have two potential customers. One, people, right? Okay, I made a video game. That's that feels like a silly example, but you're making, it doesn't matter. You're making an accounting package, whatever, and you're selling it to a guy down the street. Your end user is your customer is an end user. That's one possible customer of software. The other is IT. So you have a company, and the people who run software is IT. So they're the ones who are in charge of the information infrastructure of a business, and that is a business function, right? So one of the things we teach, very importantly, IT is a business function, not a technology function. Bench is a technology function. It has discrete technical things it needs to do, right? Plug this in, press this button, make sure this light is on, whatever. IT is only IT when it considers the business. It is a very, very critical business function. And so because IT only exists in the context of business, it needs to know business as well or better than your CEO, your CFO. Like, those people have input, but IT can't do anything without detailed knowledge of everything, or it's guessing, just doing things in the dark, right? It's not about technology. IT should be stopping people buying technology just as often or more often than encouraging them to buy technology, right? It is the business unit that runs the information of a business. Would love to arrange a conversation with our CFO. Luke says, but I'm in IT. I have my C++ certification. We get that a lot. You would not believe how many people get computer science degrees, which is not even software engineering. Not to belittle computer science, right? Real computer science is a very hard field. They're the ones who develop algorithms, make database designs, kernel designs, stuff like that. but they tend to be very esoteric, right? They're almost like theoretical physicists. Like, that's cool, we need a couple of them, but only a couple. All the real work is done by software engineers. But everybody wants to slap computer science on things. But the number one field we don't want to hire is computer science. Because if they went into computer science and studied something that wasn't computer science, we don't want someone who's lying. And if they went into computer science and actually got a degree in computer science, they haven't learned one single thing that we know how to use. It's completely useless skills. Janet says, I was exposed to so many things that made me not want to try any of it. So how do you ever find out what I want to do? Oh, wait, too late. I'm already too old to do it. I found that the thing that I like doing was everything. And that's actually been one of my challenges in life is I've rarely found any career that I didn't enjoy. I've worked in factories, medical, hospitality, restaurants, hotels, accounting, photography. I've been a professional musician. Like, I've been in every people. It's a running joke. One of the reasons I like working in IT is that IT exists in every endeavor. So you get to cross so many paths and work in IT, whereas other fields have a tendency to be very limited. You choose to be a doctor, you can be a doctor in the field, you can be a doctor in the military, you can be a doctor in a regular hospital, you can be a family doctor. Like, there is a variety of things you can do as a doctor. But you're never going to be a doctor working on factory equipment. You're never going to be a doctor on the moon. You're never going to be a doctor, right? You're never going to get to go be a doctor at a Antarctic research station, not without just leaving your field and switching to something else. And so it's nice being in IT because every business, every type of thing has IT, whether it's for-profit, non-profit, government, private, you name it, everything has it everywhere in the world. So it's nice. Personal projects, Doogie Howser. That was actually my nickname in high school. Id Group says, true talk about dev shops. We are looking to augment our current shop staff. Cool. Good. Diego says, UX designers are so hard to find in the country. They're honestly pretty hard to find anywhere. I don't think that's unique to Nicaragua. They're just a small percentage. And the reason is easy, right? So software engineering is creative. Like, I don't want to say it's not. I come from software engineering, right? So software engineering is a creative endeavor. However, it is not a visually creative endeavor. It is a problem-solving creative endeavor. It is a closer to a literary work than it is, in most cases, than it is to a, say, interior design. But for UX, what you really have is something much closer to architecture or interior design mixed with software engineering. So you need to find someone who has, and these are not opposing skill sets, but they are divergent skill sets. They are separate skill sets. You need someone who has a good coding skill set, understands good software design, and enjoys, for example, interior design, and wants to merge those two and put them together. And that's very difficult, especially when you add to that the majority of software engineers are men, and the majority of people who do interior design are not men, especially because 1 out of every 4 men is colorblind and struggles physically to be able to do that task. That takes a large number of your core coding pool out of serious consideration for UX design. So it's an automatically more challenging field simply because you have fewer people who can physically do it, let alone are aptitudinally well suited for it. So you find that UX just doesn't get as many people interested in it, and it's also, for some reason that is, I think, wrong, it doesn't get the prestige of like back-end design for some reason. Maybe because everybody can see what you do and they're like, that's easy, anybody can just mock that up, and they don't understand that there's code, and they think that it's like drawing on paper. And so that's yeah. So anyway, okay, personal projects. You can search the group Desarrolladores Nicaragua and Desarrolladores Nicaragua 2.0 in the Social Blue platform. Blue Sky, I assume you mean. For people, second group is private, though. Ah, okay. Interesting. One of the funniest TV shows for me is the IT Crowd. See, I found it offensive. That bothered me. And funniest scene for me was when Jen had to define IT. Spoiler, Jen didn't know how to define IT. The real problem is I feel like the people who wrote that show didn't know how to define IT. And I get it, it's just funny, but as someone who works in IT, all those things, it's like, that's why I can't handle Big Bang Theory. Like, they had to fake it all. Like, how hard is it to get someone who knows a little bit about technology to advise the show? Come on. It was so just dumbed down to an offensive degree, like trying to portray smart people, and the smart people didn't have passing knowledge of everyday things. Like, it bothered me. Which, it's like all that Hollywood stuff, right? Ooh, you've got mail, and it's like this big, visual envelope pop up, and it's like, has no one ever seen a computer before? But at least that's not your profession that they're mocking. That's just computer literacy that they're mocking. It's amazing that they don't do the same thing with books and have people open books and have like big floating words come out and stuff. But I guess they have people narrate the books, and in real life, when you open a book, it doesn't narrate itself, and that's similar, I suppose. Do American companies desire to have UX research internally inside their own companies, or would they prefer to contract with another company to do research for them? I don't think a lot of companies do UX research. I think they do UX. And so, like, I don't want someone to research my UX. I want my UX team to be internal. I think US companies almost always outsource that because they feel that it's something that they don't need to pay a lot for. But I think it's the same as anything in the US. You have a certain amount of companies that are like, I don't care what I pay, I only want Americans. And you have other companies that would like, I don't care where they're at, I just want to be profitable. And those are two different things, and you're just going to get those two groups. UX is definitely something that is outsourced at a massive rate, of course. I heard once that no one cares about IT until something is not working. That is absolutely true. And then they blame, like, it's a very stressful field because no one cares and no one understands, and yet it's so critical and has so many people who have to study it. Like, it's tough. Id Group says, I prefer to have UX research internally. The thing about UX research, doing your UX separately from your other development doesn't really make much sense because it's part of the field, right? It's part of the work. There's a reason why people tend to have UX developers. Or full stack developers, I mean, because you want your UX so close to the back end. They have to work together all the time. So my UX team and my back end team are in the same meeting all day long, right? I don't want any of them separate in any way. And I think that's normal. Like, I'm not saying, like, I do this, everybody should. I'm saying that, as far as I know, basically everyone's like that. Separating out one aspect of your development team is weird, in my opinion. There's always that, like, we need this one specialty API and we don't know how to do it, so okay, I guess. But in general, you either outsource the whole team and outsource them to a single place, or you do it all in-house. There's rarely this in-between kind of thing. It says, please say no more, make a separate video about IT programs in the universities, I beg you. I have tons. I have an entire IT channel that's older than this one. And online magazines and books and stuff. I've written more about IT in university than anybody, including entire studies on the breakdown of the math as to why university in the U.S. is demonstrated by the Department of Labor to lose you money. Every day you spend in university, you earn less in the U.S. Janet says, well, I've always loved photography, but all that other stuff was boring to me or too stressful. Diego says, I was talking about the KU Dean of Engineering. He's doing a great job and already modernizing and changing the entire curriculum. That's good to hear. Luke says, so theoretically, how long would a rail car take to get from El Paso to Managua? So they are not hooking up to the U.S. That's the important thing about Mexico's new proposed rail system. It is only Latin America. I understand that there are rail links to the U.S. and Mexico, and a lot of them. Do you have an IT channel? I do. It's called Sam IT. Oh, my keyboard died or went to sleep. That is a terrible name. I have to do something to make it searchable. Give me a second. I'll actually give you the link. It's in the show notes, I think. Maybe I took it out of the show notes because there's so little crossover between. There it is. It was my big channel for a really long time, and Is there a new video on it? No. There was supposed to be a new video yesterday. I want to know why my team didn't put it out. What the heck? I cannot be away from my desk ever, or nothing gets done. It's really driving me crazy. Yeah, I know you can't find it. That's why I just sent it. And hold on. Let's see. There we go. And my book on IT, which someone bought one last week, so thank you so much. On the show, I mean, someone bought one on the show. Id Group says, I recently discovered Sam IT. Well, awesome. Thank you. Be sure to subscribe and get some love over there. It's a much smaller channel now than this one, but it was bigger than the Nicaragua channel until somewhere mid 2023, maybe 2024 actually. Oh, thank you. I have not been putting in the time and effort to it recently that I really should. It takes a lot of work to keep the channel going. Let me see if they got the thumbnail done on there. Maybe I can. I don't want to put a video live at 8:30 at night. No, I just need to wait. Do you know all the Agile Manifesto guys? Do I know them personally? Like Ken and all those guys? Like I don't know them personally. They were a bit older than me. And at the time that Agile was really Ken Rockwell, right? Is that right? I may have mixed that name. I think that's right. Like I was reading and studying and doing Agile before the Agile movement. And I don't want to be like, we were Agile before there was Agile. A lot of people were Agile before there was Agile, right? We didn't all follow waterfall before that. But the Agile guys, to their credit, right, came up with methodologies and approaches and stuff. And so we were studying and doing advanced, very deep Agile, like in the 90s. So I once owned like every extreme programming book. Like I did my graduate work in this stuff. So, but I never met them personally. I grew up in New York, right? So all of those people, they were all California back then. You never crossed paths with anyone if you weren't in Silicon Valley. That's one of the things that sucked. It's gone now, but it sucked about software engineering in those days that basically everybody was in the same place who got any attention. And if you weren't there, it was very difficult. Now it's gotten much better that you can be based pretty much anywhere and everything's online and like it really is less intriguing in some ways, but such a better field in so many ways today. Sending shortly. Cool. Look at this, technology companies meeting up on the show. But definitely consider buying the book and giving a good review on Amazon. But that's not software engineering, that is IT. But that's best practices, and it's really a big deal for me. One of the things I've always really been all about is best practices, like really forming the field as a professional endeavor and taking a completely different tact. So many people were taught to memorize answers or to paper certifications. Paper certifications. There we go. I know I can say that word. It became so bad that even though in the late 90s there was such a practice of IT, we had gotten so good and then we lost it. Because people had figured out they could memorize answers, and that the politics of American business didn't lend itself to hiring professionals. You made more money and advancing your career faster by scamming than you did by doing an actual job. And so why would anyone put in effort to harm their own career when the CEOs and everyone else was just looking for someone to cover up their money laundering? And I don't mean that facetiously. I mean, oh, and the power's out again. Well, you guys can hear. Oh, this is kind of a cool look, I think. And the power's back. It's just the storm with these big things. We'll turn the lights on in a minute. The average IT professional is easily in a situation where their job, often unbeknownst to them, is for the purpose of money laundering. Solo para un momento.
Okay.
Tengo baterías, todo está bien para... Es solo las luces es un problema. ¿Sí? She's all like, oh no, the power's out. But it's fine. Okay, let me turn these lights back on and we'll talk about rail. The IT degrees of the late 90s were the communications degrees of the late 80s. That is. Actually, I think it's later than that, Luke. I'm pretty sure that by 99 there was no IT program yet. I forget when it is, but I think it was in the 2000s when the first IT program actually hit university, or an accredited university. But we did not have access to IT degrees at all in that era. So that's one of the reasons that I never studied IT, because I did go to university. I went to 6 universities. It was ridiculous. That was some of the stupidest things I ever did. But IT was never taught at university. But my university had IT professionals. And so I got to mentor with them. Right, they were my mentors, and so I got some really good stuff. And it's funny because I wish I remembered and had the contact of my first systems administrator that I worked for, because he taught me this. I really remember being taught this. Like, you never in IT use alternative tools for anything. Everybody wants to sell you tools. Everybody wants to get you to, use fancy word processors and modern this and modern that. And he said, you know what? When things are broke, you have the base tools, and that's it. And if you don't know how to use them immediately without anything, you don't set aliases, you don't make macros to do stuff, you don't do any of that stuff. You use what comes out of the box, because when things are broken, that's what you have. And that stuck with me so much. I'm like, oh my gosh, that was a brilliant, understanding what we do as a career. And so I've taught that for years. It's in my book, Best Practices. But I was working at IBM in 2000. And when I was there was a system that went down in another department. And someone came running and to get me. And they're like, the entire IT department is unable to work on this server. It was a Solaris server. It had lost some access, it had gone read-only. All the tools that they commonly used weren't available. And I was the only person at IBM who knew how to actually work on the server without extra tools doing part of the work for me. So I ran down and I'm like, oh no, how bad could this be? And I'm like, oh, this is pretty done. And they're all like, we don't know how to do that. And I was like, that lesson paid off. In that one moment, it was like, wow, he was right. When things are broken, I don't have these other tools. And so I've always taught my teams, we don't install extra tools. We don't use that, all that specialty tooling that everyone else uses and pays for and all those things. We don't do it. And it's been great. Luke says, DARPA was our trainers. Diego says, English and extreme competition. All right. We're going to get up to the rails here. Oh, wait, no, we're going to John. I've met various people in Central America and Mexico. They all tell me that they are in IT or finance, and they would love to access the U.S. job market. What is keeping them out? Just their nationality. One, most of them are probably not in IT. That's very, very rare. Being in finance is not something that you generally outsource at all, partially because, really high-end finance has to sit directly with the servers. They have to be there. IT doesn't. It's weird. There's a couple things. One is generally they don't actually have the training that U.S. companies want. That is a big challenge. Sometimes they do for sure, but a lot of times they don't. And think about when you say oh, I know someone in finance. Really? What do you do in finance? And what is your experience? Right? To get into big financial firms generally refers having been in big financial firms. Getting that leap into that first place is very, very hard. The first person on my team, they were from Mexico. Their way into the U.S. market was, even though he had maxed out, he was the head of IT for University of Guadalajara. His thing was, I want to intern for a U.S. company. We're like, you're the most senior guy we've ever seen. Why do you want to intern for us? And he's like, because interning for you is more impressive on my resume than being the senior in my market. And we're like, okay, well, that's nice. Okay, there you go. And now he's an executive vice president, right? And answers to nobody. But that worked out for him. But that's how he did it, right? He had to find some way to get over that, and he had to work for a company that was like, yes, we're putting people in Mexico. So, yeah, Diego just said all the postings of American companies have run. So first of all, Diego, this is an important thing to know. The chances that you've seen any number of legit job postings is extremely low. The U.S. is so completely swamped with fake job postings. It's like real estate postings in Nicaragua. They're basically all fake. Not all, but they're basically all fake. There's so many fake ones that it's really hard to identify when real ones exist. And often they don't post. Real jobs often just, they know people. It's not something that they often have to go out for. So yeah, for John's question, you know, if I'm, so as an IT hire, as an American hiring company, right, we do hire IT from these countries. We only hire from here. We won't hire from the U.S. I can't imagine hiring finance from here, but I don't know who hires finance outside of the financial firms where you have to be there. I think that was an ant that just fell from the ceiling. That was weird. But definitely for IT, finding what we would consider IT skills in this market, including Mexico, borders on the impossible. Find me a person who has experience with storage area networks, network address storage, Linux-based servers, KVM virtualization, fiber channel, cloud automation, right, with major clouds using APIs, who's done Salt or similar automation stuff. Find me a single person with that experience. See how long it takes you to find one, right? And in the US, that is just assumed baseline experience. So I'll hire IT people here in the region, and we'll have people who are like, yeah, 15 years of experience. And we're like, I got a guy now, 20, 30 years of experience. We're like, okay, when's the last time you looked at a WordPress site? He's like, never. I don't know how web servers work. I don't know how email works. I don't know. And you're like, oh my gosh. And I understand it's a different market, and the access to running your own web servers, your access to running your own email server, like things that we take for granted that, yeah, even if you haven't done it in production, you've done it, like you know how to do it. Nope. When's the last time you worked on a cloud server? Never. When's the last time you built your own virtualization stack? Never. And so that the difference in experience and the difference in access to things and the difference in expectations is so big in IT. In software engineering, it's not. It's very close, and more of just different. But here, so often you'll have people who are like, I've done all this. Hey, Dean from Canada, good to have you here. You'll find huge numbers of people, and it'll be like, how much IT have you done? And they're like, I've plugged in cables and I've worked on desktops. And you're like, yep, but those are the things that, like, right? Diego says, how can you have years of experience and never ran a web server? So Diego, one of the things that I discovered early on, this is 20 years ago, a long time ago, a Canadian company, a big Canadian company, like 65 IT engineers, right? Like systems engineers. And they hired us out of the US to run an Apache web server for them. And we're like, what? Like, sure, we'll do it. Like, great, work is work. But this is, pop in the disk, type at the time, yum install Apache 2 or whatever, HTTPD. And it's just up and running. Like, that's all it takes to install a web server. And you must need to do this for 100 different things. Like, I do this in my sleep for things that don't qualify as running a web server. Like, oh, I need an interface for this thing on my desktop or in the office, or right. So we're not a big company. We run 300 servers. And every single one of my people needs these skills every day. And yet this company was 65 engineers that other companies hired. So they were the outsourced IT for thousands of Canadian companies. And they didn't have a single person that we would have considered a junior systems engineer. Not a single one. And so they weren't just a big IT firm, but thousands of Canadian companies considered them the go-to consultants, and they had to in turn consult to us to get the most junior work done, which means anything they were telling their customers, they didn't know, right? They had no knowledge of the industry, so any advice they were giving was random, right? There's no way they were giving appropriate advice because they couldn't possibly have known. Diego says, I mean, I'm not an IT person, but I've ran a desktop Linux, have my own VPS with Docker for apps and websites, dozens of WordPress sites. Right? That's what I mean. Like, you're not even IT. I get it. And you're doing these like trivial IT tasks on the side because it's handy. All of my engineers, my software engineers, all of them do that. Borchel says, so your company does not hire anyone from the U.S. anymore. We stopped hiring in the U.S. when Trump was elected the first time. We said that's it. The U.S. had gone so anti-Latin America that we shifted every single job out of the U.S. And everyone's like, no, you're not going to do that. And we're like, I guarantee you we are. And we did. We went 100% out. It took us a little while, but when that happened, we had one engineer from Mexico, and we had one person we kept in the U.S. for a long time because they were really good. There were some other things going on at the same time, so some of the timing is coincidental with some other events that made that a transition we were able to make really quickly. But we literally packed up the company and said, we're done. And completely moved it out. And so we can hire in the U.S. if we do on-site work. So if we're doing something that's not technically IT, but customers demand on-site work, we do have the ability to hire in the U.S., but we don't. We always just work with partner companies to provide U.S. staffing for us. There is so much overhead, so many problems to hiring in the U.S. It's being free of it is one of the most amazing things. And technically, under fiduciary responsibility, it forces us to. So we're not publicly traded, and it's not our mandate to be profitable. Certainly, we like being profitable, but it's not in our corporate vision. We don't have to. So we are allowed to hire Americans based on that. We don't have to maximize profits, but under SEC fiduciary responsibility guidelines, IT departments basically by law must hire non-Americans. Now, loads of American companies simply use their entire corporate structure to just milk their investors, so we understand that that is how things work. But if they were being legal, if they were being ethical, they're not allowed to hire from the U.S. in most cases. Diego says that level of incompetence is amazing. I agree. It's mind-blowing, but you get really used to it in IT that, you could go work for hundreds of companies, and the average company, if you say, okay, I'm the CIO, you hire me, you're a 50-person, 100-person company, 300-person company, and they'll be like, okay, we need a website for the company. They'll be like, okay, I'm going to go pay someone else to do that. And you're like, that's like the most trivial IT task, and you're going to outsource it? What are you doing all day? This takes 30 minutes, and then it's better, and then we have control of it, and then you have to deal with all this extra stuff later. Oh, no, they'll never say that. They'll be like, oh, that's not that expensive. Of course, outsource it and sit there doing nothing yourself. In an alternate universe where a U.S. administration embraced Latin America, from your perspective, what would that look like? What would it look like? I mean, the potentials are unbelievable, right? The U.S. could create a free trade zone across Latin America with a massive workforce, and I think they could, really do something amazing. Obviously, that's a very alternative universe. I don't see Americans ever being willing to go down that path in the way that much of Latin America does it. And of course, Latin America does it with each other, which is easier to do they're ideologically and socially more connected, and have a shared history much stronger. So there's reasons why. Like, it's not that they're being so much better. I mean, in that particular case, they are, but there's reasons why it's more likely. But imagine a world where the U.S. and Canada were completely connected to Mexico and south, with Cuba being a free trade zone, and trains moving like crazy into Mexico, and flights into northern South America every couple minutes, and everyone just sharing resources. There's so much potential, so much market potential, so much employment potential, engineering potential. It could be a combination of kind of where China is and where Europe is, right? Put those together. Imagine if China and Europe just completely embrace each other, which they might do. The U.S. had that opportunity and threw it away. But that's what I imagine. Borchel says, I understand. Looks like foreign companies to the U.S. have the upper hand to domestic ones in tax terms. That's often true. But no, in most cases, I would say U.S. firms have the tax advantage, almost always. The U.S. for corporate taxes is incredibly good. There's exceptions to that. Panama has some really good exceptions. But like, for example, if you were to make, let's say you want to do work for France, and they want to hire an American firm, or they want to hire a Nicaraguan firm, and all other things are equal. Employment, same people, same pay rate, same, like, a whole bunch of things. Which one is going to be more cost effective? Actually, the American one is, because they're going to have a lower tax rate than the Nicaraguan one by several percentages. And it's going to be enough to be noticeable. So that is a spot where the U.S. is exceptionally good. They're not the best in the world, but they're really high. For a large market, they're the best, I think, or really, really close to it. Switzerland, I think, is better, but is that defined as a large market? Not normally. It's a really small market that's really rich. It's the same as like Norway, but Norway definitely doesn't have that advantage. So we're an American firm, right? Because being an American firm gives us a much bigger tax advantage than being a Latin American firm, in most cases. Always an exception, right? There's always specialty cases for everything, but in general. Okay, so the train thing that we were struggling with, where did someone mentioned it? Shoot, I'm going to really struggle to... I mean, I know what's going on with the train, so I wanted to find the quote. All right, well, I'm just going to go on without knowing where it is. So the big news that came out of Mexico this week, and this is one of the most exciting things ever for me, and I'm going to do a video about it because I've been pushing for it for forever. And that is that Mexico soft announced at a logistics conference, I believe in Europe, that now that they've built the dry canal and connected the Atlantic to Pacific by rail, and now that they have built the Maya train, for those who don't know, it is the train that goes from Cancun out into the jungle through like up to Merida and that area, connects a lot of areas together. So they've done a couple big, and they've always had trains, right? Mexico knows trains, but this was a whole new level of building trains for Mexico that they did over the last couple years. And here is Diego. I hope the rail brings closer my dream of an EU of Central America. Yes. So Mexico pretty much said, okay, now we have the expertise, and now we're a crazy rich economy because Mexico is just booming like crazy. And the U.S. is clearly not Mexico's long-term trade partner. And Mexico today, 3 days ago, announced they were willing to pay for the wall between Mexico and the U.S., but they would build it at the 1830 border because they're claiming, and they said, we just want to remind everyone that Californians are Mexicans. So Mexico's like, we're done. The North is no longer part of our world. And they are shifting focus south dramatically. And they have announced their plans by 2035, which is 10 years, which is nothing in rail terms, to have built the Central American rail network with, I think, 3 connections into Mexico, coming through Guatemala, bypassing Belize, but someone threw him a bone and was like, I'm sure if this works, we'll be able to go to Belize too. Yeah, right, they're not going to go to Belize. They're bypassing the English-speaking world, plus Belize has like no industry, and it's so far by rail to get to Belize City. I have no idea how they would make that work. And it's not a deep water port, so there's no like shipping reason. The only reason would be to ship Guatemalan goods into Belize or Mexican goods into Belize. But I can't imagine they'll continue the Mayan line. They'll come in from further south and go through. Brian says, I'm here, you're still online. Of course I'm still online. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. And they bring in tons and tons and tons of rail into Guatemala that then continue with 2 lines through El Salvador, 2 lines through Honduras, and then it converges with a massive amount coming through Nicaragua. Nicaragua is definitely the big winner in the map. Like, all the countries win big, but nobody like Nicaragua. Every major city of Nicaragua connected by rail, including both ports, Corinto and Bluefields, building a dry canal across Nicaragua as part of it. Esteli, Matagalpa, Sabaco, Ciudad Darillo, Granada, Masaya, Rivas, Managua, Chinandega, León, San Juan del Sur, Piñas Blancas, San Carlos, Huigalpa, Boaco, all connected by rail. And then into Costa Rica with 2 runs into Costa Rica, one going to the Atlantic and one going to the capital. And then it converges into a single line going through Panama, down to Panama City, and then up to Colón in the north, and mirroring the canal. And so it would build a new dry canal in Panama and a new dry canal in Nicaragua and connect it to the dry canal at Mexico. And so it would give 3 rail links crossing the continent with this massive amount going in every direction, so that basically all the countries are interconnected by rail, but Nicaragua in every possible direction would be totally connected and basically the epicenter of rail in the New World. The possibilities of turning it into a little Europe is unreal, and there's every possibility, if that works, connecting to Colombia is well within reason, right? And then once you're in South America, just the explosion. Now the mountains make it really hard, but what this could do for the region in cargo, in economy, in reducing traffic on the roads, like the ability to go, this is what we've been waiting for. And we're excited that there could be a run from León to Masaya. Just that is like, well, my kids would move to Managua and we go back and forth by train. I'll ride the train every day, right? That would let me, if they run the train where it goes like every hour, and it doesn't have to be a big train, and the one that goes to León would also go to Chinandega, also to Corinto, like that's all it takes. That means I could go have dinner with my kids in Managua, get on the train, and nap on the train all the way back. And they were talking about they wanted to get an apartment right by where one of the train stations would be expected to be in Las Colinas / Santo Domingo. So it'd be amazing stuff, right? The amount that, and like for those of us who live here in León, it'd be like, okay, a 10-hour train ride to Guatemala City, a 15-hour ride to Mexico. Are you kidding? I would get on it. And if they do a sleeper train, which of course they haven't mentioned, right? That's far away. But if they did this stuff, we're going to have a sleeper train. I can go visit one of my best friends is in Panama City. I can go see her. It's so easy. I want to go to dinner in San Jose. So easy, right? The buses are hard because you have to go at exactly 6 o'clock in the morning. Buses are just much harder than trains. A train, you can bring tons of luggage. You know exactly when you're going to get to different places. You can have one go on a scheduled basis. There's so many things you can do. But like it would make Guatemala City and San Salvador and Tegucigalpa and San Pedro Sula so completely just, my gosh, 9 o'clock at night. Like right now, I could be like, hold on, guys, hold my beer, grabbing my backpack, heading to the station. Right, which shouldn't be very far away, a couple minutes by taxi. I'm going to hop on the next, I just wait there, train pulls up, I'm going to get on my train, have an app to buy my ticket, I'm sure. And I'm going to get a sleeper car. This is Central America. How much are they going to charge for this stuff? Right? Same as a hotel room, $50, $100? Great, I paid $100 in Managua to spend the night. I'll pay $100 to sleep on the train and wake up in Guatemala City. That would be amazing. Call my friends in Guatemala City. Hey, guys, breakfast, see you there, right? All fresh off the truck. That would be the most amazing thing. Yeah. Marcela says, where will you start now if you decide to offer UX research looking for a B2B model as a US-based LLC? All that stuff I primarily do in Bolivia. That's if I was starting over, I would just go straight to Bolivia. It's been fantastic. But you got lots of places you can possibly do, right? It's not limited to that. Argentina's good, Chile's good, Colombia's good, probably Venezuela, but you got your challenges there. Peru can probably pull that off without a problem. Nearly any place works. It really comes down to where you have the connections to hire. That's going to be your biggest challenge if you're doing international work. The actual like logistics of like I'm just going to do this thing is easy. It's how do you actually put all the pieces together and have the oversight and the infrastructure and that's one of the reasons that like we're able to do this stuff. We were an IT firm before we became a software engineering firm. So all those like how do you make it all work? We have that, right? We run Linux everywhere. We have our own phone company. We have our own chat platform. We have our own, you name it, we run every single thing in-house. So we have so much of an advantage over companies that are buying that from outside companies. Oh, we got to buy this thing from Microsoft and pay for it every month. We got to buy this thing from this other company. We got to buy this other thing. We don't have that in most cases. We eat our own dog food everywhere. We build our own tool sets. So, everyone's using GitHub. Everyone's using GitLab. We're not. We run our own Gitia, right? We have our own platform. Nah, it's not a big deal, right? Fine using GitHub, but everyone else is paying and limited to, we don't want to add another seat. We got to pay for that. We don't care, right? We run our own Gitia platform. It's been great. Our team loves it. We have our own chat platforms, so we don't have to pay for outside companies to do that. And we have the IT chops that running all that stuff is easy. So that's a big deal. What is a Belize? Joking. I want to see Mexico's Luke. I want to see Mexico offer incentives for Mexicans currently living in the U.S. to return. They have lots of incentives. It's called Getting to Live in Mexico. Brian says it's 10 p.m. Yeah, in crazy world. I know, just giving me a hard time. ID group, how do you keep up with the social media? YouTube, WhatsApp, Nicagram, other. Every time I go back to the WhatsApp channel, I have hundreds of posts to read. I can't keep up. Brian will actually tell you. I have a lifetime of working in the social media space, and I'm just a very active person. It's such a life habit for me. I'm so connected all the time online that I really don't. What other people find is overwhelming or like it's so much to go through has been my everyday for pushing 30 years. That it's really not that big of a deal. Diego says, if Central America get together, we would have the same population of a Colombia or Argentina. Yeah, if CU got together, including Panama, right? The CU, what did I say? The Central American Union. If the CA7, as they are sometimes known, which is the CA6 plus Panama, in reality, we're not considering that. It's the CA5 plus Panama, right? So for those who don't know, the CA4 is Nicaragua, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. That is an official union known as the CA4. Colloquially, Costa Rica is a kind of member of the social group, and it's referred to as the CA5 when they are included. Belize is technically in Central America, but has nothing to do with the other countries, and is technically disputed with Guatemala. But when you're referring to all the countries of Central America, it is the CA6. We refer to the region as the CA6 or Central America. Once you're saying the CA6 is just CA, right? It's everything in Central America. So if you want to include the entire region, we refer to it as Central America and Panama, or Central America plus Panama. And that's how you officially write it, because Panama is not Central America. However, you can casually call it the CA7, and everyone knows there's only 7 possible countries. Okay, you're including Panama and obviously Belize. Not exactly appropriate, but everybody does. But if you look at the CA5 plus Panama, so the Latin, Central America and Panama, it's 52 million, which is, I think, bigger than Colombia. And Mexico is pushing, I want to say 140. I can't be right. 135. So if the rail combines the region like they're planning, it jumps to a nearly 190 million person zone, all connected by rail. That's all travel. Like, it is such a big jump. It will do so much for Mexico and obviously so much for Central America. The opportunity to do this stuff is just wow, right? Like, it's really, really cool. He says if Central America, yeah. Romero, isn't there a Central American alliance? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The CA4 exists. And officially, some of the countries like Nicaragua officially recognize Central America as the country. And it is a mandated constitutional requirement that Nicaragua must work towards the reunification of the CA4. I hope Diego says, I hope the trains expand the single customs zone that Honduras and Guatemala has. It's useless with no real power. That's kind of true. Scott, you sound like our CFO who's trying to get us to leave Microsoft tools. One would hope your CFO doesn't have to push you to get away from Microsoft tools. Your CIO should be absolutely banning them. If your CFO needs someone to speak at your company, I will personally say, one of the things we say is if we see Microsoft tools, we know there's corruption in the business. We don't know where it is. We don't know if your IT department sold you out. We don't know if the CEO overrode IT and took over IT decision making. But one way or another, if there's a bunch of Microsoft tools being used, something is wrong. Whether it's just people being lazy, not having the skills, not doing evaluation. I've never actually found a shop that could come up with an evaluation that showed Microsoft tools making sense. That's not quite true. I've had a couple really small places that are like, well, we do this service for customers and they use Microsoft and we have to interchange with this. Like, there's some really limited things where you're not building your own infrastructure, you're building someone else's. So that's an exception. But when an actual analysis of the business need has been done, I've never had someone come back where I felt that they came back with an answer. It's always, I don't know, someone told us to, or, well, it's what we started with and we never changed. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Now, a lot of times your CFO is like, this is a lot of money. Why are we doing this? That hopefully your CFO's on board with your CIO. Your CIO should be like, this is costing us money and not giving us benefits. And your CFO should be like, losing money, that's terrible. That's how they should get together when having cocktails. And he should really be doing like this. Diego says, the CA4 has a no visa zone, but you still need to have your passport checked and you cannot work on other countries without permission. Working is different, but you don't always have your passport checked. That's the weird thing, is that officially you don't have to have a passport, and sometimes they don't check it, but sometimes they do. But I've also left the EU and they didn't check my passport too. So weird things happen. Brian points out that I don't sleep. That is true. Diego says, most people don't even know that Parlacen exists. I know because I really care about Central American unification. I'm very passionate about Central American unification and trains. And I'm currently reading The Jaguar Smile by Salman Rushdie. I started reading it Tuesday, and so far it's good. Costa Rica would not want to join us. They say they are Europeans. Haha, union is only realistic between the CA4. Well, I think the reality is that the CA4 don't want Costa Rica. I don't think that they're Europeans, though. They're just Nicaraguans who sided with America. But there's too much cultural difference, I think, at this point. I think in the end, Costa Rica is going to lose big time because they're going to be trapped as a bilingual tourist zone for the U.S., and that's a really bad place to be, right? So as the U.S. becomes more and more toxic and less economically powerful, Costa Rica is on a path where they have a dependency, and they don't have a good way to pull out of it. They could, right? They may have a bad way to pull out of it, right? But they don't have a good means of getting away from their tourist-based economy, and they keep doubling down on the tourist economy, which makes sense. It's where their money is. They've really gone all in on that. But they're so dependent on the U.S. that problems in the U.S. could all of a sudden hit Costa Rica hard, and they're not going to be in a position to deal with that, is my opinion. Whereas the CA4 and Mexico are historically isolated from the U.S. quite dramatically, and turning to each other and being like, wait, what made the U.S. powerful? A big free trade zone? Well, we're pretty big. We can do this, right? I think they're all like, we're in this together, and the U.S. is really driving them together, and Costa Rica is going to be a big loser if they're not part of that zone. And I agree. I don't think they will be, but I think it's more likely to be at the end of the day. It's going to be Nicaragua going, I don't think so, right? It's not going to be Costa Rica in the position of deciding. It's going to be, right, it's like the I can't think of a single name in the universe, but it's like the person who's like, I wouldn't date Brad Pitt. And it's like, well, realistically, I'm not the one deciding that, right? It's really Brad Pitt that's not dating you. That's kind of where this is going to be. We can all we want to be like, oh, Costa Rica is not going to want to join. Yeah, but it's not going to be Costa Rica in the driver's seat. I don't think at that point it's going to be the CA4, and they're going to be like, we're a massive free trade zone. We have this huge economy. We are booming, right? Already, who's in the growth path? Nicaragua, #1 growth in the region, right? For years, like really strong economy, doing really well. Quality of life is coming up fast. Who's the country that's constantly going, we're losing our identity, we're losing the ability to have our people put food on the table? Where's the crime going way up? Costa Rica, right? Now, they're still in a good position. They're overall pretty good, but they're on a bad path currently overall. I mean, they can pull out, right? But they're not in a path where anyone's envious of them. Panama doesn't want to be Costa Rica. Nicaragua doesn't want to be Costa Rica. Both of them are like, let's not let that happen. Panama went the wealthy route. We're going to go very, European style, big growth, blah, blah, blah. And they did it well for the most part. So Panama is this example of being Latin American in one way. Nicaragua went a very different way and has been very successful. And both of them have this really strong standard of living. There's a reason why when we're here, I was at breakfast this morning. Both of us are like, oh, I love Panama. Both of us have lived in Panama. Both of us chose Nicaragua. But we're picking between the same places. Neither of us is like, Costa Rica, let's go there. No, that's a vacation place. I love Costa Rica. It's a great country. Love to visit it. But like the average American who goes to Costa Rica from the U.S., they don't want to live there. They want to go there on vacation. That's where I am. I want to go there on vacation, spend some money, eat at their restaurants, enjoy their public transportation, maybe go to the beach, but I have beaches here. Cool, but I want to go home. It's the only country in the region that doesn't draw me in any serious way to be like, a life here would be neat, right? And I mean, if everything else was gone, yeah, it'd be fine. I'm not saying it would be bad, but Panama, I'm like, oh man, I miss Panama. So much I love about Panama. Go up to Guatemala, so much I love about Guatemala, right? When I go to Costa Rica, I'm like, I'm glad I got these restaurants nearby. I'm glad that, the countries are safe and friendly and borders are open. That's great. But I'm not tempted in the same way as the others. And I think that's a consistent thing that we see. Luke says, how many Chinese auto plants would pop up in Mexico to replace U.S. plants? Brian says, MS makes sense for our business, but then again, I think it only makes sense because it's entrenched. If you were starting fresh, you'd be like, all that cost, all that extra work. Diego says, what I meant with calling them Europeans is that they often say that they are the Switzerland of CA and look down on everyone else. They're the Morocco of CA. That's weird. Brian says, Luke, Ford makes about 75% of a vehicle in Mexico and shipped back to Michigan for final assembly. So they are American-made. Auto politics. Yeah, everything's like that. Yeah, at current pace, not for long. Yeah, they also killed Morazan. Yep. But yeah, I think it's weird. Costa Rica is surprisingly Costa Rica has this constant, like, we look down on everyone else and everyone else is like, why are you looking down at us? None of us want to be you. That is the very consistent Oh my gosh, Morazan died at my age. A few months older. That's so weird. Morazan was the second president of Central America. Wait, who was the first? Carrillo? No. No, I'm not sure who it was. Yeah. But yeah, it's time to start putting the CA back together. There's so much potential. And having that free border movement, what a difference that would make. What would the national speed limit for rail be? Let's hope they put in high-speed rail, but there's no chance of that. I am not anticipating high-speed rail. It is going to be slow rail. That's just what it's going to be. But even slow rail, it'll be great. I'm just checking the news to see if there's anything really of note going on. Nope, all the same, tit for tat, blah, blah, blah. We'll wait to see what happened with the Boeing plane that went down. What a surprise. It was a Boeing crash. Never would have guessed. Every time I get on a plane, we're always like, please don't be a Boeing. Please don't be a Boeing. Yeah, it would be neat if they did raised rail. The thing about... Yeah, we talked about that, Brian. That's what we're looking at to see if anything's really come of it. But it's just they do their regular strikes in Iran. That happens on a regular basis. And then Iran does a minor strike back. And it's just an ongoing thing. But I think this was baiting because Iran did a whole bunch to get them to attack them today. And so I think they were completely ready for this. Like, I think this was the expected result. Maybe not, but sure seemed that way to me. So I was reading today that the place to be these days is Burkina Faso. Looks really interesting, the stuff that they have going on right now. They're, I believe it's Traore, their new president of a year and a half, 2 years, seems to be doing really amazing stuff from what little bit I read. Now, it could be wrong, but it looks really promising for a similar region to Central America going on in Central West Africa with some smaller countries getting together and kind of uniting into a regional mini power that could be really, really interesting. So that's a place to keep an eye on. If you're like me and you're into the countries less traveled, business opportunities less standard kind of thing, Burkina Faso really, really seems like it might have some stuff going on. So keep an eye out there. Could be good. Could be good. And they're getting involved with Niger and Mali and someone else, but maybe Ghana. That'd be cool if it was Ghana. That would definitely have potential. I'm not sure where all those borders go. Diego says, we are really the same people between the CA4. Nicaraguans and Salvadorans are very similar. Yeah, especially southern Salvador, because it's the Nahuatl population. But in reality, Costa Rica was Nahuatl population too. Luke says the tip of the plane was bowing towards the earth. Or is that the Arth? Does the Arth mean something I don't know? I don't think so. It's an Arth. I think that's just a typo. Sometimes I'm like, do I not know things? Yeah. One of the good things in being an insignificant country worldwide is that we don't have to worry about military strikes. That's generally true, but Nicaragua's been hit by military an awful lot over the years, so that theory does not always hold up. It's also that there is a certain amount of fear of strikes on Nicaragua simply because it has no ability to strike back. Or very little ability to strike back. Earth typo. Okay, good. So at least I'm not crazy in this particular instance. But yeah, that's that was always the fear that Nicaragua has, is that the U.S. will just invade, and what can they do about it, right? I mean, they've pushed them out before, but it's always, the fight is always on Nicaraguan soil, right? And that's why the U.S. is so willing to act so brazenly, because returning is, you know, the volley is all but impossible. You know, Nicaragua has to view winning as keeping the U.S. from winning. But just having the fight on Nicaragua soil is, to the U.S., kind of winning anyway, because it doesn't really hurt them. They just do what they want, and when they win, they get what they want, and when they lose, they still damage the other place, and it really doesn't cost them anything. Now, there is cost, obviously, and Americans pay dearly in their taxes for all the wars that are being lost. Notably, the U.S. just lost its largest naval engagement since World War II in Yemen, and actually had to call a truce to be able to escape. So that's an interesting bit of update on the world scene, that they actually had to pull out of Yemen because it was getting bad. Like, not what you would expect at all, especially from Yemen. Another reason we need the CA4, yes, for sure. Original Red Dawn, Nika is struck back in the U.S. That would have been a movie for sure. Somehow Nicaragua manages to re-invade the U.S. or reverse invade the U.S. And but it would have been the Blue Dawn, Blue and White Dawn. That's one of the reasons why the U.S. invading Nicaragua is so weird from an American perspective, right? To be like, how was the U.S. expecting to ever be able to frame that it was afraid of Nicaragua, right? Like, they're far away and they can't hurt you. Why are you so upset? Like, I understand that some places like Russia during the Cold War could do a lot of damage, and we were scared. Fear causes, you know, people to do things, but you can't be scared of Nicaragua. They don't have an air force. They're not ready to bomb anybody. They're like, there's none of this makes sense from a fear perspective. And yet they always tried to sell it to the U.S. as like this, to the American people. Like, oh no, there's all these things to worry about. And you're like, I don't think so. This doesn't feel likely. I think you might be full of something. I'm going to need another Pepsi here soon. Too many propagandists use newspeak. There we go. All right, where's my peeps? There we go. Woo. Yeah, putting the CA4 together would do a lot to protect the region. But really, I think the strongest thing here is, in many things, being able to back off on military spending and spend more on economic growth, and really push the region. Being able to make food products or construction products or whatever in one country and get it to the others quickly would be such a big thing. Although, tourism alone, think about if you have a rail going through Central America, the amount that you can do tourism so easily is really something. Updates on the highway. There's no update on the highway. One of these days I'm going to drive down there. And everyone's going to go, wow, that's really boring. I'm gonna be like, I know. I just don't understand why it matters. I am truly curious what people imagine the new coastal highway is going to do that's exciting. I totally get being able to go from beach to beach. I mean, I live on one of the beaches. The coastal highway is supposed to come right past me. So it's like, okay, I'm going to have this new highway. I'm going to have access to these other places. Cool. Now I can get to Salinas Grandes quickly. Nice. And that's important. Why? Like, I have a beach. Why do I want to get to that beach? I'm not sure that matters. If they even do it. Because it's such a place. Actually, Nova, do you mean Nova Scotia? Is a threat to the U.S. God forbid U.S. citizens find out that life without an iPhone can be fully enjoyable. But what do people plan on doing on the highway? Because we already have highways connecting the country. Imagine middle-class Mexicans being tourists and going south of the border. Mexicans can already do that so easily, and they don't. That's one of the big things. Maybe the government will be able to push a new message on that. But like, even my head of engineering, my EVP, his family's like, no, we're not going on vacation to all these great places where your company is, even though they'll it's all paid for trips. We can go on the company dime and all this stuff. And his wife's like, nope, I won't travel to Central America. I don't want to be in Central America. They won't even come visit it. And they live on the coast in Mexico. Like, they live in a really nice place. But like, it's so wild that they don't want to come down and visit it. If I lived in Mexico, I'd be like, oh my gosh, Central America's right there. It's so easy to go. I'm going, And it's like Central America used to be part of Mexico. So there's a lot of like, hey, let's go check out that history. And there's so much of it, and it's interesting. And now Mexico has a lot to see too. I'm not, you can spend a lot of time in Mexico and do some amazing stuff. Actually, hoping to go to Mexico soon, talking about maybe doing a trip to CDMX coming up. That came up as an idea that I think we're probably going to do sometime soon. Mexico City to Managua costs more than Managua to Miami. Everything to CDMX is super expensive. You can do it on Avianca. You can do it on Aeromexico, but for some reason, flying through CDMX is just super pricey. Copa, too. Super expensive going to CDMX. What's your view on the LA riots and Trump and Newsom's response to it? I don't know that there's really LA riots. That appears to be a false thing. And it doesn't matter what there is. Turning the military into domestic terrorists against the American people is what it is. It's 1939, and here we are. That military was willing to deploy says a lot, right? Because they have a constitutional oath that they needed to defend. There's so many more people going to the U.S. than to Mexico that bring costs down. There are so many more people going to the U.S. From a flight perspective. That doesn't always work that way because it has to be round trip, right? You're saying from Managua. If you were to move to Mexico, do you already know what city you'd move in? I do not. This is Gargandale, by the way, welcome. Let's bring up the map. I have some ideas, but I'm not an expert on Mexico. So let's be real clear. I have to preface this. I am surprisingly unknowledgeable about Mexico. Now, obviously, I academically know an awful lot about Mexico. And I've spent time in a few places. I spent a tiny bit of time in Mexico City. I've spent time in Cancun. It's my least favorite place on the face of the earth. And I spent a bit of time in Sinaloa, relatively far north in Mazatlan. And certainly I would not live in Cancun. That was hell. But Mazatlan, if you said, oh, you have to live in Mazatlan, I'd be like, well, that's a nice place. I like that. I have offices in Guadalajara and Merida. Both of them have a lot to offer, although Merida has gone way downhill recently, we've heard. Mexico City, I know. I could live happily in Mexico City, no problem at all. And that would be really tempting because I love big cities. I really do. Guadalajara is supposed to be really awesome. I've not gotten to spend time there. That I'm hoping kind of soon. But I think much more likely I would find places like Guanajuato, Querétaro, Aguascalientes, San Luis Potosí, possibly León, and Guadalajara, like that kind of the mid cities, almost certainly. One of them is where I would want to be, and I think Guanajuato, most likely. But not having put in time there, I'm guessing, right? They're getting high speed rail through that region. I like that they're really awesome European-ish cities. Connected to Mexico City with all that infrastructure, but they're small enough to be these like really cool cities of their own. But I like big cities, so I don't think I'd want to be like in a far off little village. I mean, I'd be okay. I love Mexico. Mexico's got so much cool stuff going on, and it's hard to imagine much outside of Cancun that I would be like, no. Cancun, I would be like, no. But other than that, it's hard to say. But like Guanajuato or really close to it, almost certainly, I think is where I would want to be. Yes, if you were to move, yes, from Managua. About Mexico, I've had friends who lived in Oaxaca and they enjoy it. Oh, for sure, Oaxaca's supposed to be really nice, a little bit lower cost, although I think it's getting a lot of tourists now, but everywhere kind of is. Each soldier has a directive to disobey unlawful orders. You will get court-martialed in the process, but you'll have to obey your oath to the Constitution. Yeah, it's only in the U.S. is it illegal to follow the law. It's such a great thing. It's such a terrible situation. But we have to trust that people will follow the Constitution. That is why they're there. But you know, my hope as to the situation is that California secedes. Right? That is the ultimate hope here, and clearly Mexico is playing into that. Right? Mexico made a point of Los Angeles is a Mexican city, that it is a Spanish first city, that the border belongs on the far side of California. So Mexico's, it's rhetoric, but they're not playing around. They're very seriously like, let's make this Mexico again. And I think a lot of Americans are like, hey, could we switch sides now and go back? Like, yeah. So Oregon and Washington have to go with California too. So Oregon and Washington are a little bit tougher because they fall outside of the 1830 lines. So while for many reasons they may want to go with California, and it would be cool if they did, there's a couple of reasons that they won't. One is that you can imagine that the federal government would bomb them if they tried to sever the United States from the Pacific. And I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, Washington would turn Washington and Oregon into dust rather than lose access to the Pacific Ocean. and there's no historical precedence for the annexation. Why weren't Mexico before? Why weren't they? Just because they weren't. I don't know. Mexico was like, Northern California is a pain enough. Like, we don't need to go up there. They were claimed by the British time immemorial. I don't know when they weren't, but Nevada and Colorado and Arizona, they were Alta California, long ago, and then broke off from California. So all of them they were very clearly part of California, and will go back potentially with some precedents, but getting the other states would be difficult because the Oregon Territory was not Spanish in its previous life. Not that when you're annexing things that what it used to be is the only thing that is considered, but it's an important bit of it for sure. Let's see. A judge has blocked the activation of troops in California, but will it actually stop it? Just because it's illegal, just because a judge does it, doesn't mean it's not going to happen in the U.S. That's what we've been seeing. Why weren't they Mexico? I would prefer Mexico. Well, sure. All three states want to stay together. Maybe. Not they, but way. It's they. Oh, they, not way. United States of Pacifico. Tejas would become our own power. Texas can't. It's a welfare state. It depends on California to pay for it. So Texas actually has a problem standing on its own because it is economically dependent, and tried being on its own and found it to be a very difficult spot. Texas depends on the pipelines from the U.S. And protection from the U.S. and money from California. It could stand on its own, but it would be very, very difficult because of the flagging economy. Portia says, no one state can secede from the U.S., at least not peacefully. That is correct. However, if the federal government deploys troops to California, declaring war on a state is de facto secession. And they could actually argue that the United States seceded from California. I'll see you Panama and raise you Oregon. Texas power grid sucks. That's where Texas will be annexed by Canada, because Canada apparently already owns Texas. That is an ongoing kind of joke and sad reality in Texas all at once. Yeah. But there's a difference. So if California is seceding on its own, it has the Civil War problem. If it is being annexed by Mexico after the United States has attacked it, you get into a weird legal situation, right? Now, the U.S. can keep attacking it, but the thing that your fear of is that the U.S. will attack it. So it's already in that state. So background, Oregon country, obviously Native American. In the Treaty of 1818, the United States and England resolved the long-standing boundary issues between the two, right, forming Canada and the Oregon Territory. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Oregon was always British. I think they were the first colonial power in Oregon. Someone from Oregon, Janet, might know more of the actual history of Oregon, but Little gnats in my eye. Oh, Oregon country. Okay, here we're going to go. Oh, the earliest evidence of the name Oregon has Spanish origins. The term Orejon comes from the historical chronicle Relación de la Alta y Baja California, which was written by Rodrigo Montezuma, which had reference to the Columbia River when the Spanish explorers penetrated into North American territory that became the viceroy of New Spain. This chronicle is the first topographical and linguistic source with respect to the place name Oregon. There are also two other sources with Spanish origins, such as the name oregano, which grows in the southern part of the region. It is most probable that the American territory was named by the Spaniards, and there are some populations in Spain, such as Arroyo de Oregon, which is the province of Ciudad Real, also considering that the individualization of Spanish language, El Orejon, with the mutation of the letter G instead of blah, blah, blah. All right, early exploration, territorial evolution. Okay. Oregon country was originally claimed by Great Britain, France, Russia, and Spain. The Spanish claim was later taken up by the United States. The extent of the region being claimed was vague at first, evolving over decades into a specific border-specific U.S. British Treaty of 1818. Interesting. Okay, so it looks like maybe... Oh, here we go. Spain gave up its claims of exclusivity via the Nootka Conventions of the 1790s. In the Nootka Conventions, which followed the Nootka Crisis, Spain granted Britain rights to the Pacific Northwest. However, it did not establish a northern boundary for Spanish California, nor did it extinguish Spanish rights to the Pacific Northwest. Spain later relinquished any remaining claims to territory north of the 42nd parallel to the United States as part of the Adams-Onis Treaty of 1819. In the 1820s, Russia gave up its claims south of the 5440 and east of the 41st meridian in separate treaties with the United States and Britain. Okay. So originally, Spanish territorial claims included Oregon, Washington, all of British Columbia, a little bit of the Yukon, and a few important bits of Alaska, including Juneau, and I don't think Anchorage. It looks like just across the bay from Anchorage. But wow, I didn't realize that Spain had claimed all that. But way up there in Canada, Fort San Miguel, Puerto Cordoba, way up in Alaska, which is Cordova now. Hinchinbrook Island was originally the Isla de la Magdalena. Port Eches, I don't know how you pronounce that, was originally Puerto Santiago. Wow. And oh, yeah, of course, Valdez was Puerto Valdez. Makes sense. So that was all Spanish at one point, but they let it go early. But that does give a claim to still being part of at least New Spain, if not Mexico. I think it predated Mexico. But very interesting. Very interesting. By the way, the Hudson Bay Company just dissolved after all these years. North America's oldest business. Texas agricultural land is destroyed by a big rate. Farmers are struggling, I heard. Everyone's struggling. I was just in Texas. It was rough. Yes, Fort Vancouver. It is Vancouver, Washington, across the river from Portland. Yep. Portugal says, can you please type again your IT channel? I'm sorry, I had issues with my phone and I can't see it anymore. Yeah, give me a second. I will go grab that. Where is it? There it is. What? Visit channel. Oh, there we go. My keyboard's not working. Oh, there we go. Where can I look for Mexico news about the rail? I want to tell someone. I've had a hard time finding sources for it. I originally found it on Instagram. Then I did back it up. Like I found it somewhere. But getting like good news sources on it, because it was released at a logistics conference and they put out a map about it. So it's not like the most firm thing, but Mexico definitely did this. Janet says Fort Vancouver was founded by the Hudson Bay Company in 1825, and its first manager was Dr. John McLaughlin. McLaughlin served as the chief factor at the fort from 1825 to 1846. Well, that's long after Spain had had it for hundreds of years at that point. Hudson Bay Company was from England, but it was not an English company. I grew up in the Toronto area, and Hudson Bay was our big thing locally. So the Hudson Bay Company, originally called the Governors and Company of Adventurers of England Trading into Hudson Bay, is a Canadian company and the oldest corporation in North America. This is huge, as if you grow up in the eastern U.S. in the Toronto area, this is something that everyone knows. Now in the news, it came up as, most people won't know this, but the oldest company in North America just went out of business, 355 years old. But growing up in the Toronto area, everyone knows the Hudson Bay Company is the oldest North American company. At one point, Hudson Bay owned Saks Fifth Avenue, but they managed to spin it off before the company completely collapsed. But you can argue that all of Canada is England because it's a possession of England. So you can look at it that way and say all Canadian companies are British companies. But outside of that, it's a Canadian company, right? So you have to make the Canada is a division of England claim to get around that. Otherwise, Hudson Bay is just it's a Canadian company. Mexico News Weekly. Oh, Luke keeps saying Mexico News Weekly. Mexico News Weekly. Mexico News Weekly. Bum bum bum. Oh, that's a slow site. Is it doing something? Let's see. Can we find their rail news? Not easy to find. Anyone got a link? Oh, June 3rd article. How do you... I guess just go to news. I'm hoping there'll be a picture of a train. Is there a way to search? Well, there's June 3rd. Could Central America soon have a transcontinental train? Oh, you have to pay to use their search. Oh my gosh. Travel. Is it in their travel? Here we go. A modern railway through Central America could link Panama with Mexico by 2035. There we go, people. We got it. Janet, I think you'll notice that... Wait. Are you sure it originated in England? King Charles II of Canada granted it, I believe. Let's go to history. No, where's the... I guess they say founded in London, but you can found in London as a Canadian company. Because otherwise it would have to have moved to the New World. Because my understanding was always that, yeah, it was founded in London, but it was a Canadian company founded in London. Just like I can be here in Leon and I can go found a company that's Panamanian, but you would say it's founded in Leon, but it's a Panamanian company. But it's difficult because Canada at the time was just a name for England in that region. So the two were synonymous, but it's right, because at the time it was chartered Canada was England. Right. It was the company that formed Canada in many ways. All right, a modern railway through Central America can link Panama with Mexico by 2035. A historic train line between Mexico and Panama looks to be moving forward after leaders from 6 Central American countries presented a U.S. $52 billion regional rail integration plan in Leipzig, Germany. The Regional Mobility and Logistics Master Plan 2035 outlines the creation of 11 new rail corridors across Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Panama, with the goal of linking these networks to the Maya train in southern Mexico and interoceanic train across Mexico's Isthmus of Tehuantepec. The plan, which aims to be completed by 2035, was presented last month at the International Transport Forum 2025 Summit by the Secretariat for Central American Economic Integration, SIACA. It would enable seamless rail service from Panama to Mexico, opening new trade routes and economic opportunities across the region, including direct access to North America and Asian markets. The proposed lines between the countries are intended for both cargo and passenger service, according to the master plan. The talks are advanced, and the Guatemalan government is very enthusiastic about this issue, Francisca Lima Mena, Secretary General of SICA, told the newspaper Milenio after the May 23rd to 25th summit. Much of this requires coordinated management at border crossings, so significant efforts are being made. Lima Mena said Mexico has already pledged to support Guatemala with 400,000 meters, or 400 kilometers, as we call it in the normal world, of rails, railroad ties, and other materials to help reactivate its freight lines and connect Mexico's southern network. And El Salvador has already committed $1.8 billion US to reviving its rail lines as part of the initiative, though broader funding relies on public-private partnerships and international lenders. Officials say the project is about more than just moving cargo. By linking remote and underserved communities to major markets, leaders hope to spur economic growth and reduce migration pressures. No one migrates for fun, Lima Mena says. Everything happens for a reason, and it's usually economic, and that's why we have family disintegration. We want to have sustainable and decent work. Sustainable jobs can keep families together. That's a big reason why the plan is a good one, he added. It's an important infrastructure plan for the region, and that's why we have the interest of commercial partners, he said. The plan also includes harmonizing technical standards, establishing regional biosafety protocols, and creating a permanent regional rail authority. While Belize is not yet part of the corridor, SICA noted that its inclusion would be straightforward if momentum continues. Train projects in Mexico picked up steam under former President Andrés Manuel López Obrador and have remained a priority under the current president, Claudia Sheinbaum. In April, Sheinbaum talked about plans to extend Mexican train service into Guatemala at a Mañanera, her daily press conference. And the map is on the link. Yeah, definitely exciting stuff. This is Luke. My first Scottish ancestor in the U.S. came via the Hudson Bay Surveyor, embedded with fur trappers. Cool. Borsal says, "What clan are you from?" Hola. Mento? Oh, lo siento. Just a second. I'll be right back. es arrhythmia. Puedes llamar a Dr. Carlos, Dr. en Vivian Palace. Es arrhythmia, es irregular.
Oh, él no está.
No.
Está afuera en un congreso.
Oh,
Luis.
sí. O Adán, o Marcial. ¿Hay mucho cafeína hoy? ¿Más de normal? Piensa que no, más o menos lo mismo.
Yo en la mañana.
Okay. A veces es normal, pero es mejor para hablar con alguien. Sorry, Marcela is having irregular heartbeat, so we're trying to get a doctor. Luke says, Fullerton, it's one of the 3 camels in the crest. Diego says, how would this be funded? Every country its own part. So Mexico's funding part of it for sure. I know, so Nicaragua is already in the process of putting, excuse me. Nicaragua's already in the process of putting in its own rail, or putting back in its own rail. Most of the countries in the region are replacing rail that the U.S. ripped out. That is the common thread. The idea of putting in rail in Central America is one of the strongest statements to the United States. That is the Central American equivalent of the 2-finger salute from England to the U.S. Very much a defiance of colonialization, as one of the United States' strongest things in the region was to rip out the rail and try to make the region go railless. By putting rail back in and taking it to a level it never had before, Central America is very much standing up and saying, we're not going to take it, and we're not going to put up with how it's been. So El Salvador is currently funding its own, Guatemala is funding its own, Mexico is funding its own. Nicaragua is in process already with China, Belts and Roads. Costa Rica already has some rail. They should have no problem funding. And Panama, they can fund whatever they want, right? Panama's in great shape. But my guess is that someone like the IMF and other international lenders that standardly handle this stuff will come in. Normally the EU has a tendency to step in with large loans for these kinds of infrastructure projects. That is not at all unusual for almost every country in the world. Just large-scale loans when it's very clear infrastructure development. It falls under kind of a general human development sort of umbrella, and so it's easy to see. Now Nicaragua is pretty extensive. It's getting a lot of rail. I think. Oh, excuse me. Guatemala. Well, yeah, I think Guatemala and Nicaragua get the most rail of anybody, but they're also the biggest country, so it makes sense. Got it, Luke. My wife is from Johnston clan. He says they were famous cattle thieves. My family is Johnston as well. Janet says my grandfather was Scottish. He went to Florida to build the Florida Keys bridges. We claim McGregor. They'll take anyone. Willock is the last name. I will be right back. I was married in a kilt with a bagpiper. I'll be right back. I'm getting more soda. So my very Italian children are learning, and by learning I mean teaching themselves, how to make cannoli. So that's exciting. I'm also going to show off. I got some crunchy nuts. These are crunchy nuts. See if they show up. Crunchy nuts. That kind of looks cool on the camera. These are made right here in Leon, and they are delicious. Now, these are the sour cream and onion. They're my second favorite. My favorite is the habanero. Very good. My least favorite is the Cajun. And I'm going to eat these on camera. Sorry. They're just nuts. It's not weird. Hello, Scott's Gecko. Oh, did he take the show while I was gone? The Piper is down. The Piper is down. Is there a Piper in the house? He thought it was too boring without Scott talking. Oh, was he being loud? They're hilarious. Bortel says, I'm originally from the Balkan region. I have some Celtic blood in my family. Where in the Balkans? I used to live in the Balkans-ish. Balkans adjacent, we'll say. But I love the Balkans. I spent some time there. If I was going to live in Europe, I would live in the Balkans. Well, no, Spain probably. The Balkans are very high on my list. Very high. Janice says, I quit taking classes when the pipes I ordered came with the wrong tartan. Well, yeah. Larry just jumped on. That's quite a visual. You in a kilt. It was awesome, Larry. It was awesome. Janice says, I wondered whether to try those. Oh, you've never had the Brander's Crunchy Nuts? They're excellent. It's japonese, but with really good flavor. Oh, Serbia. Okay, cool. Or as I call it, the Kansas of the Balkans. It's so flat. You can hear me crunching, can't you? Sorry for the crunchies, but they're delicious and I need a snack. So, I used to live in Romania, which obviously borders Serbia. And we would cross at Timișoara, and I drove across Serbia a couple times. I had some friends there, but I never managed to meet up with them. We tried, and just didn't manage to pull it off. But I drove all over the Balkans. But like Bosnia has the mountains. I really like the mountain region down there. They sound like yummy crunchy. They really are. And my daughter, who's making the cannoli filling right now, she turned 5 in Kosovo, in Pristina. That's a city I would very happily live in. Way too few people vacation in Kosovo. Sorry, it's just funny. There's not that many. It'll be fast. And you guys are way too quiet. You were there in my region, North Serbia. South Serbia is the mountain region, while Pristina is probably the highest altitude city in Serbia. Yeah, probably. It's quite high. We're way up there in the mountains. It's so beautiful. The weather there, like, you know, It's super southern Europe, so it's like warm, but then you're way up in the mountains, so it's cool. So you have that like really even, like nice, pleasant temperature. It was really nice. Luke says, crest motto, Lux in tenebris, light from the darkness, which is funny as the name Luke originates from the Italian city of Lucia, city of light, and my tag is Lucifer, bearer of the true light. Shannon says, I have to finish my last after class report. I keep getting distracted. Don Timoteo is here. Any news on the road construction in Managua? I was in Managua, but I wasn't on that road. They published a map of the metro bus. I have not seen that. Send a link. Oh, you can't send a link. Damn it. Sorry for the nuts, but I do recommend these. Branders makes the best nuts. And from peanuts grown right in Leon. Branders makes like energy bars here too. And granola bars. Something along that line. I'm now coated in sour cream and onion. Diego, where's there a map of the Metro bus? From everywhere that you have traveled, where was the best food or top few countries? Ooh. Not Romania. Boy. Definitely not Argentina. Like, there's a few places that stand out as worse food. Best food, probably the best food experiences are Italy, and Spain is really good. Oh no, we have to strain the regatta for 6 to 8 hours. Oh my gosh. Well, that sucks. Did not expect that. So nothing beats a full-on dinner in Italy, right? Especially Alba or its immediate surrounds, right? Food in Italy is a religious experience, and it's true, right? The first time I ever had ensalada russa, right, was in Italy, and you're just like, this is a simple little mayonnaise salad, and it's one of the best things I've ever eaten. Like, it's like, how can this be? And having pasta in Italy, you're like, everything's perfect. Like, it's just way too perfect. Like, it's crazy. And biscotti and white wine for dessert. Like, who would have thought that was a thing, dunking cookies in wine? No, it's amazing. Right? So to Italians, the entire food experience is so extreme. Very hard to beat that. I found the food in Greece to be absolutely amazing, but I'd prefer Italy. The food in Spain, quite amazing. Variety was a little bit low, but really good. But Italy definitely takes the cake. That's kind of literal. Across my experiences in Europe that I can think of, the closest competitor, the only place that really gives it a run for its money was Ukraine. But not Venetia. Not Venetia, no. Real Italy, where the Italians live. Morocco, like that part of the world is quite good. I find the variety too low. Italy just comes in as the capital of food. especially northern Italy. Having lived in so I lived in southern Italy and I spent time vacationing in northern Italy. Northern Italy is the place. That's where the food is. Southern Italy was okay. Arancini, amazing, right? Pizza, really good. Surprisingly super high on the list of amazing food is New York. That's the only place I've ever been in the U.S. that I would say was so good that it stands out as a food region to such an extreme degree. But upstate New York is the home to so many foods and takes food so seriously, especially the region around Lake Ithaca. Like that's one of the world's food and wine regions. I can't say that I've ever been anywhere in Latin America that Bolivia. So I haven't spent time in Peru. Peru is famous for its food. But of places that I've spent time, I would say Italy, Ukraine, and Bolivia are the big three for the best food. Guatemala is up there. Guatemala was quite good. Guatemala is the only place, and New York. Guatemala and New York are the only place that I've been to world ranked restaurants. So that colors your vision a little bit. I went to Dayaca in Guatemala, and that's like, okay. I guess I've been to a ranked restaurant in Cochabamba in Bolivia. So those places, really, really good. But yeah, Ukraine for world cuisine that was approachable in everyday life. Upstate New York for relaxed American food done right. And Northern Italy for the absolute best of Europe. That would be my three standout places. I've had loads of good food, all kinds of places. Texas definitely beats New York in doing Tex-Mex, obviously. But overall, New York crushes it in food. Never had California be that good. It's okay, but it was never that good. Pittsburgh, if you're going to do stuff with coleslaw, of course, Pittsburgh's your epicenter. So good, but only for that one thing. Other things, it's fine, but it's not. I like the food in Nicaragua. The variety's too low. Panama, same thing. Argentina, high variety, but the quality was just, except for coffee shops, just wasn't there. And their whole "we don't cook eggs" thing. I mean, I know it's a cultural thing, but wow. But those three, those are big ones. Toronto was good. Montreal's quite good, but it's not upstate New York. Montreal's probably the best I've been to in Canada. Yeah, I think that's my big ones. I'll come back to Diego's because I'll remember this. I never really heard you explain why you chose to live in Nicaragua. What's here that's special for you? Diego says, I saw it in a post of a news site. Oh, okay. Speaking of nuts, this is Luke. As a Southerner, I was surprised to see pecan pie at Brooklyn Cafe actually have more pecans than you would find in a slice of pie in Georgia. Brooklyn Cafe's pecan pie is really good. I've had a lot of pecan pie in Nicaragua, and it's generally decent, but Brooklyn Cafe rocks it. Tiffany says New York City has the best food, hands down, a huge melting pot. I gotta tell you, being from New York City is not even on the food list for New York. Like, if you have unlimited money and unlimited time, it's just a huge city. But food quality, New York is not in the game. Not at all. Janet says, when I was a kid, this was a really long time ago, I liked the food in Bangkok and Hong Kong. Those are definitely well known for their food, for sure. Borchel says, my wife is Southern girl, state of Georgia. We went a couple of times to Serbia and now have to move there because she went crazy for the food there. Not so much the restaurants, but homemade village food. Yep. I've had good homemade village food in Romania. Like that was, but being vegetarian, Romania is not terrible, because they were vegetarians for so long that they've actually done some pretty good stuff. It wasn't the worst, but it definitely was on the bland side. Diego said, I thought Argentina had good food. Everyone gives that impression. And I'm not saying it was all bad. And like, obviously they're famous for like their steak. I'm not saying that's not good. But if you're just like going to a regular restaurant in Argentina, my gosh, the average it's one of the worst average food experiences that I've had in a long time. Like, just if you're just like ordering off of, walking down the street, picking a restaurant, going on Peditas Ja, ordering delivery, whatever. I feel like the chances that you're going to hit a dud is so high. And so many places look so good and beautiful neighborhoods, and just, this food is just mediocre. Edible, it was okay. And we had a few that were really good. Now, the coffee shops consistently were amazing. Alfajores, amazing. The coffee, amazing. Like little snack items, they were hitting it. But you went to any kind of like real sit down restaurant and you're like, okay, let's get a good meal. My gosh, it just wasn't there. Did not do it. Bolivia, any random, terrible looking corner, anything. You're not gonna have socks. They're gonna be knocked so far off you don't even go looking for them. Right? Completely different. Tiffany says stuffed cabbage. Yep, Ukrainian food is really good, but Ukraine also has a huge amount of melting pot. Like, I feel more than New York. John says they don't cook eggs in Argentina. They don't. They like warm them up and serve it to you like a eggy soup. None of us could eat them. Right? They're so liquid that it was a gag reflex, not to gross anyone out. Are they cooked? Are they safe? Yes. But they're only cooked to safety. They're not cooked to pleasant. And I don't mean like soft. I mean wet, gross eggs. And like we would have sent them back over and over again, but we kept looking at other tables and other people were like happily eating these incredibly liquid eggs. And I've talked to some people and they're like, oh, you like cooked eggs? Ew. And I'm like, what? Like, that's a thing, but there is a thing. There's a people who like these really runny eggs. And but not me. And Tony says all the boroughs, including Staten Island. No, none of it. Just the food just isn't that good. Having lived in New York City, really found the food to be so lacking. That was one of the reasons we didn't like it there, is that the food was so not up to par. You had to work so hard. It's kind of like Buenos Aires, huge city. If you hunt and hunt and hunt and hunt, you can find these gems, but the average was just bad or mediocre, right? Every random little place, just not that good, right? They survived because there were so many people and long lines at the good places, I guess, but Virgil says, are you looking for variety and presentation on your plate, or quality, or all the above? I think for me, all the above. I do want variety. Like Leon has really high quality, but the variety is so low that it doesn't matter. I'm frustrated all the time. Now, Managua has a bit more variety, but I still have to put in effort to deal with variety. When I'm in Kiev, or back then anyway, my gosh, every restaurant was amazing. Every restaurant had a unique menu. Everybody was trying to compete with everyone else. And like when I lived in Ithaca, New York, right? So I used to be a food reviewer. I used to run a food review magazine. I used to have a team of reviewers that went to all the restaurants. We knew every place in the middle of wine country. And so it's a thing that I've taken seriously. And when my wife and I first met, I was living in the middle of New York's food city. And all of us were young and worked a ton. And so going out to dinner every night with the gang was what we did. And it started with, hey, we need to figure out where the good restaurants are. And then it became no one's doing a good review system for this city. So we ended up creating, and there had been one. It was called Ithaca Eats before us. And it had died. It went away. And so it wasn't there. And so we were like, oh, we need something like that. So we made a modern platform for food reviews and provided written reviews of all the restaurants. And this is Ithaca, so restaurants open and close all the time because they do their tests there. And if you're good enough to make it in Ithaca, then you can go to New York City with funding because it's much harder in Ithaca. It's much more competitive. And that was a city where you could consistently go to every restaurant and just be excited every night. You knew you were going to get a good meal. Even the bad restaurants were better than most places' good restaurants. That was something. And so my wife can tell you, like our first years dating, because we weren't married in Ithaca yet, we were just dating there. It was just nonstop restaurants. Every day that I was in town, we'd be at a restaurant. We never cooked at home. I'm not sure I can remember cooking at home ever. Maybe for like a New Year's Eve party. But outside of that, it was just, there was an endless number of restaurants to try. We couldn't get to enough of them. And there were so many places that were so good that, and we had the wine trails and all the restaurants on the wine trails. That was an experience. Chicken Kiev, I have had every country's cuisine in the state of New York. I usually say New York City when I mean New York, not specifically Manhattan. Yes, but you mean the New York City area. When I say New York, I mean not the New York City area, the like Albany, Syracuse, Rochester, Buffalo, Binghamton, Utica, that area. Like best pizza I've ever had is Schenectady. And nothing in New York. I've never had anything in New York that I would consider a competitor for good pizza. I can easily say I've had more than 100 different places in upstate that would compete for the best pizza before the best of anything in New York City. Like the gap between New York City and upstate is significant. New York City's thing is that people are trapped. It's hard to travel. And so just the overall food experience is less. And it's not in the agricultural zone. Everything is brought in. Now, things are brought in pretty quickly, but it's still a big city without its own agricultural zone. Whereas when you're in Schenectady and you're getting pizza, that cheese, that was made 5 minutes away. Like every bit of that is fresh from somewhere right there, right? Upstate New York makes the cheese for all the pizzas up there. So it's a different thing. Borschel says it's hard to find good food in the USA, especially in restaurants. The quality of ingredients is very low, no matter how much local or organic they claim. That's true. It didn't used to be that way. It used to be so much better, and it's really noticeable coming back and being away for years at a time. When I end up back in the United States, I always have like this feeling, and you can hear me talking about New York and how good the food was. And I come back to the U.S. and I'm like, oh man, I'm missing, and I have a list of things. And then I go to get it and I eat it, and I'm like, I remembered this being way better. You know, and I know some of it is my taste changing, but it's not all my taste changing. Like things don't taste as well. And remember when we were kids and apples tasted good? Now people are like, why do people eat apples? I'm like, no, seriously, when I was a kid, apples were delicious. You don't understand. We had good fruit. Luke is saying goodnight, signing off. Audio, y'all. I think he meant adios. Instead, he put audio, like I can hear you. But good night, Luke. Have a good one. John Blair says, true that Borschel about low quality ingredients. Yeah, and even in restaurants, it's often, I feel like, just adding butter, adding cream, adding whatever, in many cases. I did have some good food when I was back in Texas a few weeks ago, but on average, it was weak. Mr. Beast Burger, that was It's really sad that the best hamburger I was able to find I'm vegetarian. The best veggie burger I was able to encounter in Houston was Burger King. Like all these local places raving about their burgers, all these specialty patties, all these expensive things. Nope, Burger King was quite noticeably better than everything. And it's different than Burger King here, which I like too. But it was nice to have it was completely different Burger King experience. You're like, okay, that works. We're back, though, to Costa Rica being better at Burger King than Nicaragua. For a while, we were better. Now they're better again. Flips. But the Taco Bell in Costa Rica mirrors the U.S., just not what you'd hope. I was so sad. There were restaurants I really wanted to go to in Houston, and they'd gone out of business, so I couldn't go to them. But we went to some places that were like highly recommended. People were raving about these restaurants. And we were like, that wasn't bad. Like, certainly we had an okay meal, but the price was outrageous and the food was good, maybe. I mean, that's not really fair. People were raving about it, and I'm saying the food was good. But, you know, I got a meal I could have gotten in Nicaragua. It was just fried shrimp and French fries. The French fries weren't good. They were not good. The shrimp were good, but not as good as what we get here in the beach. It did come with a salad with a great Thousand Island dressing, and the whole salad was delicious. So that was a slam dunk. Honestly, I could have skipped everything and just had a salad, which is good, but Diego says, I always find the food in the U.S. to be better than here. What? Big variety, but depending on where you go. Where in the U.S. are you going, Diego? Not Texas, I would guess. If you're a vegetarian, you'll probably enjoy the food of Georgia. I have had some of the food of Georgia because I lived in Kiev. So for those who don't know, Georgia and Ukraine used to be the same country. So there's a lot of incredibly authentic Georgian restaurants in Kiev, as you would expect, just like there are authentic New York restaurants in Des Moines, right? It's kind of like that. Or authentic Cajun restaurants in New York City, kind of like that. So Georgians running restaurants in Kiev that moved there when they were all one country. And I can tell you, damn, that was some good food. Yes, you are correct. I love Georgian food. They're really big on eggs and cheese and bread. These are three of my favorite things. With the cholesterol and the liquid fat. That's how I get like this. As I choke on my soda. Yeah, absolutely love Georgian food. There is a new, really famous Georgian restaurant in Casco Viejo, Casco Antigua. You can call it either. I hate that you can call it either. I swear, 10 years ago, everyone called it Casco Viejo, and now everyone calls it Casco Antigua. Like, seriously, that's confusing and annoying. Really supposed to be. I didn't make it in. It was closed when I was there because I went up to the door and I'm like, no. But there's a well-known new Georgian restaurant in Casco Viejo, and the next time I'm in Panama, I'm going to make a point of hitting it. The only thing I enjoyed in Texas was the Egyptian food. I feel like I've only ever had like Egyptian like once in Texas. It wasn't that much of it wherever I was. Miami has the best Peruvian I've ever had. Could be. Diego said Miami, where he really liked the food. Miami is pretty good for food. Like, it is. Legit. Are you sure you're not a theater kid? I have a degree in that. I'm definitely a theater kid. One of my many degrees, I definitely went for classical guitar, trombone, and vocal performance. I have toured with vocal groups, like theater vocal groups, all kinds of things. But I'm not an actor, but I can do musical for sure. Sorry, I have this nose itch. It's driving me crazy. It's like, what was I going to say? Miami, Peruvian. That's what I wanted to say. There's a Peruvian restaurant that I went past in Las Colinas today that looks really good. Oh, I should point out, when I was a member of Club Corp in Texas, their private club food was amazing. That was really cool. We were able to get consistently good food with a private chef. So I was there like 5 days a week. And, but you can kind of get good food anywhere you have a private chef. Egyptians do make good food. Not good for tourism, great for food. Lebanese, there's a decent Lebanese place in San Jose. So I'm always kind of interested in being in San Jose to get that. Why do you say your university days were a waste of time? Can you elaborate more on the details on that? Well, I mean, I went... not one moment of anything I did in university the entire time ever contributed to the future of my life. All it did was spend a lot of money. So, I mean, everything that happens to you in life contributes to who you are as a person, right? So, of course, if I change anything in the past, right, butterfly wings, everything changes. So, but outside of that, if we were to look at... I have never used a university degree on a resume. I have never used something I learned in university on the job. I've never benefited in a obvious form from having been in university. I didn't form any connections that helped me in life. I didn't get introduced to anything that got me anywhere. Every moment that I spent in university, while I may have enjoyed it, right? And I'm an academic at heart. I love class discussions. Okay, there's a limit, but even like okay, so discussing Hemingway may be a bit pedantic, but discussing Salinger or something I can handle. Right. Okay. So let's sit down. Let's talk about, this historical thing, this cultural thing, this literary thing, this musical thing. Let's study. I took history of jazz. I took history of, and my wife loved art history. Right. I enjoyed a lot of classes and stuff, but I could have learned those things without those things. I had friends who were far more academic than my professors, let alone my other students. I could have taken that time and taken that money and done so many better things with it. I could have hung out with much more educationally. Yes, I do mean ají. People say that Peruvian restaurant is great but expensive. Yeah, it looks expensive, but it's also in Las Colinas and it looks really fancy. So, but it can only be so expensive, or we'll just hop a flight to Lima and eat there because flights to Lima are cheap. And all the money that I spent on university was just lost. And all the time that I spent on it could have been spent learning something. The only real significant benefits that I pulled out of being in university is that I have the confidence to tell you that my professors were worthless and that the university system was a scam. And I can say that with absolute confidence. I went to 6 universities. I went to public. I went to private. I went to the top ranked university on earth when I went. And I did fine in all of them. I was on the dean's list. I got my degrees. I got perfect scores on my PhD papers. I made myself from age 18 to be part of the state university curriculum. Not just I studied it, I wrote it. And I can, with absolute confidence, say that university was too easy, it didn't encourage us to learn, and all it did was hold us back from spending our money and our time on actually learning. I honestly believe that the act of the university system is to be a barrier to education, and that is how it was founded. It was started thousands of years ago, 8,000 years ago, to be a walled garden, to keep knowledge from the world so that those with money could buy access to withheld knowledge and thereby know things that others did not do. Universities were not a place of education. They were a place of hoarding, of withdrawing knowledge. And that is how they stand today, in my opinion. Every university experience. So I had individual professors who tried very hard. I had some people who were very good. The best school that I attended, SUNY Empire, I would say things like, your program is bad, so I'm going to do this other thing that's harder. And they'd say, awesome. They didn't say, oh, I'm offended. They didn't say, no, you have to do this stupid thing that we told you to do. They said, whoa, you want to do more? Good, right? Be the best you can be. So I felt that their bar was too low, but their willingness to allow me to raise the bar was unprecedented with the other schools that I went to. Very close, State University, MCC, was near, right? I said, you're not teaching me enough. I'm going to go triple full time. They said, absolutely. Maintain dean's list. We don't care what you do. They had a great policy. If you're on the dean's list, no professor could say no. I'd be like, I'm going to take 2 classes at the same time. They're like, I can't say anything. You're on the dean's list, right? I'm going to take classes during lunch. I can't say anything. You're on the dean's list. I'm going to schedule from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. They're like, if you think you can, and as long as you could maintain a 3.9 or whatever, they couldn't touch you. So I'm very impressed with some of those things. There was some good stuff. State University of New York was quite good compared to other schools that I went to, but even the best was always me reiterating things I already knew. I was always teaching the professor. I was always having to guide the class. I was always having to just waste my time proving that I knew things I already did, things I was already doing professionally, things I was already writing papers on. And I understand not everyone has done those things, but my point was not that I had done those. The point was I could have taken far less money and far less time and teach myself all those things. If I'm motivated and actually want to learn them, I can. And if I just go to university and want to just pass and get a degree, I don't need to learn any of those things. You just learn how to talk to the professor. You'll get through without learning anything. And it was so easy to do. And I did have a class where one time I came in, they knew I was overloaded, and they knew that I had another professor who wouldn't let me out of something, and it caused me to always be late for another class. And eventually the professor is just like, look, I know you're working hard. You put in more work in the class than anyone else. I know you can't help be late. He's like, look, I'll just give you a B. Don't come back to class. I'm like, done. he's like, don't even worry about it. So there is value to being able to say that I have no doubt that university was a waste of time, that I have no doubt that I've never had a professor that I would hire, right? Never once. I've had some that I'm like, they could get up to speed if they cared, but never have I encountered one that I said, oh, I wish I could have him as an employee. Absolutely not. And that has allowed me to tell thousands, tens of thousands of people in my field and in a related field, don't cripple yourself. Evaluate. Here's how to evaluate. Here's the information from the government. Here's what you need to understand. Here's how the math works. Here's the reality. And here's how you get around it. And I don't have to do that and say, I'm pretty sure this works. No, I did both paths. I did the hard work of university, and I never put it on my resume. When I got to be a CIO on Wall Street, when I ran the US dollar, when I was on Hedge Fund Row, when I was writing the books, all of that was no one knew I had a degree. And if I ever got interviewed and they required me to disclose that I had a degree, I would disclose it, but then I would automatically turn the job down. I've done that. Right. I've been like, oh, it's unfortunate. I thought this interview was going well, but yeah, here's my degree information. But if it matters to you, then I misread this room. I thought this was a serious professional interview. And obviously, if you require a degree, you don't think anything of this job. So if you don't think anything of it, I don't want to work here. Real discussions. And that's really how I approach it. And yeah, it lowers the number of jobs you can get. But guess what? You only work one job at a time. You don't want to pass up the best job because you tried to get any job. University is about people trying to get any job. And that's not a healthy way to go. But that's the marketing, right? People say, well, it opens more doors. I don't want more doors open. I want one door open. All I want is the right door open. And a door that opens because I wasted time and money paying someone who doesn't know what they're doing to falsely give me some credential. If that is a door, I want that door closed. Because I don't want to accidentally go through that door and not realize what a crappy door it was. And so that's actually been a really powerful tool in my career, is knowing that the people who would require that, I never had to talk to. Now, I could have just not gone to university. That would have been better. But just lying and pretending I didn't go to university gives me the same effect. And I think it was a very valuable piece of my career. It allowed me to move much faster. Just that, just closing doors. Because all my colleagues, they were confused by too many open doors. They were overwhelmed with choice, but none of the choices were good. They didn't have better choices than me. They only had more choices than me, and that hurt them. Similarly, I use the example. So while I was at school so I went for classical guitar was my main focus. And I worked as a performance classical guitarist. Like I beat out my professor in my first week at university for the biggest performance job in that part of the state. And he was a very good sport about it, but very jealous, right? I had a much better job than he did. But he was my head of department, and that's kind of irrelevant to it. While I was at that school going for classical guitar performance, I wanted to pay out of pocket as I went. I didn't want to take on debt. So I was working much more than full time at a hotel directly across the street from the school, thankfully. I started at about the same time that I started school. So it took me about a year, and I was offered promotions to manager. Not the general manager, but the assistant manager. I was already the night manager. I kind of started there. I was offered assistant manager. Clearly, I was going to get my own store, but I was really young and still in school. And the hotel was very like, oh, we give preference to people who go to school. Yeah, but you promoted us above those people really quickly. And then it turned out the only person that they ever gave a higher slot because they had gone to school had lied about going to school. And the people that they held back because of it had lied in the opposite direction on accident and actually had degrees. It was quite the mess. So it's weird. I spent a lot of time with a guy goading it over us, that he had a degree and he was all special. And it turned out he didn't actually have that degree, and the two of us who were there did, and we didn't realize we had graduated. Long story. But looking back, it's like, what a loser. So I would talk to kids that I went to school with who wanted to go into hospitality management. And I said, why are you in this program to study hospitality management? Why don't you go get a job in a restaurant or hotel? I had managed restaurants up until that point and switched to hotels so that I could go to university because I could work at night. Restaurants weren't normally open at night. And I had managed quite a few restaurants, and I had worked as like a dishwasher and other crappy things when I was younger. And so managing hotels was really good. It paid a little bit better than the restaurants. You definitely didn't get all dirty. You didn't get sweaty. The hours were perfect. Lots of flexibility. It was a good place to work. I loved it, and for what it was. And so I would talk to these kids, and I'd be like, "Go work in a hotel and gain all this experience, and you'll get paid while you do it." And they'd be like, "No, I have to get a degree first." I'm like, "Why? What do you think that's going to get you?" And here was the breakdown in math. They started school at the same time I did, more or less. They would go to school for 4 years, get a degree, and then go try to get into working in a hotel. Or they could, what am I looking at? I can't tell what that is. Anyway, so they would take 4 years, and then they would go to get a job. I started in hotels at the same time that they started school. I didn't have a degree, obviously, because I was going to school. And it took about 1 year of getting paid and having not that bad of a job and being promoted to assistant manager, which is one step from general manager, right? Directly under the... Now, I turned it down. And they were like, what? And I'm like, this is not my career, but I really appreciate it. But no, I want to be the night manager. That's as far as I want to go. I have different ambitions, and I don't want to get sucked into this. So I had kind of this neat job for a while where I was technically the night manager, but they had offered me assistant manager. So whoever was the assistant manager knew that I was the first choice, right? So I had a lot of clout. No one ever messed with me. It was very chill. So I had a very good time there and left on great terms. But so it was very clear that it took me 1 year to get to be the point where I'd be the hiring manager, choosing which of the people 3 years later would graduate from university, would become my desk clerk. And then they would have to start working their way up, and it would not accelerate them any. So what I did in 1 year, if they were as ambitious as me, they could do in about 5 to 6 years. But there's one fewer spot available because I took it, because I got ahead of them. So it's a little bit harder for them because people who are a little bit more ambitious, like me, took the slots early and left fewer for them. So not only did they have a delay, they also had fewer opportunities. and they had debt. Maybe not a ton because it was a state school, but they'd still have debt at the end, whereas I would have profit. So I was earning money while they were losing money, and I was gaining experience. So I was already the person who would choose their fates after 1 year. And honestly, I'm sure I would have been not a regional manager, a general manager, in 1 more year, right? I already know which store I would have gotten, really, which location. And that was a really big highlight, that the dedication to going to school was so much that they would turn down the job they were going to school for. Because when you graduated from university in hospitality management, you got absolutely no leg up going into that job. None. You didn't start higher. You weren't more likely to get hired. It did nothing for you, except set you back in money and time. Very extreme example, but it's one that I lived through and watched people throw their careers away. And I was like, why are you even in university? Like, clearly your goals make no sense. So you could redefine that their purpose of being in university was to not get into their field. Quite literally, that's how they viewed it. John Blair says, do expats ever have access to the local universities in Nicaragua? I would think that taking a class here and there in that environment would be interesting. So I'm a full permanent resident, and that gives me full access to the universities, just like a Nicaraguan. I can attend any university. My kids can go to any university, any high school, any middle. They're in high school, so they can go to any high school that they want, including the public ones that are free. This is a Tiffany. My Egyptian friends spoiled me by dropping off one heck of what I would consider a family platter: lamb, stuffed grape leaves, you name it, when I was on travel assignment in San Antonio. Oh, pretty cool. Diego says, John, you can go to private colleges. They are not expensive. $20 USD a month. The cheapest, $200 a month. Oh, 20 the cheapest, 200 the most expensive. I think we have to pay a little bit more than that if you're not. I'm not sure. He says, cool, thanks, Diego. Tiffany says, had to drop a pin for that restaurant on Google Maps. Those photos are great. He looks really good. Yeah, I was right in front of it today. I'm like, I didn't have time. I was just picking up a package for my wife. Diego says, for me, the problem with U.S. education is the price. The price certainly plays a big factor, but even if you take the price out of it and look at what it does for you, very rarely does it make sense. If you're doing a degree where you have to, right? You want to be a doctor, you want to be a teacher, and they require the degree to get into the field, it is what it is. It's a requirement. It's a tax. It's not an education, it's a tax. And then it's all, are you rich enough to pay the tax to get the job you want? You're buying the job, basically. And everybody understands that that's what it is. But if you're in a competitive field where all that matters if you can do the job or not, then it's very difficult for universities to make sense, even whether the U.S. education is good or not. Like, name the field. If it's not required, chances are it's incredibly easy to get into that field some other way. And a great example, my wife was a forensic biochemist, so she had a degree. She was working really impressive stuff. That's what she was doing when we met. And after a few years of doing that, and she moved through a couple forensic biochem positions, and then she moved into pharmaceutical research biochem, which is very related, but slightly different. And when she was there, she really wanted to get work on this one type of machine. And the general process was the only way to get onto that machine, that you had to have a certain number of hours on it, and they would never let you touch it without it. And so the only way to get access to those machines, they would say, is to do a graduate program and hope that your university had the machine. Of course, you would ask, and hope that your program gave you hours on it, which was rarely guaranteed. So it was a huge gamble. You'd put in 2 years of your life, spend a fortune, and hope that they let you play with this machine enough to get the experience you needed to get the promotion that you wanted. So it was a huge risk and huge investment to get very little. That is what my wife enjoyed doing that. She wanted to do it. So she was talking about this, and she was talking about getting a master's and all this. And of course, I was helping pay for her undergrad at the time. I was like, seriously. And that's another thing that, not only did I pay for my school, I had to pay for my wife's school because she was convinced to go to university, and her degree never earned her anything. It held her back, made her very unhappy, and lowered her income compared to not having it. When she moved out of the field and never used her university degree again, her salary went right up and happiness went up, and The only thing was then looking back at university, it was, oh, that was 100% wasted, and now we're still paying the debt on something that we don't use, that never used, really. So she was like, I want to do this thing. I really want to have my job switch to this. But it's just such a big commitment to go to master's. And what if they don't give me the time? Like, what do I do then? I don't get the promotion. How do I pay for the master's? It's all just a gamble, just a tax. And Andy, my business partner, and I were both like, are you crazy? Like, do you not see the obvious answer here? Because it was like, I don't know, $50,000 to do the master's. And we're like, so how much does a machine cost? She's like, what? I don't know. I'm like, well, let's go look. So we went online, and we're like, okay, we can buy the machine for $5,000. Used, of course. Right? But that doesn't matter. Like, so instead of getting a degree, why don't we buy the machine? We'll put it in the house, and then you can use it all you want. And then when they say you need to have 5 hours, you'll say, I have 500 hours. And when they say, what model do you know? You'll be like, well, the one I use at home is, and they'll go, the what? And you will have the job. And that will be the end of it. You will never lose to anyone on that job ever for the rest of your life, because you will be the one person who has it at home. And if at any point you want some side work, or you want to leave that job, you can start your own pharmaceutical research lab and do that work specifically for other labs, because you have the equipment at home, and you can start your own company right just there. You have the credentials and the equipment. And she was like, oh my gosh, we were so conditioned that you had to go to university that it never occurred to her to just go out and buy the equipment and start her own firm, and to have everything, and to make money instead of losing money, to get real experience instead of just a few hours in a lab, to actually do the stuff but that's what we had done in everything we had done. It's my entire life. Everything was learn the thing by getting the thing, working with the thing, do it firsthand until you become the expert. And then it was like, oh, well, I'm not willing to do that. And we're like, well, you just proved that this is not the right field for you. You don't, the lowest possible barrier of entry with the biggest payoff, you're not willing to do. So what does that tell you? And she's like, right, I have to quit. This is the wrong field for me. But when she thought she had to go to university, there was so much, this is the path you have to take, that she was unable to step back and look outside the box and say, is this worthwhile at all? But once we made it accessible and something she could do that day, like, we were seriously, I'm like, I got a credit card. I will call and order this right now. We'll have it in a month. Right? That simple. This is so much better. And what if you hate it? We'll just sell the machine. I bet we get 90% of the value back out of it. We might get 100%. We might get lucky and get 105%. Right? Like, it's already a used machine. You're not going to break it. So just resell it. Like, the risk here is zero for all intents and purposes. So that was a big thing. Diego says the best value for education is the connections. See, I don't know that that's true. There is a value in that, but a lot of times it doesn't pan out. Realistically, I only got my first job because I was friends with the dean and a professor. So this is one of those. So Diego, but for everyone, this is a really important thing. So this is confirmation bias. Everybody who went to university, except for me because I lied about it so that it couldn't possibly help me. Everyone who goes to university has the same story. I got my job because I went to university. Yes, you got the job that you have because you went to university. That's like saying, I ended up at the Walmart across town because I drove across town. Well, right, you took a path that took you there, so that's where you ended up. But the question isn't, would you have a job? The question, or would you have that job? It's, would you have a job? And would that job be better? And so when you go to university, yes, you often get contacts. And yes, you do build experience. And at the end, it will open some doors. And you will get a job. And no matter what job you get, you will believe that you got that job because of the university. And it's generally true. This tricks us into forgetting that had we not gone to university, we may have gotten a better job earlier. We don't know how because we didn't do that. But consider the alternative. So let's just assume you went to university for 4 years, right? And one of the reasons that this is important is that, so for Diego, this matters less because you work in software engineering. But if you work in IT, these are the kinds of decisions we have to make about every single thing we do in IT every day. The analysis that we do about whether it's worth going to university is no different than the analysis we use for every piece of software, hardware, configuration, decision making that we make within the business. We look at the alternatives, the cost, the value of lost opportunity, the cost of lost opportunity. We look at the risks. We look at the outcomes. We look at mitigation. We have to do all those things. When we do that, when we treat university like we're supposed to treat IT, we naturally come up with this. And that's one of the reasons why we don't want to hire in IT university-trained people, because it implies they didn't do this risk analysis for their own lives, which worries us that they make emotional decisions rather than educated ones. Now, I say this as someone who went to university, but I openly recognize that I made a blunder. That was a mistake that I own. That was a huge mistake, biggest mistake in my life. So if I did, so you have this, I went to university, 4 years, met these people, got this job. But what if instead of going to university, you started earlier, because you can start learning whenever you feel like it. You don't have to wait for getting out of high school to start learning, and study on your own very hard. Move at a pace that university wouldn't use. Make sure you're using the most modern tools possible. Use YouTube and Google, and do online research. Get into forums. Start talking to people in forums instead of talking to people locally in class. Talk to big businesses. Talk to the people who are answering things online. Get to make those connections, right? And instead of doing class projects, start building a portfolio. Build real things that you release into the wild, and people start using and get out there. I guarantee that instead of in 4 years getting an entry-level job from a connection, you'll have connections. You'll have built, instead of academic connections, you'll have built professional connections. And instead of getting a degree, you'll get a portfolio. And instead of being ready to get your first job, you'll be able to show experience. And you will come out as a completely different position that's more hireable, probably has more connections, and will advance faster. And probably you've worked with more modern technology. All of that, if you were to do that, you would then say, oh, had I gone to university, I would have never been able to take advantage of all these things that came up because I was at university. I was busy not building a portfolio, learning the material, making the professional connections, and moving fast. Right? That's where every time a person goes to university, we hear the same thing. And yet every person we know who doesn't go to university, every single one that actually takes the time to do it themselves, to learn on their own, always has a story that they got into their field before they could have gotten to the university one. The theory that the university graduates is that their alternatives, the people who aren't going to university, aren't getting the job offers. But we only see the lack of job offers from the university crowd. The people who don't do it, I've never heard of a person who did that, who didn't get a job and excel prior to when they would have graduated from university. Now, that's anecdotal, but I talk to more people in the field than just about anybody over decades. So it's less anecdotal than a typical person would think. But the math and the logic hold, right? No one's ever produced why university would be better, because it's so consistently true that the alternative gets you near 100% success in a fraction of the time at zero cost, or near zero cost. Marcela says, I worked for 15 years with kids and teenagers as a tennis coach in California. I was surprised to find out that the majority of kids did not read Mark Twain stuff. 30 years ago as a kid in Serbia. Yeah, growing up in the U.S., we all had to read Tom Sawyer. My kids did. Tiffany says, gracias. Marcela says, The Adventure of Tom Sawyer was mandatory reading in elementary school in Serbia. What happened to U.S. education? It's terrible is what happened to it, but we did have to read it long ago. Diego says, here in Nicaragua, it's very common for companies to have like tables depending on your education level. A person with a licenciatura was paid X with Inglaterra. See, yeah, so that's one of the things, Diego, is that now again, like you have to choose which doors, and I totally understand why Nicaraguans and most Latin Americans do this. The thing is that if you went the path that I said, I guarantee an American company would have paid you far more earlier. Right? It's where the opportunities lie. Because in the U.S. they can't hire enough. And so those opportunities are there. But going through the Nicaragua system kind of acts as a soft barrier to them. Right? That's the problem, is that you end up in those, right? Because you have a degree, you end up in the companies that don't act professionally and reward degrees over performance. They don't care what you do. You're a body in a seat. You're not there to code. You're there to be a body. That's why they have those tables. In the US, those tables would get you mocked relentlessly. Yeah, I could walk right up to a manager and be like, this is how you pay? You think nothing of this job. You think nothing of what you do. I'm ashamed to work for a person who thinks so little of their own worth. Right? That's how an American would view that, right? You don't evaluate the quality of the work of the employees. You're not here to have the company succeed. You're here to prop up the education system. Think about what that says about you and the company. And, like that's a lot. And why would people work to be better? Why would they improve if improving and doing a good job it has no reward? Like that's a weird tack for a company to take. I know many people that had to get a degree, even if they had the job, because that was the only way the company would increase their salary. Yeah, that happens in the U.S. too. But again, if you go that path and work for bad companies, it will be the path. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So everybody who goes to university, not everybody, nearly 95% of people who go to university end up in jobs like this. And then say, this proves that I needed to go to university. But nearly 100% of the people who didn't go to university end up in jobs that aren't like that earlier, paying more, and then say, that's weird. I don't experience that at all. I'm rewarded based on how good I am. And it's because one's going down a performance path and one is going down a licensure path. And so once you go down that path, you only see what that path gives you. So the person who goes down the non-degree path can't figure out how the person with a degree can possibly get into the field, right? They're not doing any of the things that they did to get into the field. They didn't learn how to teach themselves how to program. They didn't learn how to move fast. They didn't learn how to make those connections on their own organically. They required people holding their hand. They required classes. They required structure. And the person who goes through the structure can't understand how the person who didn't have the structure, didn't have the guidance, is able to figure out where to go. Because they each went through their own blinded path, which is normal, right? So both end up at the end. And then whatever results they see is confirmation bias to how they did it. The reason that I'm unique is that I did one and then switched to the other. And I've never met another person who is willing to invest the time to go through a degree and then unwilling to divulge that when going through their career. But so I got to see both paths, and I work with so many people who went both paths. And I can tell you, every person I ever met who makes 7 figures in the US, they didn't go to school. Everyone who's struggling at the basics and can't figure out how to even begin to do their job had a degree. All the ones who are failing. I've never met the ones who skipped uni. I mean, someone did. Someone completely was unable to get a job, right? I just didn't meet them. But the success rate of those small number that skipped getting degrees, unbelievable. And it's whether it was in hospitality management, in business, in every person I've ever met who's a self-made millionaire, not one of them went to school. Right? They were all way too ambitious. They're like, well, I'm not going to school. I'll be a millionaire by the time I graduate, which is generally not true. But they were like doing big things early. But yeah, if you do a degree, then you're almost guaranteed to be stuck in positions that because and this is why I turned down jobs that asked me about my degree, because I knew they'd end up like this, and that no matter how good I am, they won't care, right? They'll always have an excuse to not pay. The one I use at home, get a degree. The one I use at home is such a flex move. That's amazing. Oh, yes. So Diego, when I went to Wall Street, and this was not intentional. So when I went to Wall Street, it was a favor. I had been in the field for forever, and I got called by a major consulting firm that I partnered with on things, and they said, "Hey, we need a favor." And they're like, "We know you have a flexible schedule." I was teaching at the time, and they're like, "Look, we know you don't want to live in New York City, and we've had this position that for 6 months we have not been able to put in a reasonable candidate." And this is for the head of Linux for the world's largest bank, right? So this is not a trivial position. And they're like, we really need you to go down to New York City, interview, and then feel free to turn down the job. We don't care if you take it. And so I'm like, okay, well, here's a number I would need. I'm like, I'm not going to completely bullshit this. So here's a number I would actually consider. And they're like, okay. And I'm like, here's my conditions. And yeah, I'll go down. And they're like, cool. Yeah, totally good. So I went down, did the interview. And then while I was in the interview, right, the interview went well. Like, I really liked the people I was interviewing with. It was a very good experience. But I did the interview. And at one point I was sitting, and it ended up being with the person I partnered with. Obviously, I got the job. And the guy asked me, he's like, okay, so tell me, their interview process was terrible. I ripped them apart about this later. But he said, so if you had an HP DL-145 and you wanted to attach to the ILO, what would you do? I can't remember the details, but it was something very much like this. And I said, oh, well, that would depend. Are you talking about a DL-145 G2 or a G3? And he's like, oh, well, I guess it would be a G3 because that's what we deploy now. I'm like, okay, cool. So when I do that at home, I do this, and I explain the G3. And I said, when I do it on the G2, I think, I can't remember if I said what I did on the G2. And his eyes got real big, and he looks at me, he's like, when you do it at home? I'm like, yeah, I use a DL-145 G3 and one DL-145 G2 as some of my servers that I do for my stuff at home, for my home lab and projects. And he goes, you what? And this is years later, this is just like my wife with the chemistry equipment. He's like, we have 80 engineers and over 10,000 of those servers, and not one of our engineers has ever seen one in real life. And you have multiple generations of them at home right now. Like, yep, use them every day. They're running in my house right now in production, home production workloads, along with, and I can list all this other stuff. I'm like, I've had this era, like, here's older stuff I've used, here's these things, here's how I have them configured, here's my drives, and he's like every single piece that I'm describing is stuff that none of these people who are all making, this is years ago, so it'd be the equivalent of about $500,000 a year. Every single engineer is like a $500,000 a year engineer. Not one of them had ever seen this stuff in person. None of them could do it themselves. They could probably figure it out. But they always had someone else do it at a distance. And he's at that moment, I knew I had the job, right? Like, it was like, oh, everything just changed. And it wasn't just this one thing. It was this made them realize, and they started looking at my resume, and they're like, all of these pieces are things you did like this. There's all this stuff. Like, you don't just touch this, you do it every day. You don't just... And they're like, we've never had someone who could do soup to nuts, what they call cradle to grave, right? You know how to call the vendor, shop for the parts, configure every piece of hardware, configure every piece of software, do every bit of firmware, every single thing from that initial discussion of which product to buy to it's time to retire it and throw it away. And I'm like... Well, that's weird. Your people don't do that? I've been doing that since I was 18. Every time I needed anything at any company or at home, the whole life cycle is me. Why would I need someone else? And he's like, they were like, this is a level of knowledge, of exposure that just we don't have, right? Which is funny because in my world, I had lots of people that could do that. But in their world, they're like, no, everyone came from universities and stuff. But so they were very clear. They didn't care that I went to university, never even asked, right? But most of the people they hired did go to university. And they're like, we all went to university. None of us ever got enough exposure to know how things work. We got just enough pieces to answer the test, and that was it. Now, these are really good people, but they had huge gaps in their understanding. And it really showed when we worked for years together that there were all these times that there was just massive amounts of things they would get confused by and lost on because they had never actually done it. It had always been in a controlled environment with a teacher setting things up, and everything was in a pristine environment where some of it was already done and they never had to finish it. They just did pieces. And that really, really impacted their ability to perform. Diego says, I was getting jobs myself, and I was ghosted everywhere. Realistically, I did not learn anything in college. I taught myself to code since high school, and I had the same portfolio, and I got nothing. After college, people were calling me back, but maybe that's just the business environment in Nicaragua. We value degrees too much. Yes, absolutely, Diego, you are correct. I think the thing that, and I know this is hard, but I think the thing that you were missing is, and I'm obviously just hypothesizing right off a very small conversation, but I bet had you taken the time that you were in university, use that time to do, for example, open source projects and maybe answer questions in programming forums, I bet in a fraction of the time, a foreign firm would have picked you up. Right? That is, obviously can't prove it, but I bet that would be the case. And I can tell you that is our hiring process for years for IT. We didn't care what country people were in. We didn't care what they did. We watched forums. We watched to see how people answered questions. We watched to see how they handled being wrong, how they defended being right. Were they able to deeply converse about the thing that they were saying, or did we didn't even interview. Our interviews were done in social media, and then people would be contacted to be like, hey, we really like, your answers on things. We'd like to hire you. So we would do public interviews. We expected people to be able to, and other, random people could throw at them. So if you look on forums like Mango Lassi, on Spiceworks, you see people who are clearly able to, in real time, carry on detailed, complex conversations on any number of topics. And then you see people who post one thing, it doesn't make any sense. And when someone uses logic or some kind of proof that the thing is wrong or doesn't make sense, they can't handle it. They get argumentative. They are unable to grow. We got so much better at that. Those are things that you may never think about, that if you were out on Stack Overflow, for example, and you were constantly posting on Stack Overflow, there are companies all around the world who will watch you, and the really good ones will hire you that way. But you'll never know you were being interviewed. You put out the work and get hired. Those are things that a university should be teaching, right? It's part of the responsibility of the university to be like, here's what really would get you jobs in more areas, at least give you options. But they generally hold that information back because they are still walled gardens in many, many situations. My current job doesn't care about the degrees at all, is a semi-American company, but it does care about previous professional experience. We generally, previous professional experience does carry a bit more value than university, because it is a little bit like, you just know how to react in certain cases. There's times where we're willing to hire people without experience or with low experience. And there are things that they tend to struggle with, and we have to do more guardrailing. But it's just things that, we tend to hire for life as a company. And so because we do that, oh my gosh, we have to do a little bit of professional development, whatever, right? What a low cost investment for people we're going to keep for the next 40 years, 50 years. So we don't really care about that. But it is true that people without the professional experience, and I know people who are very senior, have tons of experience. Well, even our CEO, no corporate experience. She joined the company when she was really young. So one of the reasons she's super valuable as a CEO is that her commitment to the company culture is second to none, right? And we do deep mentoring and stuff with her, because she's there to carry us on for the next quite literally 35 years. And she has a very important role in protecting the employees. Because our mandate is be a great place to work, not to make profit. Obviously, we like to make profit, but being a great place to work, we exist for the employees first. And that is an easy thing to lose in a company, especially as people shift around, that you get someone who's like, wait, we want to make more money. And of course we do. We don't want to do it at the cost of quality of life for our employees or professionalism, right? And she's gotten very good and understands a lot of like, there's a lot of autistic and ADHD and interesting personalities in a technology company like us. And you can't take what's good for one person and apply it to another. And so she and I are actually really interesting because we work together all day long, right? And I am a work around the clock person. I pretty much never stop working. I'll be working at 2 a.m. I'll be working at 6 a.m. And I will sleep a little bit in between. She clocks on at whatever her local time is, like 9:30, and goes till 5:30, I think. And she's done. If you grab her 2 minutes before she leaves, she'll be like, oh, what do you need? But if you get to that 5:30 clock, boom, she signs out, she's gone, right? And that's how she works. She has the time box, and she cannot have it spill over. In an emergency, she'll work over, but that's it. These are her hours, and you got to work around her schedule. And so she helps protect the employees who have to work that way. And I help protect the employees who need to eat and breathe and sleep the job. And we need different rewards and different benefits and different guard railing for those different types of people. And so we have both throughout the organization. And you know, she helps project it is absolutely acceptable to start at this time, end at this time. Just let people know what your times are. That's it. And I have but it's also okay to be this, you know, work all the time and then burn out and just be like, I got to go, right? I'm about to go sit in a room and binge a TV show for 2 days. Bye. Right? Cool. Just let us know what you're doing. And we're a company, not to brag about our company, we're an unlimited vacation company. And people often say, oh, yeah, that's all nice, but we know what happens in America. Everyone's scared of their vacation, so they don't take it. So you give them more, and in reality, no one uses it. That's why we also implemented minimum vacation times, and you can get in trouble for not taking vacation, right? If you don't take enough vacation, eventually you will get called, and you got to take vacation, right? Now we do kind of schedule it around and go like, okay, times are slow. Start calling around, send people on vacation, right? The people who have not taken it, or ask the people who want to take it. But you know, she does a good job of taking a few months every year, but does a ton to schedule it. Always checks. But we have a culture of you don't request vacation, you inform of vacation. But please give us as much. You know, it is your responsibility to give as much notice as you can. But it is also not your responsibility to request it. It is your responsibility to tell us that you're on vacation, which takes a lot of training. But we've done a lot to make it that, you know, vacation is a protected thing. And we had our first ever, so it's amazing being a small company, things that never come up for HR. We had our first person who's like, what's the maternity leave policy? And we're like freaked out. We're like, oh my gosh, we don't have a maternity leave policy. I'm like, wait a second. It's the same as every other policy. You have unlimited vacation. Just take vacation for a year. And she was like, what? Like, bye. She's like, oh, I guess I'm out of here. And it works great, right? And because there's this unlimited vacation thing, and it's not like, oh, I have to time box it, and it's all this formality. I mean, it's formal, like I'm going on maternity leave. Okay, cool. But then like once a month, once every 2 months, she would call in and we'd talk for an hour or two, talk about how her kid's doing, talk about what's going on. She'd be like, what's going on in the office? How are people? Who's come? Who's gone? And she had a lot of health issues and stuff with her and the kid. They had to move to Brazil. They had to then move to Argentina. Had to do all this stuff where they couldn't go over the mountains. Had to, you know, it was crazy. So we're dealing with like all these issues. And making like long-term plans. So she'd be like, okay, the baby's doing well. We've been here in Brazil for 6 months. I'm going to move to Argentina. My mom's going to come help. I think in like 4 months, I'm going to be ready to like get set up and get internet and get back online and start, you know, doing some light work or whatever. Because we had unlimited vacation, she also felt confident with connecting to the office with no expectations. And that, well, I'm going to come back and do part-time as I start ramping back up. Okay, great. You know, and I need to accommodate the babies here. I have to take care of it, but you know, he doesn't need me all the time. He'd cry in the background. Unless she didn't really have calls. So like her meetings were internal, so it didn't matter. Like, great, we were able to work through that stuff. because we have this really flexible policy and we make people feel really confident, hopefully, about taking vacations and stuff. And there's ways to make for, I think, a really good environment. But so part of this is, so she's never had a corporate job. So there's a ton of like, so other companies aren't like this. We're like, no, other companies are not like this. But we also have people that we work with who have been in a lot of different jobs, but never in corporate America. And there's lots of things they're actually lost on. Like, I don't understand how this works with this customer. I don't understand this. And it's like, okay, you've never worked in a large corporation. Here's what they're thinking, or here's what's happening in the background. Here's what's going on in their management or their investors or whatever. It's like, okay, that's weird. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's, corporate environments have these quirks and stuff. It's like, whoa, okay. And so that whole point was to Diego, yeah, there's a lot of times that having professional experience can really pay off, not because it's made you a better developer, but it may make you better at working in a team, or it may make you better at working with clients, or just general communications, or maybe it makes you more empathetic to the weird politics of the business. So I can tell you, for our company, we don't take it very seriously, but we are aware that it does have a value, but it's one we can teach in most cases. So that's kind of how we approach it. But yeah, I can see why companies would think that. Generally, our overriding opinion is, if we get people with equal skills, we will always take the person with less education and fewer years over the person with more. So if I have a person with a PhD and 10 years of professional experience, and I have a 16-year-old developer that can do the same thing, I'm taking that 16-year-old every time because they did it faster without someone overseeing it, right? That's a go-getter. I want them on my team. We don't rule out the other people because everyone has a different life journey. But you want to be impressive, be super young, but be where the people have gotten after a really long time. Like, they're going places. That's who we want. And we like getting people young because we have this interesting culture. And we find that quite often the younger employees who aren't bringing emotional baggage with them are often easier adaptations, right? The older employees, especially in Latin America, we have a lot of, in their 40s, often they're managers because they've been around. And they'll often be really brutal with the employees. And we're like, whoa, where do you think you work? Like, calm down, right? Like, let's try a soft touch on a lot of these things. Let's approach this differently. And people will be like, I think people are taking a lot of vacations. I'm like, you think they're taking a lot of vacations, or are you maybe taking too little, right? Let's think about this. And those are good conversations to have, but you need a management team that feels confident being able to have those conversations. And that's difficult for a lot of companies. The board's going to be mad. The investors are going to be mad. Nope. Our investors are very clear. This is how it works. Right. And so we have funny conversations. The investors think we should have a conversation about going to a 4-day work week instead of a 5-day work week. And we're in 6-day work week countries. And it's like, oh, maybe we're overworking. Right. We need to think about this. Right. Like, those are conversations that we have. Robsonator says, my wife and I are starting a self-development path, taking courses on Udemy and Coursera to learn new skills that are useful for various remote jobs. Baby steps in the right direction to move abroad. Awesome. Anything specific that you're learning? I'm interested, Diego. What type of development do you do most of the time? I think you'd find, this is my guess for Diego, I think you'd find that companies that are popular here in Nicaragua that specialize in selling professional services to the outside world, right? Business process outsourcers primarily. I think you'll find that they lean towards degrees, and I think you'll find that ones that make their own software lean away from them. Now, everyone in Nicaragua leans towards degrees in the broad sense. But when you're dealing with staffing and business process outsourcing, that kind of stuff, often degrees are used as a hedge to say, well, it wasn't our responsibility that they didn't know what to do. They have a degree. Blame their university, right? Which, if I was the company hiring them, that would not fly. I would be pretty annoyed and insulted. Like, I would find that very insulting. But I think that that's a powerful insurance plan that they're kind of banking on, that they have a scapegoat when someone isn't good and they don't really have to rely on good hiring practices. Whereas I think my stomach just rumbled, and I think I saw it on the microphone register. Whereas like an internal company like us, we don't need to hedge. Like what politician, what political thing within our organization is going to give pushback because we tried to hire someone who would outperform? No one. There's nobody to be upset about that. We're not making excuses to anybody. We're all on the same page. We're trying to do the best job possible and make a good place for people to work. So that's not going to, cut mustard with anybody. They're going to wonder, can they do the job? And that'll be it, right? So we have no reason to look at those things. That doesn't benefit us. But if you have a company that needs to make excuses either internally or externally, you need something concrete, because otherwise your interview process, which you can work around, right? And when I went to my CIO interviews on Wall Street, let me tell you, first time I ever walked in, had a huge desk, and the whole desk, I didn't have the desk, I was sitting on the other side, working, and the guy's huge mess of a desk. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of papers on that desk. I didn't say anything. And I sat down, and the guy just started rifling through papers and pulled stuff out in the interview, and he's like, so on the 3rd of July, 2005, you wrote, and he starts reading like an article that I wrote. And I'm looking around and I'm like, oh my gosh, his desk is covered in things I wrote. Like, and he had bookmarks, like he had note things all over it, and he would randomly take articles, magazines, posts, and he would read back to me things I wrote. He's like, so you said this, can you expand on that? And I'm like, that was 10 years ago. And I like try to figure out where I was. It was like, wow. But it was super cool. Really impressive. And some of the stuff that he was really interested in was my hiring and interviewing practices, because I had written for eWeek quite a bit on how to improve hiring in the IT field, and they were really impressed with some of that, like how to build really high performance teams. And so this was Barclays, and I can tell you, absolutely Barclays, zero concern. You could be going for CEO. They don't care if you have a lick of education. They do not care. I believe the offer in today's money would have been about 2.5 million salary. And they don't care, right? Once you get to a certain level, nobody cares about education. Back in the day, so now it's probably like 250,000. But once you're in a professional field making about 200,000 a year, generally, that's when any talk of education is gone. They don't care if you went to high school. My daughter is looking for the onion dip. But at a certain point, they're just like, no. Can you do the job? Can you not do the job? And so they were really interested in my hiring and interviewing stuff, specifically because we were building massive IT teams for Wall Street firms and Canary Wharf firms. So that was really cool. But I remember one of the things, they did some real life stuff, right? Because at that level, you're not giving away the farm. They're like, okay, so we have to move these data centers. How would you suggest we move? And it was some absurd amount of financial data, like 100 terabytes. It may have been in petabytes. It was an enormous number between these data centers. And I'm like, okay, show me a map. And we're looking at it, and they're like, what connections do we have? What are our physical options? They ran through a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that LTO Ultra 7 tapes loaded in a backpack, they're encrypted, so we don't care. They're not at risk on the street. They're not the only copy, so we're not dealing with real risk of it being stolen or destroyed on the street. We can put 50 terabytes in a backpack. We have a series of runners. They run down the street with backpacks. They deliver the tapes. They run back empty, load up again, and go. He's like, absolutely, that's the best idea I've heard yet. He's like, never. And it's an old adage in IT. Never underestimate the bandwidth of a station wagon hurtling down the interstate loaded with tape, right? Like you can move even today. You can probably move more data from New York to Los Angeles by car than you can through the internet. Rob Snyder says the wife is getting into GIS currently. I'm leaning towards finance since I'm good with numbers. I am curious. A number of people have mentioned finance. What finance positions do you see being done remotely? And I ask because I come from a type of finance where we're traders and investors, and that stuff has to be done at low latency. So it's normally done physically on the trading floors because every millisecond counts. Literally, we measured to the nanoseconds. And other finance typically has a sales component and often has a person in person. But I suppose that is often done in Zoom and whatever now. I'm wondering if that's the finance or what cool online finance stuff you're seeing. Diego says, full stack dev, Node, React, Python with Django. Really? I haven't seen Django in a number of years. That's pretty cool. I've played with it, never been a big Django fan, but it's good stuff. Love Python, obviously. Tons of Node. We do tons of Node. Some mobile apps with React Native, nice. Desktop with Electron, very nice. Mostly TypeScript, and right now getting into Go. That's really cool. We've talked about doing some stuff in Go coming up kind of soonish. I've always had the idea of creating courses online to increase my online presence. That is a good one, for sure. Or a blog. I'm building a POS system with some bank integrations. Very cool. That's funny. So am I. And it's multi-currency and multi-warehouse with a desktop app and a web app. And I am thinking. Well, it's good that you're thinking. It would be terrible if you did this without thinking. I think it's leading to another phrase, but we're waiting for it to come. I have not written in a long time. I gave up writing because it was too much all the time. So this real, I need to get back to writing new articles on here. Oh my gosh, I can never paste. I don't know why paste doesn't work there. There we go. Rob Snyder says, I have two friends at work that are doing it on the side currently. Bookkeeping, taxes, among other things. Okay, yeah, perfect. The one coworker / friend's mom just started a bookkeeping company that has more work now than she could handle on her own. So she's taking some of the workload. He's taking some of the workload, and she'll likely need more employees too. That's awesome. Yeah, that's a great example of stuff. Finance can mean all kinds of different things. So that's good. I definitely see tons of tax and bookkeeping prep online. Those are things that there's no reason to be anything but online. Diego says I could start a blog with my technical decisions. Absolutely, that's a really good way to go. Even if you don't get many people reading it, which is generally the case, the act of writing it, acts as a big portfolio piece. When people are like, I want to see stuff that you've done, you show them that stuff. They're like, oh, yeah, cool. So you're putting in an effort. Sometimes people do find it directly, but the act of writing stuff down is also really good for you. Like that really does a lot to develop yourself. Like it'll change the way you think about things, the way that... so obviously it doesn't work this way for everybody, but generally the act of writing and explaining things that you're doing makes you better at it and makes you think a lot more about it. So for example, I spent a ton of time writing about RAID, which is super boring, right? A redundant array of independent disks of inexpensive discs. What am I saying? And in doing so, in writing about it extensively, and vlogging about it extensively, and doing so in an explaining it to other people way, forces me to break down all these thoughts that I may have had but didn't articulate and say, why do I feel this? I feel this because this and this and this. And that helps me because the next time I have to make that decision, I'm like, oh, I've not just thought about this and made a decision. I've broken down important thoughts about it and articulating that. And so even if you're not doing it to any people and just to yourself and you're throwing it out into the void, the act of writing it and publishing it is immensely valuable to your brain's pathways on those items. So for example, you might be like, I'm about to build a website and I'm considering a web app and I'm considering Python with Django, PHP with Laravel, and Go with whatever Go uses that's like that, that's comparable. Here's my thoughts. And then write a whole thing. Here's how much I know Python so much better than I know Go, but Go will lower my workload later, my physical overhead. But if it takes me an extra week or an extra month or an extra 6 months because I wrote in Go, will that ever be able to make up for the time I lose? Or will paying an extra X amount for more CPU power to run Node or PHP or Python on a server, is that going to make sense? Am I building an app that's ever going to push my minimum installation? Or am I doing something that's going to, do a bazillion transactions per hour and every little bit of performance matters? Those things it's so good to articulate those things. And then later when someone's like, why'd you make this decision? You also have this, I'm just going to go look it up, right? Well, here's what I was thinking. And so it's a very valuable practice in most cases. And it's one of the reasons that I like vlogging. So I blogged for forever, just my daily life, right? Not anything technical. And I did that for 20 years. And eventually I'm writing this stuff all day. And I didn't find it as enjoyable anymore. And so basically I just took what I did every day and transferred it into a video format. And what I find is I really enjoy cameras. I really enjoy editing software. I enjoy the process of making a vlog. I enjoy the fact that when someone watches a vlog, you get this like, YouTube is like, we watched 30 minutes of your stuff today. It's like neat, for 30 minutes. A human watched me speak. That's really cool. And if you're doing a blog, I would get like 1 million people were at my site this year. Okay. But did they just show up, decide this is not what they wanted and leave? Or did they like read a bunch of stuff? Like, I don't know. Right? So that's like, that could be more meaningful. I can't tell how much, did they scroll through the whole article? Did they get use out of it? Did they respond? I don't know. And obviously there are ways to get more information there. I could have things that collected more data. But there's something so much more, visceral, about, the vlog that I don't know. For the last several years, I feel it's a bit more fulfilling, but I do love my written format as well. But I'm trying to move more towards books and less towards a daily post. But the amount that I wrote was epic. What do you usually develop with? Well, the company, honestly, because of the type of work we do, most of the time we're developing with PHP and Laravel, React and Node. Most of the time. Java or C, C++? No. Very few cases. I mock one of our partners relentlessly because they use Java and they're still on Java. I cannot figure out today. I'm sure if I had enough time, I could, right? And I've been a defender of Java for a really long time. However, while Java is a very robust language, one, it's from a vendor that I don't trust. I don't like its licensing model. I don't like its release model. I hate its deployment model. And and I don't find a good ecosystem of people using it. To me, and this is obviously a much later scale, I think Java coders today are in a place where COBOL coders were when I was young. Still acceptable, but why? What? That's kind of how I feel about Java. I loved it 20 years ago. Powerful, screaming fast, portable. But these days everything's portable. PHP was slow back then. PHP 4, PHP 3, slow, crappy, limited. PHP 8.4, screaming fast. They've got that down to such a science. So much of a better future. Java's ability to deal with output is just annoying. If I need to compile things, I'm unhappy. And I think developers often miss this, is that deploying PHP versus deploying Java are very, very different things. I guess you'd be in Java because usually huge institutions are in Java or C#. Yeah, big, old, bad ones are. I hope the POS systems will be huge portfolio pieces. Yeah, for sure. One of my team members dislikes React. Why do you use it? Well, I'd ask, why does one of your team members dislike it? I mean, that'd be the place to start. One, is it only one? Do the rest like it? Are the rest indifferent? But so I'm not a GUI developer, right? So I'm not the one writing React. I mean, I've written a little React, but I'm not the React developer. The team worked with a number of things and decided React is what they liked most of the time. And some of it comes down to the type of apps that we're building. And so React kind of got this is not endemic to it, right? But the React team was chosen by the team making, they're basically ERPs, but medical systems for medical records. So that's kind of where it is. I love the component model, the ecosystem, and the job opportunities. That's interesting. Wait. Do you mean by React? Is that, Diego, is that you saying why you like React? Or is that why you would imagine you like Java? I think big institutions do like Java and C#, but they only like them because they're bad, right? I don't mean that the Java and C# are bad. Both are great languages in their own right. And I've quite literally, I did all my academic work in Java, and I wrote one of the certification exams for C#. I'm the guy who wrote the C# exam, right? So I took them very seriously and worked with both extensively. And I do have C# projects, but most of them went away 20 years ago. I think the last time that we did a new C# project was around 2005. And we regretted it not that long after. But at the time, it probably was the right decision at the time. But it didn't take long for us to be like, but when you're in big institutions and they're in Java and C#, almost always, it's because it's old code and they're not modernizing and it's good enough. And that's true. Java and C# are perfectly viable languages. They have big developers behind them. They have plenty of upkeep and maintenance and futures, and they're not going anywhere. But that's what we said about COBOL when I was a kid. A big difference with us is that so we eat our own dog food. Unlike a normal shop that does their own software development, and I realize some of these, like Lefise, is different, right? Because they are using their own, they are eating their own dog food. But so our developers and our IT team will be forever tied to the code that we use. And so we very carefully want code that our developers can and will continue to develop and maintain for a very long time, and that our IT production team is going to feel confident and happy running in production, and that the production team is not going to be going back to the developers screaming, "What were you thinking?" And the developers aren't like, "Ha, screw you. This was easy to write, hard to deploy." They need to work as a team. And so because of that, writing in something like C#, no. Right? Production is going to be like, oh, hell no. Could we make it work? Sure. Is that our job to deal with the shortcomings of the software team? No, absolutely not. They would be pretty pissed. And the same thing with Java. But if we came back with Go or Django or PHP, they'd be like, okay, all right, we can do this. What should we do? Right? So he says, so this is about React. I love the component model, the ecosystem, the job opportunities. That's all true. I always worry about working on platforms because of job opportunities. That means that we don't want to choose things for the reason of our team leaving us. That's a weird reason for a team to choose it, but for why you like it, that makes sense. It's the standard. That is true. It is basically the standard today. Very good for interactivity. Angular is like the Java of GUIs. Yes, I've played with Angular. I would concur with that. It's got that kind of feel to it. I like React better. Astro is pretty great though, but for deeply interactive apps, it's not enough. Okay. Last Lefise app is built with React Native, and many of their microservices are in Node. Cool. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, React has just so many use cases, and it's used in so many places. One of the reasons we like it, for sure, is that it's unlikely that we're going to have team members who haven't seen it. So that works really well. That, if we have someone new joining the team, they're not like, what's this? They're basically always familiar with it, and a lot of tool sets are written for it, and a lot of development goes into it. And it seems to do a really good job. Like, we've been consistently happy with the outcome of using that. This has turned into a very technical discussion for the evening compared to our normal. I'm going to have to rename this session. This is like IT and software engineering in Nicaragua. But certainly we consider other things other than React. But one of the important things for us is that our team, as much as we love playing with different technologies, spreading the team thin on a whole bunch of different things is dangerous. And React has been good, as has PHP Laravel, that we are able to utilize the same technology stack across many disparate applications, and that's a big deal. That we aren't learning a bunch of different things in order to make our applications. And at times, yeah, it's like, oh well, this particular thing Go would be nicer. Yep, it would, but is it so much nicer that we want to introduce an entire new thing, or should we suck it up and make it standard? And the answer is almost always, oh, yep, standard. That's what makes sense. Yeah, easy to hire. The JavaScript ecosystem is amazing. It group. Scott, have you included AI in any of your development? Absolutely not. If so, are you tapping into existing platforms like ChatGPT or building your own model? We do nothing of the sort. I am... So the funny thing, I was just talking to my head of engineering about this, because he's very AI is cool, and I'm very annoyed by it. But we concur on the important point that when defining, and I wrote this paper 25 years ago, when you're defining software engineering, this is not really 25, it was about 20 years ago, and you're comparing software engineering with traditional manufacturing engineering, like making a car. And this is a really important analogy because it explains so many things.
I used to come from, and this is where waterfall became a big thing, why Agile's different. Coming from, I worked in manufacturing, right? Like I was an engineer making like physical stuff for a long time. And when you do that, you put in maybe 5% of the time designing the product. And then when that's done, you have to design a factory to make that product. And then you have to run that factory, presumably for a really long time, making that product many times. And for most people, it's hopefully a very long time. That's how you make your money. And generally, the cost of making a part or making the component is very high compared to the cost of designing it. When we're talking about software, there is no factory to make it, and there is no factory making it. Writing the software itself is the act of describing what you want as a result, and the moment you have described it, it is done. So if I want to use ChatGPT to make software, I have to be able to tell ChatGPT exactly what I want the software to do. And then I have to trust ChatGPT to do it well, which to some degree, maybe it can, but if it's like other stuff that it does, I don't trust it at all, especially with financial systems, anything that's important, right? You get spurious results. And yes, you can put in all kinds of guardrails. You can do all kinds of things to make those kinds of tools produce better results. And I'm certain at some point they will be used for certain things. But we already use boilerplate that is incredibly well tuned. And we already have modular components. And beyond that, we spend all of our time, essentially, defining in the simplest possible way how we want the system to work. That is what programming is. Describing the desired outcome. So the argument has to be that I have to be able to describe to ChatGPT what I want faster than I can describe natively what I want. And maybe if you don't know how to program, that's theoretically easier to do. But since we do know how to program, I'm not sure it is. I think it's harder because it's so esoteric. Well, I have to describe it, but I got to figure out how to describe it really accurately. But that's what code is for. Code is literally a designed language for the purpose of most easily describing exactly this. So which is better? ChatGPT, which uses a generic interface and generic processing to try to approximate what a specialized dedicated language is already capable of doing. And then I have to trust that it does it well. So he says, you're doing important work, Scott, documenting real history with honesty and depth. Thanks for everything that you share. It matters. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. Janet says, I spent my whole life listening to discussions, technologies, or engineering conversations that I barely understand. Diego says, Vibe coders were crying today that Cursor and Windsurf were down the whole day. Oh, yeah, I heard. Was that today? I thought it was yesterday, but yeah, I heard that. Yeah, no, I mean, in reality, you can have other things go down for regular developers as well. Yeah, I've never done that. I'm sure that it can do something interesting. Maybe I'll play around with it to see where it's gone. I wrote a thing about... when did I write this? AI encoding by a competent programmer is pretty great. The IntelliSense is great. And for repetitive work, Claude is amazing. I create CRUD endpoints for suppliers. Yeah, there's definitely things where, well, yeah, things like IntelliSense, but IntelliSense isn't AI, right? And actually, that's one of those difficult things is that, of course, none of it is really AI, right? So we're always just applying AI to other things. And when we do that, Then we have this language problem of IntelliSense is just using completion words, and it's been around for a really long time. If that's AI, okay, whatever. Right? Like, yeah, some of that stuff is good. But I needed to do... Oh, Jan says, things I learned at about age 4. A dolly can be machinery, not just a toy. And Felix can be a man's name, not just a cat in a cartoon. Diego says, but I needed to do the same thing for the client model, so I just passed the supplier endpoint and told it to do the same thing for the client model. Okay, well, that, yeah. I'm sure there's some stuff that starts to get cool. Our CEO almost daily rant, stop confusing automation with AI. I like your CIO. Yes, that is... Stop calling things we've had for forever that have no intelligence AI. Ideally, stop calling everything AI. But I get that really large scale, large language models, you know, calling it AI is not the end of the world. But it still confuses people. The purpose is to confuse people. And Diego hit it exactly. LLM is just a really fancy autocomplete. And there's just at no point does it do any thinking, which is why it's always dangerous. You know, if you're doing boilerplate, but there's generally better ways to do boilerplate. Felix was someone my dad worked with building machinery. What am I looking for? I've got a video, I think. I gotta find. Let's see. But I don't remember how long ago it was. Ah, okay. So if you remember, a number of years ago, not that many, 2 years ago, everyone was talking about low code and no code. And now low code and no code is just AI coding. But the problems remain. They're not as bad, like it's getting better. But I did a video that specifically addresses this. It just wasn't called AI yet. So it's, to me, it's like, oh my gosh, this thing that we already have a name for this. We've already been doing this stuff for years. Now we're just slapping the word AI on every little thing. And like now Google Translate is AI. It's the same as it's always been. Nothing has changed. Nothing. So dumb. Oh, did my download complete? Long ago, I'm sure. Oh, that's... Yeah, for sure. Crap. Totally forgot about that. Getting all these anime for my daughter. It's only getting called AI because companies want to get VC money. That's not entirely true. There's a lot of things where that is certainly true sometimes. But loads of companies are selling products to customers based on the AI. They're like, oh, if we call it AI, more people will be interested. Or if we call it AI, we can charge more for it or whatever. That's a real thing that really sucks as well. I definitely prefer to find anything that I can find that isn't like that. Basically, AI has also become a catchphrase for any product that doesn't do what you want it to do. Like, this product just generally sucks. Ah, AI, right? Like, but why? Why did you make it that way? You didn't have to, but we can. I know you can because you hate us. But why? That's my take on AI and things. Okay, I gotta track down. Let me see. Why is this so big? checking something. Why is this file so large? Why? Why? It's only 49 episodes. This is very fishy. These are way too large. File list. Oh, I see. I mean, I'm going to go with no. Too big. Much better. Boom. Sorry, I'm mumbling here. Duolingo lost a ton of users after the AI rollout. You know, it's weird though. What AI rollout is there? I have Duolingo. Other than more advertising, what's changed? Someone's going to be like, oh, it's this, this, and that. But I'm unaware of anything. I know what you're talking about, but I feel like it's all... I mean, I know they got rid of people. But is that it? People are just upset that the company's not hiring as many people anymore? Yeah. I'm lost on the chat GPT thing. Not the chat, on the Duolingo chat GPT thing. I cannot figure out what it is that people are upset about because I can't find the AI features, except in things that I don't have, so they don't matter. They fire the people that wrote the stories and replace them with ChatGPT. Are you sure? That's not what I've seen listed anywhere. There's a lot of advertising on YouTube for talking to characters who are AI, and my work lost students too. Well, if your work lost students, presumably that's because Duolingo is picking them up. But all the stuff where YouTube is talking to AI is not part of, all the stuff where Duolingo is talking to AI is not part of the traditional Duolingo. It is a different subscription that no one could have had. So the presumption is that by offering something new, people left what they already had. People say that the stories got worse. How could the stories get worse? There hasn't been time for them to roll out yet. I do a ton of Duolingo. Right, like an insane amount. And I have yet to encounter a new story. Because the stories have been pre-written for years. And maybe these are in different languages that we don't know about or something, but like I have a feeling, because the supposed people all left was at the announcement that AI was coming. Not that anything had been done yet. And so people were just upset that AI existed, which, you know, I get it. But why would you leave the existing Duolingo that isn't changing? How Duolingo's AI first strategy lost the human touch. That was like last week. I do an insane amount of Duolingo. It's true. Yet clarifies Duolingo is continuing to explore AI-related partnerships to improve its curriculum despite backlash from a recent announcement. But there's way more to the unicorn language learning app strategy for growth than just that. Senior strategist Cece Liu told technically at Innovation Works Venture Expo on Tuesday. One key tenet is buying up other companies. A recent string of acquisitions highlights that the company's approach. It brings in tech and talent that's better than what it could efficiently develop in-house. It's not like anything has materially changed about the facts of the world. There's really, really cool innovations happening around foundation models and what can we mean for better education, so I think it stands on full steam. Blah, blah, blah. Recent fireside chats follow a wave of backlash after the company's CEO, Luis von Ahn, said in April that they would shift to an AI-first organization. The original announcement by von Ahn included reducing human contractors if AI could perform their duties, but he has since clarified that AI would not replace human workers at Duolingo. It's about creating access to learning experiences that don't necessarily already exist for a lot of people. It's not saying, hey, you'll replace one for one the foreign language teacher you have or the tutor that you will work with on a weekly basis or whatever to practice language learning. It's a supplemental experience on top of that. It's all a part of what the edtech company calls its green machine. Duolingo emphasizes building long-term relationships as it seeks out new partners to purchase and target specific gaps in its infrastructure to fill. An important part of their models is design of its products. Its characters and their respective animations are an essential part of its success, which I can't believe. They annoy me. I almost want to leave it because of all of it. But a significant hurdle around 2022, Lou said, was finding the workforce to build those animations. We were just totally blocked in terms of bringing great products to screen to learners because we don't have enough designers. We don't have enough animators, artists, or illustrators. Just stop all that stuff. My gosh, that's one of the things I hate about Duolingo. Every time you do something, it's like, ha-ha, and it has a little, wah, and like all of it's annoying. Stop. I want to learn Spanish, not have this flying owl stuff going on. Does the company knew good design was a cornerstone of its product? I think not. Double down on finding the best team to do it. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, we just lost the camera. Oh, my gosh. I don't know. I just saw some YouTuber guy video about it. I do not have primary sources for that. I have a feeling... Oh, Jenna says I stopped because they started charging things that were free before. Yeah. That I didn't like. They definitely have made it not as good. I'm just kind of letting the camera go. It is after midnight, so we're going to wrap up here. We're over 7 hours. We only have 8 people left, so sorry for everybody. We're going to be heading out here in a minute. So since the camera died, we're just going to use this opportunity to wrap up for the night. But my personal guess is that the AI features are not the things that people are saying, because I've done a ton. I've not seen the stories change at all. So I'm very sus that that's just something that someone imagined, and they probably heard about the Duolingo Max, which none of us have, and imagined that meant something it didn't. I don't know. It's what I would say. It has all the hallmarks of a person who got angry about something that didn't happen, but they imagined that it did, and then they projected it and just imagined that it was bad. I bet that's what happened. Now, they've done plenty of things that are annoying, but as far as I can tell, they did not get rid of their workforce. They did not replace people with AI. They did not rewrite stories, or we would have new stories. Their recorded audio, I've not yet heard one that sounds like AI was used. It feels fishy. Being one of the, I must be in the 0.1 percentage of Duolingo users, and my wife uses it. Both of my kids use it. My business partner uses it. I know tons of people that use it, and I'm completely unable to identify anything of this nature. So my guess is it's people who are confused. Because my experience, when I then go look up what Duolingo says they did, is exactly the same. What I see is what they say, and nothing when people say that they did something else. I'm babysitting you're babysitting a cron job. Okay, that's funny. That's why I have 24/7 staff, so I don't have to do that stuff. Is Duo really useful to learn Spanish? I think that it is. The Spanish on it is so extensive that I do find it quite useful. I'm on, let's go look, 1,895 days, which is a ton. I made it all the way through Spanish long ago. Now I'm working on getting all the way through it again, and there's so much more. They expanded by so much. But I used Duolingo to learn Italian, and it worked. I was able to speak Italian. I moved to Italy and spoke Italian. Now it's hard. You got to put in a lot of time, a lot of work, and yeah, using other things on the side. Definitely, you want conversations and stuff, but it's a really good tool for what it does. I think it makes for a lot of focus and learning. So, all right, guys, thanks. I got to run Marcela home for a little bit, and then hopefully watching some shows with my kids, and gonna get some sleep. I haven't been able to see my kids really in a few days because I've been in Managua. So I will see all of you tomorrow.